हेलो कैसे हो द लोज व्हाट इज अप्स क्या चल रहा है लाइफ में क्या चल रहा है भाई आज सेक्सी मैच है भाई आज सेक्सी मैच है यार आज सेक्सी सोया नहीं भैया जुई सोई नहीं भैया जुई मैं सोया ना थोड़ा लेट सोया पहले मैं तुम लोग को बोला कि तुम लोग सो जाओ उसके बाद मैं सोया कुछ 7 बजे के आसपास ओ वेल्लो विन्ना हाँ बोलो 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 मेरे को देखने का कौन कितने सारे हिटर्स है मेरे को देखने का कितने सारे हिटर्स है मेरे को देखने का आज देखते हैं मेरे प्रेडिक्शंस के अगेंस्ट कौन जाता है देखते देखते 16% हिटर्स ठीक है 25 हो गया ठीक है 1/4 हिटर्स जेंजी एफटीडब्ल्यू काय का एफटीडब्ल्यू पीआरएक्स 20 भाई नोटिफिकेशन आया सच्ची लव यू आ जाओ मैप बैन देखते हैं ई देखो सनसेट वा बैन है आज मजा आएगा देखने में लोटस आइसबॉक्स और बाइंड मजा आएगा अच्छा वो सनसेट बैन भाई ये क्या है ये क्या है
we would have both, but the Korean desk had to take the Gen G one. We only have one copy of each gun, but these things look so clean.
They look really, yeah, they're great.
And they're on display downstairs. Like
Yeah.
the
You can
fans
fire
can
them.
go up
Yes.
to
all 11 teams are on display, but we decided to steal the 2 teams that are playing at any given time and split them amongst the analyst desks.
फातिमा
That's
जी
cool. This is really cool, guys. And if you want to see it up close, you can buy it in Valorant,
That's true.
the bundle, and then you
In
can
Nice.
stare at it.
What about
Iron
the-
चाहिए
We have to
And the
be
Gen G.
bipartisan here.
Absolutely. Which is also a great bundle with the tiger and everything. Predictions.
फातिमा
What's
जी
Well,
ये चाहिए
I think this is a healthy mix, and
This is
I
a
think
very
that's
healthy
good
mix.
to see. Because we have had some pretty landslide predictions.
ये
in the
चाहिए
past couple
फातिमा
matches, and I
जी
think that this is pretty much the first map that really is a 50-50 at a
एक
really high
बंदूक
level.
देना
So why Genji?
yes, that's the question.
गन्ने और क्या भाई क्रेजी
I think
दिखता है
solely
यार ऐसा
because
बॉक्स
of
में
just
इमेजिन बे
recency bias. They've been able to best them the most recent times that they scored off against each other. Yes, Jing does come back in and overall.
सेन
I think that the team is
सेन
good,
का मैच
but I
कब है
think that
आज
they
ही है
have
ना
way
रात
more
को
catching up to do compared to Gen G. Both teams just recently got back from travel. Gen G only need to focus on resting for the most part, whereas Paper X need to focus on both resting, having Jason not be sick, and then also developing, creating new set plays, new strategies that they're going to have coming into these maps. So I think that they have more work to do with way less time.
For me, it's kind of like a pure faith pick, but also I feel like Paper X. is a
साउंड
team
थोड़ा
that
कम
would have
है
tricks up
शायद
their
किसका
sleeve,
ये
so
वाला
I'm kind of
बढ़ाऊंगा
hoping to see that, but I'm a little bit more curious, for Kilios. After seeing this map pick, after seeing Icebox coming in, would you? Kind of
विलियम
flip-flop a little bit?
अकिलियस बाय
I mean,
वाल्डेस बाय
The fact that
But
they
Asurai भी
don't-
बोला,
that
Genji.
they go to Icebox, I think it does lend itself to
4v4 है,
that Paper X have
4v4
something up their sleeve that they're going to be
Same
doing
Paper
something incredible. But I'm still going to go with Gen
I
G.
wonder,
think they showed
Paper
their-
3 ने
their
Paper X क्यों
perseverance.
बोला?
I
I
think
wonder.
again that Lotus is a little
दोनों
bit
में
of a toss-up.
पेपर है
I think it's a
करके
bold choice.
Okay.
But
अंकित चले गए आज
I
भी
want you
सोफे
to
पे अभी तक
finish
तो
your
है
statement after we invite Coach
हो
Alex
सकता है आज भी सोफा
up here with us, so
With
you
the
can
coach.
explain
By all
yourself.
Right here.
So let's welcome Coach Alex from Paper X.
Yes, please.
our
I was
favorite
like
coach.
getting
Hello, hello.
ready, dude.
Hi,
Relax.
welcome back.
You like the Icebox combo?
We
Yeah.
love it.
Was that a troll pick? Like
No.
last time you picked it was a troll pick. It wasn't a mistake,
That was
right?
not a troll pick. Like last time, I promised Kla that he's gonna play one game. We practiced for 5 weeks, and then they told us Icebox is leaving the map pool, so we had to pick it.
Okay.
It's a integrity thing.
It's staying in the
Why-
back pool this time, just so you know.
Yeah. So now it's slightly better prepared.
did you know at that time that when he played Gecko there that it was going to end up
आइसबॉक्स
being
जाने
that
वाला
all
करके
I mean,
टिक के वेरी
You guys
रियलिस्टिक
invented
है
it.
Huh?
Yeah, of course.
There you go.
Okay, we're Gecko. Like we
You're a
love Gecko.
genius.
I'm
You're so smart.
It's not me.
अरे इस बार दूर हट के
It's
बैठो
Kla.
He's
Okay.
actually the one that's created the Gecko meta in the world. Right?
That's true. He's
Only
really-
Gecko main.
That's true. Now, thoughts on Achilles' Gen G prediction?
You know I'm a superstitious guy, so and I'm not a stats guy, but
कैसे
I
हो
need to know
यार
your hit
तुम
rate.
लोग?
I have to go with the recency, and I think that you guys have had your hands full.
Thumbnail quality
You know,
increase to
needing
George
to
man,
integrate
love you.
Jing into the team. You know, one of the things we
वो
talked
सारा
about
editor
last
का
time you were
credit
on the desk was, you know, can we expect anything new? And the answer is no.
प्रीमियर
We've
के
had
लिए
5 days of practice.
सच्ची
You know,
क्वालीफाई
and we
हो
have
not that
गए
much time.
We have
And
9
लोग
now.
खेल रहे हैं अभी भी
well, yeah,
क्वालीफाई
now
हो
it's
गया
9 days.
Little bit
So
better.
Playoffs
I'll be
के लिए.
curious to see if there are going to be some overarching changes in the comps and strategies and whatnot. But I think that Gen G, it's been a little bit easier for them to just kind of hone in since they got back from
For
Madrid.
Icebox, you mean?
But just
In
generally.
I mean, they didn't have much time either, you know, like, all of us, we both came back like 1 day apart, so...
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if they took a short break, it would have been 9 days of practice as well, so it's quite fair, in fact.
I want to ask you about your results in Madrid.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys got third, which was awesome, but I think you guys seem a little bit unsatisfied with those results too. What were some of the learnings from Madrid against Gen
Alright. I'm quite satisfied.
Are you? Okay, I was mistaken.
No, I mean, Madrid.
अरे क्या
I
यार
think we
क्या
went
हो
there
गया
with
यार
a little
कपक
confidence,
क्या हो
you know,
गया
and we were trying to fix just our
हेलो
mindset
बंग बैक
mostly.
कैसा
So I
नॉट
think
रखसी
getting the third, we managed to get match practice in, you know, get stuff out of the way, like discuss with each other, try to make sure that we are
यार I have a
aligned
question
again.
if you
I
are
think we
not Rexy
took a step in the right
then
direction there.
who is
So,
not
as far
Rexy
as I'm concerned, very
Deep
satisfied
question.
for whatever
Deep
whatever
question.
happened in Madrid.
Do you think Gen G's improved since Madrid?
मोदी
based
जी
on
से
the
मिल
performance
लेता
you
तो
saw last
सीधा
week?
10
You
मिलियन
can really see them adding things in their Lotus.
मोदी जी मेरा नाम नहीं ले सकते यार
In Madrid, some teams are using specific Viper mollies to control aim in.
सोच
from
रहा हूँ मेरा
defense
चैनल
side.
नेम चेंज करके
As soon
मैं
as they came back, I
cute
can see them only in the
68
game against
रखूँ
Talent. So I know they're actually still working the map pool. And I think, yeah, if
Grenade
they
के
pick
नहीं
Lotus
हुआ यार
against us,
अरे
I think
हो
they know
जाएगा
that that's their
पापा
strongest map.
I am a little bit curious about Lotus, but I do think that picking
कपा
Icebox
पीछे का
is
स्किन
like
बॉक्स देखना कितना
200
मस्त
IQ
लगता है
genius move.
I think I am both
But if there is
Very
anything
nice,
to watch
very
out
nice,
for
very
Gen G, like what would you say that is? Like what's their
On Icebox
strongest
or in
thing?
general?
In general.
I mean, they're coming off like full confidence, you know. Sure, you lose the finals, but I thought it was very, very close. You know, it could have gone either
कपा भाई
way.
की बात सुनो सब्सक्राइब
It's
करो बात
it's enough to give you the boost you need, you know, to say, okay, I'm coming back to my region. The game should be easier, and we've beaten PaperX twice, you know. So I think we're gonna play against a very confident Gen G, and I'm hoping that we do. We fight them, you know. I hope there's gonna happen like a brawl.
I have one last question. This is actually for both of you.
Oh, another one.
आज मैप खेलोगे प्रीमियर का पता नहीं क्या सीन है देखते हैं
Well, it's going great.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Did you
did
eat
go
the
great.
snacks?
To both of us?
Just wanted to
Good,
catch
good,
up.
good, good.
लाइक भी
Make sure
करो
everyone's
चैट
fine.
दलोस
So far,
लाइक
so
करो
good. So far, so good.
Doing good?
Chill.
Any stress eating so far today?
Stress eating?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, good.
I'm on diet now, you know. I'm trying to.
How are you? That's great. I love to hear that. Well, thank you so much, Coach. All the best.
Bye-bye.
Aw,
감사합니다. 감사합니다.
Kamsahamnida.
so much respect. I love it.
Yeah. I did want to ask about Jing, but you know, he's got to go down and coach. And I'm curious how Jing is going to be performing this time. I think Kilios you made a great point about Jing's performance. While phenomenal, there were shaky moments in his gameplay.
Yeah, and I think
Alex
you know,
की acting
I think
ले
that
वन
we expected
भाई
that
बंदा
whether it
बाप
was
है
a
यार
roster change or
कुछ
not,
भी
given
बोलो
the teams were traveling back
मस्त
from Madrid,
बंदा है Alex
but you know, I think that roster change is kind of
Alex
come in
OP
a
by
matter of two,
heavy
what
best
would have been fairly normal
bestest
taking
vibe
this, you see,
coach.
you know, post event. So I think that it is
बुंड
gonna
भाई
be
आ रहे
stronger
बुंड भाई
teams
नहीं आ
for
रहे
this.
बुंड भाई
I like Alex talking
बाहर
about
गए
Lotus right there,
मीटिंग
saying
में
like, okay, you know, we do have to be a little bit concerned about this.
शायद
I know it's
दूसरा
a very
मैच
comfortable
तक आ
match
जाए
for
but
us. If Gen G are
doubtful.
going to be picking that into us, they clearly feel very confident on it, and I think that goes, you know, the opposite side for that Icebox pick. So this could just end up being neither team wins on their map pick, but we go to 3. I very well could see that happening.
I would love to kind of see that happening. I feel like Gen G's Lotus is really strong, but I am curious about what the agent picks would be because Icebox coming in then, Jing, is it going to be still that Raze or back to a Sage, a Battle Sage? What's it going to be?
Well, we're going to find out really soon. We're going to go down to the stage, so welcome the players.
La 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 लेट्स गो बेबी बम्बे तू प्लेयर तो बहुत सेक्सी है चैट कमेंट देखो कुछ सीखो चैट कंस भाई तू प्लेयर तो बहुत सेक्सी आप कोच वाइज और बेटर हो आपका रीड स्ट्रैट्स अच्छा लगता है शांतनु राणे यार लव यू यार शांतनु राणे लव यू सीखो चैट कुछ
top 3 of the world recently at
What's up,
Masters
Binks? Bye.
Madrid.
Sound come
But another side to the
ah.
story is PaperX going through the never-ending Korean gauntlet to try to buy back the hearts of the Korean fans once again here in Seoul. My name is William, joined by Paper Thin. We'll be bringing you this first match of the night, and boy, what a way to start.
No, I mean, this is like a day that you had to have had marked on your calendars once you saw the
Genji
stage one
for me.
schedule come out. Obviously,
जेंजी भाई अपन 13-0 हो गए हो. Any comment? हाँ जेंजी भाई 100-0 जाने तक का प्लान है. प्लान क्या है? काहे मेरे अगेंस्ट आप प्रेडिक्शन कर रहे हो? हाँ काहे? तो प्रेडिक्शन किंग बुलाते मेरे को. प्रेडिक्शन किंग. एक प्रेडिक्शन गलत नहीं गई. 12-0 ठीक है. ठीक है 12-0 चलेगा मेरे को.
PaperX, right? They never met each other during the off season, and now they'll
PRX,
have
I
to go through
guess
this new
there is no
iteration.
guessing. PRX
so
2-0.
I'm really curious, how does that affect Gen G? Of
2-0.
course, how does it affect PaperX as the desk
2-1 भी हो
was
सकता है
discussing
PRX.
that, but now it's time to see how
भाई
all
मेरे
the
को एक ही
players
चीज
are
देखने का
looking,
जे अपना
getting
जिंक
ready
बस.
for their match today, trying to
बाकी
get a
9
couple more
लोग
championship
साइड में
points,
जाओ.
of course,
जिंक को
leading
सोलो
their
खेलने दो.
group
मैप घूमने
to
दो.
try to secure their spot into the playoffs. First up, it's going to be Gen G.
भाई ये तो अपना गाना है जो सुना
By their
था.
nemesis now in Pacific, PaperX.
yeah, I mean, it's a great storyline coming into this year with the way that already both of these teams have had to square up against each other multiple
Castor
times,
भाई गाना
including
सुनने
at
दोगे?
Masters Madrid. So this is really, really interesting. You know, with PaperX, going back to what worked for them previously last year when they got second at champs with Jing in the lineup.
Undefeated.
You know, it's going to be really exciting. It's going to be high-octane gameplay for sure. But Gen G, in my opinion, does a pretty good job managing some of those teams that try to get aggressive against them and try to push space. That a team like PaperX is definitely going to try to embody. We know that. We've seen it time and time again. So let's see
भाई अभी तक का
exactly
बेस्ट का
how
बेस्ट
both
गाना लग
teams
रहा है
kind
ये.
of move their chess pieces around against each other. And with Lotus as a start, a map that both teams are pretty familiar with. So it's going to be really fascinating.
Yeah, I'm glad that there's not going to be any asterisks here in that first
I
map,
want
right?
PRX
The second
split
map
with
of
3
Icebox,
dinos.
obviously some question marks still remain. But in this first map, sure, Gen G a very comfort pick. And while this is one of those maps that's always played
इबन बोला था आएगा वो बाहर
how do
गया
we
यार.
figure out our
मीटिंग
own
में.
meta, do we even follow the regular meta, etc. They've always been able to at least put up great numbers on it, win or lose. Of course, most recently still showing that they are willing to return to that double duelist with Something and Jing at the helm.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see a lot of that today, most likely. You know, definitely Something is very comfortable on the jet.
Bestest was G.
And they're good enough and they're
G का
smart
गाना
enough
भी वापस.
that they can make those kind of things work. So, just curious on Lotus. Every once in a while, PaperX, you know, likes to
भाई ये लोग खुश
mix it
दिख
up a
रहे
little
यार.
bit, you know what I mean?
भाई
But
ये लोग
they
खुश
will
दिख
throw
रहे
the
हैं.
Reyna maybe
ये लोग
sometimes,
बोलते रहेंगे ना ऑलरेडी
with
2
Something,
बार
but
हराया है.
generally, I think you can expect the
क्यों
Jet
खेल रहे हैं
Rays
हम वापस?
and then some
जंजी
other
वाले
things to
बोलते
follow.
रहेंगे ऐसा.
Yeah, that other things do kind of
Possible
change
है.
from time to time. Sometimes Forsaken does
Sure.
move away from the Cypher.
Yeah.
It all just
अगर
depends on
आज
what they've
भी
been able
जंजी
to
ने
cook
हराया
up,
ना,
like they were talking about
अलग
during
से
the
हाथ
interview,
गया.
right? Haven't had a ton of time here for PaperX. So I would expect some pretty comfortable.
भाई ये लोग एंजॉय कर रहे हैं यार.
Yeah, it's actually very.
Bye bye,
I
love you.
found it
Please
quite
jinx
amusing
my
that
life.
Coach
It will
Alex said
improve
that they think they're pretty much on even
considerably.
ground because
यार
while
वो
sure, you both
considerably
had the
का
same amount of
3000
time
का
for
रेट है
training
भाई.
for Madrid. Again,
Jinx
this
करने का.
Gen G
समझ रहे
squad
हो?
got to basically use now
मेरा
Masters
रेट
Madrid
कार्ड
as
है.
its
फ्रेंड्स
specific
को
to
गाली
keep
देने
building
का
on his old
100
team,
रुपीस.
whereas PaperX is
Jinx करने का
readjusting, of course,
3000
to their
रुपीस.
old form, their
समझ
old
रहे हो?
core, but readjusting
रेट कार्ड है
nonetheless. I
मेरा.
mean,
मैं
they've
बिक
talked about
चुका
it
हूँ.
even in their opening match here at
बंस
Pacific
भाई
of
इतना
Jing
टाइम
needing
बैठ
to
के
get
वॉच
used to
पार्टी
the
करते हो
current
आपको
meta, right? What
डाइजेशन
pros
प्रॉब्लम
are
या
doing in
टट्टी
scrimmage
हार्ड
and
नहीं होती.
matches, things
टट्टी
like that.
हार्ड तो
So
हुई
we'll
है
see.
मेरे
Was
को.
one week enough to get
मैं एक
Jing
बार देख रहा था,
really
मतलब
dialed in
कैसी
perfectly
टट्टी आ रही
because we
है.
saw
हार्ड तो आई
a
थी.
lot of hits of their old colors
बाय.
in that first week.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, it's funny. You know, Jing
लेकिन
was
हार्ड
watching
टट्टी का
all the matches,
सोल्यूशन है.
obviously,
पानी डाल.
show streaming Masters Madrid. But then I was talking to them, and he said even when he got into the games, like for the practice again, he said already PaperX was playing way different than he was expecting. It was still taking him time to get
इस
into
बार
things.
जिंग है,
So
वही
even though
देखने
you
गया.
watch it, even though you've seen it, even though you think you kind of understand,
अगर आज
the
PRX
concept
जीती
of
जिंग के
actually
साथ.
playing at that speed is very, very difficult at the pro level because things
फिर-
change so quickly, like you're talking about.
Well, there's not going to be any changes for this map, though, in terms of composition. Gen G
Bye.
going with the stock standard, the Fade
Normal,
on top
normal
of the
com.
Rays, and meanwhile, PaperX
दोनों
still
का
sticking
normal
with the single
com है.
controller, but going with double duelist, Something and Jing. Of course, Jing kind of leading
हाँ,
the charge
दोनों का
along there.
normal
When
com
they
है.
do this, Something really there for the trades, the opping, things like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's really exciting to watch. I think especially the way that Dubai can
Love
work
energy,
with
bro.
something on
Only
this
used to
sky, I
watch
think is
your
really
stream
impactful.
for
The way you can
all
set 'em up with those guiding
VCT
lights
games.
is often
Love
really
you, Eamon.
destructive.
Bye.
like PaperX is a team that has a lot more success taking the A site than most
Love
teams
it.
do on Lotus because
So
of
may I
that
thank you for the
because of
20
the ability of Ilya.
paid
And he
super
also
chat.
changes up his guns, right? You've seen him take the Judge
Sharam
and things
karo.
like that.
Yeah.
The Shorty, very, very powerful on some of those corners, and it's a
Jing
lot
का
of
training
divide,
arc पे थे.
oftentimes setting him up for those close
भाई
quarters
फर्स्ट ब्लड
games.
जिंग ने मारा ना
We'll see.
पूरा
Gen G
ऑडियंस
how do they
चिल्लाने
compare
वाला.
against it. Coach Alice gave
कुछ
them
लोग तो
credit
स्टेज
for
पे भी
already
जाएंगे लग
adapting
रहा.
to things they had picked up from Masters Madrid. But now with PaperX just peering into the notes against Gen G, how well
अच्छा
can
हुआ
they
तेरे
adapt
स्ट्रीम
in
चार्ट होने से
game?
पहले
We
ताना
will
खत्म
kick
कर
off
दिया
map
वरना
one of
जीजी
this
था.
best of three. It's a rematch of the kickoff finals, and it could be a preview of upcoming finals as well in
How
the
long
future.
it's been
Gen
since
G on
Fracture, पता
defense
नहीं.
versus PaperX on attack.
No doubt, a duel of the fates, it seems to be like for 2024.
भाई ये
So
क्या
very
नाइफ है.
excited to see exactly
Satellite
how
वाला.
this is all going to shape out. And already kind of a different look here for Gen G on this pistol round. 3 right down to B.
Ooh.
And I think they have a pretty decent read on what
Pro
PaperX
player
likes to do. You're
knife
gonna see
tier
that
list
these
कर
three in
सकते हैं अपन.
particular play a lot together on this map on the defender side. The
मिल
Fade,
जाए अभी वो
the
लिस्ट में एकदम
Raze, and the
F
Omen.
पे F.
The combos here really, really devastating with the
Game
haunt
sound
into
बड़ा
the
और.
paranoia, the blast packs. The smokes are really well placed by Karan.
भाई
I
Pacific
went
का
back and
game
watched some
sound
of the VODs
बहुत
of this
कम
map.
है
I'm
यार.
so impressed with the way Karan plays Omen.
Yeah, I mean, he's really grown into one of his own, and it's going to be a read, but Jing's going to get the
Mara.
first shot and leading in numbers as well. PaperX not going to pick up the
Jing
tempo,
ने
though, with
पहले
the
मारा,
counter. Pink shows
पता नहीं
coming out,
कैसे.
slows him down, and now just leaving alert.
PRX
They
2-0,
will
PRX 2-0.
reset to explore other parts of the map. Now rotating over to Mount, they would have control of the revolving door
क्या
as well.
एंट्री भाई
This is
पहले
huge.
ही
They get the
मारा.
heals off as well from Divine. So yeah, Mind Freak taking quite a bit of damage there in that exchange, but able to get him up a little bit. The door is open, and looks like PaperX is really highly considering a full-on C exec.
Yeah, but despite the heals, of course, not all topped up just yet. Munchkin, can he get the nice shots in through? And the Poison Cloud comes up, but Forsaken,
भाई
he still
ठीक है,
somehow
अच्छे played
crouches
है.
through, continues
ना?
moving forward, dodges the bullets, and now Texture. I mean, it's a 2v3. No real point in waiting for backup. He's got to dwindle the numbers, but he's been checked out through that one-way. Meteor now on the backup, and PaperX, they've taken their post-plant positions, 3 spread apart with crossfires all the way through. But a nice
Tenu.
headshot from Meteor, kicks things
Oh,
up,
Tenu.
and before he catches the trip, he's got to get the second, down to a 1v1,
Oh!
and Texture already wrapping around. Gen G will recover the pistol
Oh,
round for a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I think PaperX is going to be kicking themselves a little bit after
ओ
that one.
भाई.
Unaccounted for. It's that late push from Meteor. Still at a paranoia, still at a flash in hand. They weren't
Right.
able to confirm any of
अच्छा
that information,
खेला
get an idea of where they're
Gen G.
coming from. Divide just straight up loses that battle to Meteor. And certainly Mind Freak trying to do what he can, but Gen G there, well read, even though they lose
भाई
that
लोग
opening play there. Jing just gets a drive-by
मोमेंटम
with
में
the
आगे
frenzy.
गए लोग.
And even though they're able to heal
Corsair
him up
मारा,
fully,
Jing मारा.
track the
मेरे
movements
दो
of Gen G,
अनमोल रत्न ने मारा.
PaperX quite nicely. Shift
उधर
their way
भी
over to that
Texture और
C site,
Meteor मारा.
and Meteor so clean on this map.
चार
with that
मेरे
kill swing.
अनमोल
He's so
रत्न ने मारा,
devastating,
चार.
post plant. He's so smart with his timings. He's so accurate. Such a difficult player to deal with.
And that's exactly who PaperX is going to be meeting up with here in round 2. Taking that ult orb on C, but they're not going to push just yet. Of course, set up their own one-way for a little bit of delay. Of course, a lurk already coming through for PaperX as well. A lot of movement around the map, trying to make sure that they have options moving forward. The alarm bot tripped, gotten rid of, and now took a little bit of damage on the side of Forsaken, but of course with the Sheriffs,
Lurking
they're just
हो
looking
सकता
for
है. अभी
these
ये लोग को
one-taps.
एक
They
को B
push
पे
C,
रखना
they
ही
push
पड़ेगा
B.
ना.
Now setting their sights onto the A side, pushing Karon back on a timing.
And he's going to have a smoke back up in a second. Let's see if they can take advantage of that. They're going to try to make an entry of it. And Karan, knowing that he's all alone, just
Plays
going to
it
back
safe.
off. Yeah, it's really smart of him. He knows that
Yes.
this is likely a death ball coming at him.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the eco, especially with PaperX and Texture, not going to greet it either. They recognize the push has come through. Karon just going to look to hold close quarters with a Spectre
Big है.
stuck on tree. But look at this.
भाई
Gen
दो
G
बंदे हैं.
already aware of the possibility
भाई
of a rotate
अच्छा
back
blind दिया
into
बे.
Meteor. He's been blinded, but now he's got his sights back. Lakia there, but still a 1-for-1, 2-for-2 trade for PaperX. Pushing Heaven, picking up weapons. Texture recognizes the danger, has to keep them at bay. Now
भाई
it's all 3
अच्छा
members of
blind
Gen G
दिया यार.
pinching onto the site. Karon takes care of one. The double of PaperX stuck on Heaven. Texture just keeping them at bay until his teammates are able to pinch in. But
Shot,
Divine
man.
gets a kill on the drop. Karon hoping for backup from Texture, and they'll both get
भाई-
a kill each at the
भाई
same time.
दोनों
recovering the
टीम बाप के
anti-eco.
लिए बे.
Great patience at the end from Gen G. This is something that has made them
Omen
so
का blind
successful this
sexy
year. is
था.
They're rarely
City push sexy
not
था.
attacking together when there's at least a couple players left. Like the trades are great, the flank timings are really, really good. That means the
Anti
communication
था
is
ये,
really,
anti
really
था,
good
anti था.
for Genji. A great
अच्छा
paranoia
damage
from
दिया.
Mindfreak to bust this open and a couple great shots to back it up.
यहाँ पे ये
last-
Mindfreak एक kill लेता तो जीत जाता.
Meteor very uncomfortable there.
उसने already
Karan
बहुत
there
कुछ
working
किया
that
है
Spectre
team के लिए.
very nicely against the Guardian, not giving it really much opportunity to find an easy headshot from that angle. So well played by him, buying time
पैसे
as
नहीं है.
well. So very nice for Gen G. So they
पैसे
get the
नहीं है Gen G
expected
के
win,
पास.
but still
क्या
a
लगता है?
decent amount of damage done here
Yeah.
by PaperX. Leaves it on only a couple Guardians, some Ghost and 2 Sheriffs.
Yeah, I mean, you lost a Bulldog and a Guardian, right? Bought triple Guardians there to try to really snowball things forward as both teams trying to have a bit of a skirmish to control rubber. It's going to be a late delay for Gen G. We've seen a lot of teams adjusting to this. It's going to be a high-low from Karan as well, off of all the Yuto masking the sound. And that is Rubble taken over. No weapons dropped to the side of Gen G. Just said upgrades coming through, but Forsaken, we've seen it go through so early once again from Baby Door. It's going to be a triple. Can he get yet another ace? He seems to do it every time here on Lotus. And now Gen G spread apart, having to fight solo on either side of the map, while PaperX, they'll be grouping up as 3. They don't want to make the same mistakes. They want to make sure that they're there for trades. But
क्या मारता है यार.
all the way around the site. Texture gets spotted by the cam. Looks like, I mean, Gen G, they may not have time to really activate anything here with the remaining timer of the spike.
Texture able to upgrade the gun. Cannot win the duel against Devi though.
It's just Meteor, who doesn't actually have a weapon either, so he'll have to go for whatever damage he can get, trying to isolate the 1v1s. He gets one. Oh, I thought he might be able to get 2. Of course, the spike's still taken down. It's going to be the round win
But around
for
निकाल
PaperX.
भाई वो push अच्छा था बे. दो दरवाजे तोड़ के wall up.
Not an execute.
और
Like
फिर
a
एक साथ
space
counter
take for Gen G,
rubble
let's
लिया.
put it that way. They did not do anything quite like this when they played Talon. This is a very different look there.
But Talon did this against them, right?
Exactly,
a lot of that
exactly.
delayed retake of Rubble.
No, exactly. So this was like something they weren't really doing.
भाई
And the
अच्छा
combos
था
they
भाई.
used here
ये
a little
shot
bit
अच्छा
different. Karan was
use कर
rarely
सकते
getting
हैं
up
अपन.
on top of Rubble. It's usually allowing Texture to work the backside of Rubble while Karan smokes for him and paranoias for him, and then the Fade is there to grab a haunt to try to get a reveal for Texture. Very different look. This is much more like what they usually do on these takes. You can see a Boombot this time to clear that space. Really well read here by PaperX. This was something Talon never really addressed, and Karen's going to go to try to get up top again. PaperX doesn't want to mess with this right now. They're going to wait things out.
कौन मारेगा?
Again, tries to reposition on the timing there, and
वाला
some
scene हो
people
गया
get the
उसके
peek. I mean, Munchkin recognizing that he didn't really have an exit, want to get close to one side or the other, but he will be picked off. That forces Gen G to reinforce their B site, and that's just going to leave something here as a distraction on the side of PaperX. They'll even open the door to make sure that backup does not arrive onto the C site. Meteor, can he hold on to this alone? But it's going to be a perfect paranoia. He's been surrounded. He's just trying to stay alive, but it's too many members. And now the flood of Gen G that used to be so perfect has been broken apart into just a couple drops.
Bro.
PaperX, all alive, spiked down, and looking forward to a flawless round here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so
भाई
difficult to play
DRX
against
2.0
the
नहीं
speed
दिख
and
रही
aggression
है.
of PaperX and the combos of all that utility flying in there. I mean, time and time again, every team in the world that's had to face them has had to deal with it. And you never quite know what to expect because the timings are always a little bit different. They're always a little bit uncharacteristic from what you saw in their previous replays. Like they're kind of shifting how and when things happen with their utility. Like the paranoia might come a little bit later. The guiding light might come a little bit later. Things like that make it really difficult. You could see Meteor there just had no idea what to do on the C side. He's just trying to find some kind of safety, and there was none.
Yeah, and I think a lot of something that PaperX has learned as well is that Gen G will oftentimes be prepared for those trades, right? So they don't want to take any chances. If you're going to go into the site, we might as well dump everything we have. Make sure that we are coming out on top, because that is something that plagued them both times where they've been up against Gen G so far in 2024. Take a look at some of these replays as they just barrel into the C site. Now, as we see the adjustments coming out on both sides, it's going to be Gen G who's going to be lacking the credits. They'll still have a couple of rifles. They're going to force up to a certain extent, just towing that line for a half armor buy, and of course a marshal for Meteor. And we're not going to see any builds come line as Texture, of course, already sent to Showstopper.
Never count out Meteor with a
He's
marshal.
not new PRX,
One of
he's just
the best in
old
the business
PRX.
with that gun. The deeper paint shells this time. No space taken off of it. Just trying to bully them away a little bit, although the cam did go up here for PaperX, so they know that they can push a little bit further. They could take advantage of this site, which maybe Gen G is expecting them to have backed off a little bit. Now, Forsaken over towards B as well. Really important
Exactly.
here.
I mean, PaperX, they recognize that if no one's pushing Rubble after that utility, somewhere else there has to be more info, and they're going to start to combat for that space, and Forsaken is going to have a great time to take over B side as the rest of the main force is starting to pressure A, drawing out a lot of utility from the defending team. During this, Forsaken on the minimap, checking out the entry points into B. Will he have a timing? Meteor has his eyes set, but PaperX, they just want to pinch in. They realize with the number of utility flying into A, it's going to be a safe bet. Now Jing going all the way far back, perhaps way too far ahead of his team. No backup there. A rifle dropped for Gen.G to pick up. This could be a bit danger. PaperX recognizing that. They'll start to push out.
That was tough there for Jing. Couldn't quite get his aim under control. Maybe seeing a little bit of that rust on him. Gen.G realign for this retake. 3 gonna pressure Forsaken here. They've got a crossfire set up.
Gen.G, they just want to make sure that they're able to pick up a couple more weapons before they go in. And look at that, a triple peek. High-low crouch as well, but now it's back to a double from the side of PaperX. They're not letting this go yet. Mind Freak will spray down the remaining members. And Texture all alone with a Sheriff. Can't make the magic happen this time. PaperX will be taking over the lead, 3-2.
Every decision making
looking really sharp here today on this Omen, not only with his utility but his shooting.
लेकिन कैरम ब्लाइंड और लाकिया का रिवील भी बाप का.
For him, showstopper for Jing.
शायद गन्स रहता तो जीत जाते थे
Jing
शायद.
just taking a little bit to get into it. We've already seen that after a couple maps. He felt pretty comfortable in the first go around against T1. So certainly expect him to pick up the pace. Are we going to see one of those quintessential off the rip fast hits from PaperX? The double satchel, exactly, the double satchel into the showstopper. Definitely something to be considered for Gen.G for sure.
Yeah, PaperX, they've already taken him out. They're not masking any sound here. It looks like they're going to be ready for a boombot sent as well, trying to make sure that Meteor cannot combat this. He doesn't have much to work with. All his Yuto already taken down, but it's Charon here for backup. Munchkin as well, opening the door. They actually get fired back upon. Mind Freak is just continuing the spree. So he takes one down, and that opens up a timing here for PaperX to enter the site. Meteor, can he hold on to it? No, the flash is too good. The paint shells will keep him tied up, and the showstopper will make sure no one else from Gen.G can approach as Charon eventually gets taken down from the lurk of Forsaken as well.
Forsaken didn't have his gun up, and still Charon couldn't quite get him in time. So tricky to deal with. That showstopper comes out, and Forsaken's already lurking on your back lines. Ooh, the dink through the wall there by Texture.
Just so much to get through, and you don't have much space to work with. Lakia will still be able to fire back against Jing, but a lot of that timer is already run down. The spike ticking away. They're still going to go for it. Prowler on pressure for Texture to run in, seemingly wanting to take advantage of that low health on the dink. And it's going to Texture. He lands just onto the tripwire, and at this point, Lakia, he doesn't have a way out either, just trying to fight for his life, making sure that they do not chase. And it's just the lone Vandal saved up. Forsaken on the hunt. He knows that he just has to try to go for a running gun, but will not greed for it either. Stabilizes at a 4-2.
Yeah, it's
Jack, 7,500 watching और 2,000 likes. सारे full screen पे like करके जाओ.
You know, when Jing's got a showstopper and things like that, but they're slower with it. They're not quiet about it.
सारे लोग like करो, timeout पे जल्दी.
PaperX is trying to bait out Gen.G a little bit to see what their reactions are going to be here early, to see what they can get away with. And when that double
क्या
door
ये
opens,
timeout heavy help करेगा
right
Gen.G
now.
को?
He's just ready for it. Gets one, does a ton of damage to another.
लेकिन fight to fight दिख रहा है. बस यही दिख रहा है कि PRX winning those fights, but
to push them towards
head to head जा रहा है.
Forsaken a little bit lucky to get away with his kill on Charon, but still the
Alex
idea
भाई खुश रहेंगे. अभी तक table तोड़ा है
really
उसने.
good right now.
Yeah, just a lot of adjustment, having learned from their previous matchups, understanding that Gen.G will always have a plan to provide backup. If not, the site's going to be left empty, right? They have things like the lockdown. So PaperX not wanting to take any chances of dumping things into the void and then getting flooded upon. Really understanding the habits of Gen.G, and I think this is one of those maps where Gen.G is starting to get tested all the way to their limits. How much deeper does your kind of baseline fundamental playbook go, right? It's not about the set plays anymore, it's about how you're adjusting to the tempo of the opponents. We'll have to see how much their homework has been done. As we take a look at round 7, the Econ once again quite broken on the side of Gen.G, just the lone Vandal carried over, and Meteor will be relying on a trusty old Marshall once again, up on the other side for something.
And these wins are so huge for PaperX because they keep those ults in a weird cycle. They're not able to really get those down and start cycling them back again. So you're just, essentially eating through ult orbs that you would love to have. Instead, they're not able to really get like the Nightfall there, the lockdown as well in play in that previous round.
हाँ
Find
रबल फाइट
any availability to use them.
रीटेक ले
That
सकते हैं
works
रबल
so nicely in Paper X's favor. And by
लेकिन
the way,
early
this is a
fight
map where
में
both teams are really good on their
बहुत
defender
util
side.
है
Usually, Gen G has been really stalwart in their defense on this. Now they're going to overstack C, kind of expecting that this has been where Paper X feels like they have a good read onto Meteor and his positionings.
Yeah, but backup all arrived, right? And this is even with that snake bite to try to fake them out away from A site. It's going to be Texture who's trying to make sure he blocks him up, but he's a little too scared to fire the first shot. Wants to line him up, and that gives time for Jing to turn around for a double. Uncharacteristic of the star duelist of Gen G to hesitate on the trigger.
वो मार सकता था
Let the round slip away. Karon, the rookie, last one alive, and Forsaken continuing the jiggle for another round win.
भाई जिंग ने दो घूम के
It's
कैसे
just
मारा
incredible, the timing and the coordination you can already find here. You know, you're just going to dive in with the shorty as you kind of expect. But then you have Jing up on the box to cover you as well. So this executes so good. The late paranoia right on top of Munchkin there.
रबल कौन सा
Even if
प्लेयर
he
है
had,
रबल प्लेयर
had
नहीं हो
maybe gotten a
जाएगा
kill on
जो
dude,
सामने
Jing
दिख
or
रहा है
something
ना
like that, didn't even matter. But still,
जहाँ पे नेड वेड
love what Gen G, or excuse me, Paper X is doing really nicely timed hits. They're kind of waiting
Jing
things
was
out,
the missing
feeling
piece
out
of the puzzle.
Gen
तो piece
G
देखो इसका
enough. And then they're able to do what you were talking about earlier, Will, that they're just dumping utility when they know they can get value out of it. And that's been really powerful. Big hit. Trade. Oh, Meteor and
the
Karon.
pinch as well. Mind Freak trying to
भाई,
stabilize,
वो
but
वाला
eventually
round था
goes
ना?
down, and Paper Rex really choose to stay and fight. Forsaken wondering if the Prowler would spot him. It does eventually, but he's on duty now. He has to lead the forces of something, still sticking with the operator for the time being. Both
ये
trying to
स्टार्ट
open
देखा
up
लेकिन
the
ये
right
देखने
side
में
of the
मजा
map.
आता है
Targeting
B push और
B-site
C
and
push.
Rubble. Something's going to make a
पूरा
lot of
retake.
noise, waiting for Forsaken to gain some intel in the middle of the map. And Gen G, they don't want to fall for this. They're trying to make sure they group up all the way in Defender's spawn and make sure they don't let Forsaken know of their whereabouts. Spike plant, heard by Meteor. Going to enter onto drop, and it looks like it's just going to pinch even with the Nightfall to make sure.
Oh shit.
Does get tagged right at the end, has no audio. A little bit of that decay as well.
Still has the Blade Storm. That back pocket. Lockdown going to have to be invested.
Well. I mean, Gen G, they really want to make sure that they don't
कुछ नहीं
get
कर
pinched
सकते
from
वे.
the
हार गए, ये
flank
round
as
हार
well.
गए.
They are prepared for everything, and
ये round हार
Lockdown with
गए.
a snap on, but something with a flick to answer back. And now
ये
the
round हार गए.
lockdown goes through. Still not enough time, though. The
कुछ नहीं कर
defuse
सकते.
already started, so some heroics from something,
Shot तो था
but a
something
desperate
का.
round win for Gen G.
Ninja
I mean,
ulti
consolation prize, I suppose, for Paper X
heavy
is you
पड़
got
गया.
him to use 2 big ults in a 2v3. That's like a huge win in my book for Paper X. Yeah, you lose the round to that early aggression, essentially. A great idea, great change of tempo for Gen G.
इसने
Just kinda
defending
push
lead
out.
था
And
अच्छा
it looks
कर
like Paper X might have been somewhat ready for it, at least on the C side, but the B side caught him enough off guard. It was able to be a punch through for Gen G. Get a much needed round win, especially with rifles in hand, to bank up a little bit of extra economy, because it is deep pockets for Paper Rex right now. They've got some ults again. Showstopper once again for Jing going to be available. You do have the Viper's Pit for Munchkin. See how he wants to use it, but I think he's going to be a little bit patient for it. You want to make sure that you aren't going to be cleaned out early. Maybe if they get a spot on you and the Showstopper in the right place.
Yeah, generally, Gen G, one of those teams that does like to wait for a little bit of a surefire way to send that ultimate, even if it's on a timer near the end of the round, something like that. So we'll have to wait and keep our eyes on Munchkin. But like you mentioned, Gen G's ult economy a little bit mixed up. Whereas Paper X, they've got their options even with the operator. Now Texture waiting on the C side for Gen G with his own operator that allows his teammates to be ready with a trap play near Baby Door. Paranoia already spent though, so Karon just gonna have to wait for the crossfire. The tripwire sent, no reaction. Forsaken trying to bait this out. He knows that this door is open for a reason. And now the execute on through the revolving door is gonna happen.
Wow.
Jing sends it, uses the showstopper as an extra boost to move forward, dodge all the bullets, and the site has just been broken open.
Something
We do
आराम
see a
से
bit of a
something
trade near Baby Door, but something is
something
the
आराम
guard.
से
I don't
Can
आराम
you get
से
through him?
no
Oh,
idea.
the barrel. No idea. Lakia still hidden right by it. They sniffed something, but not how close enough it was. And now the retake. Gen G, 3 members ready for the
भाई
flood.
Munchkin
Lakia
ult
just
मारेगा क्या
trying
वहाँ
to
से
draw
deep?
a lot of aggro towards that Baby Door side, draw them out into the open. Mind Freak going for a bit of a Hail Mary with the from the shadows. Meteor going to stabilize the shot first, but now the pinch. Gen G, they hear his shots, and it's going to be a peek out for
Oh,
Texture,
shit.
but he gets taken down. Mind Freak still going for it, half already done by Munchkin. The defuse, they just want to try to stick it, but the spam's coming through, it's ticking down. You have to stick it now, and he's pinpointed point on for the headshot, and Divine will clean it up. A 2v2 victory for PaperX.
Yeah, beautiful read here by Mind Freak. Been so good for PaperX on this half. Using his ult at the perfect time. Putting himself right at drop. An interesting spot to go. You might expect, as Gen G, that he goes a little bit deeper with it. Have to invest the Viper's Pit. Try to make this retake a little bit safer. But the crossfire good. Texture just not quite able to find that shot with the picked up operator off of something. Something is going to grab that judge. Finally probably going to invest the Blade Storm as well. Got that 3-man execute towards Rubble for Gen G, but nobody from PaperX is even going to be in that destination.
Anytime Gen G is weak on their buys, it's going to be Meteor who's targeted. But you can't count this guy out with single shots. He'll take down 2. It's going to be the Raze and Sky down.
Alex
Something
ने
also
बोला है
taking a
देखो
big
ऑलरेडी
hit. And that
मोनेटाइज
slows
हो गए
down
हैं
PaperX.
अगर आपने अच्छा नहीं खेला अभी आप 7th हो गए ठीक है अच्छा खेलो ऐसा कुछ कन्वर्सेशन आई थिंक हुआ रहेगा पॉसिबल है
C-site have been flooded. They will be found through the neural theft.
And now they're going to change ideas. Saw too much pressure. Try to make it work on to beat. Forsaken looking for the pick off the ping, but not quite able to find himself that kill. Plant going to be able to come down. Switch to the Vandal.
Oh, with the classic! Oh, takes him down. That's a rifle upgrade. Now Forsaken's lurk already ready for this. They have no idea. Forsaken, he'll just take the 1 kill. He's happy to buy time to try to bring home this round victory. Tries to flick up, but that's a tough one. Lakia will be able to find that kill. Mind Freak dodges, and he won't be able to connect to the second one. Munchkin picking another with the Sheriff, and it's going to be the Thrifties of Gen G that return.
Classic Gen G Thrifty. So good at this. Just a little bit further ahead than maybe PaperX was expecting. They got the ping off the flash. And I could see some level of potential preparedness there for PaperX that maybe somebody would be at that mound, but Meteor was just too fast and too good. And Forsaken tries to double pump a bit after he got that 1 lurk kill, but Lakia reads it perfectly. And he's still going to be trying to pressure that angle. So nasty for Meteor there. I mean, you can see they're firing at him. They're pre-firing, trying to get to him. Meteor's just too quick, too good.
He's been in that position so many times before.
He's insane, man. I mean, with those, like you said, the one-tap weapons, there's few that are better.
Well, now Texture, he'll have to get an operator bot from his teammates. They were trying to look for one, but little did they know PaperX did invest in another in that previous round. And there won't be another this time either as we go into the last couple of rounds of the first half. PaperX still leading 6-4. Something dashes ahead of Rubble, takes all this space, and he's ready for it as well. Sees the tag, sees Lakia getting hit right through the toxic screen. No idea what hit him. And now 2 members of Gen G still on the A side. But a lot of risk, tries to take the shot, but he's a little too late, only hits the Trailblazer. And another swing out, but Texture, good for another. Oh, that's going to be the double blast back. Completely draws the crosshair away. And PaperX seems to have good control of this A site once again.
The reaction protocols from PaperX are so good. Right on the back of that Trailblazer to try to set something up. Yeah, he dies, but immediately Jing satchels past the operator, knowing that he's stuck in place without using satchels of his own to get out. There's no quick out for Texture there, and Jing and Forsaken take perfect advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely an honest moment of, was it a bird, was it a plane? No, it was Jing, but by the time he figured that one out, Texture was down and out.
Do you have any answers?
Now it's going to be the 7th round win for PaperX. Finally bringing some good old balance to the attacking and defending win rates to Pacific.
Yeah, it was about time. I mean,
we haven't seen this in
quite
so often.
I know. Lotus has been a super defender-sided map, but it is going to be the team ace for PaperX. They will claim a 7th round. At least stay positive half, no matter what happens in the last one. Let's see if Gen G can make it 7-5. Money should be just there.
Thank you for the 20. Thank you.
Need to see another look. Yeah, I think they have just enough to get through with the buys. What do you do against this?
Yeah, and then he still gets Karon as well. Karon trying to figure out where he needs to provide backup, but it's just too fast. And while Jing has to adapt a little bit. Okay. All right, so we're going to go for a Sheriff, a Bucky, and a Spectre on the side of Gen G, all to make sure that Texture can get an operator. Just so we're clear, he hasn't fired too many shots with that weapon in this first half.
No, it is quite the mixed bag here for Gen G. Try to see if they can shut this down. And look at PaperX kind of ping-ponging here, and it's so fast. They're already on B. Forsaken already taking space, already trying to see if they can clear this open. I mean,
it's as if they have a hard read on this op buy, right? The force up, seeing that the weapons probably all over the place. We just have to make sure we don't run into the operator, nor any of the amazing ultimates on the side of Gen G. Nightfall gets used. 2 members will dash out, but something gets ahead of it. Doesn't need audio when he's up in the air, and it's going to be Showstopper trying to keep the rest of the team at bay, but Jing jumping forward. Gets a lot more kills, and now just Meteor left alive. Picks up the operator. He's always been good for 1, but can he be good for 3? Not even a single kill, as it will be an 8-4 for PaperX.
I mean, this is starting to look like 2023 PaperX for sure. I mean, yeah, there was some really good ideas here early on where PaperX was kind of baiting utility, trying to figure out exactly how Gen G was going to play things.
First time in history,
some of that
Alex Bai ne
control either from Gen G towards Rubble that they were doing time and time again against Talon. You know, a lot of times Gen G you would see the Fade, the Omen, and the Raze all taking that Rubble control early and then using that to kind of box Talon in. However, PaperX was kind of like waiting it out and say, okay, we can send something forward a little bit. Okay, they don't like what they see, they're going to pull back. And they're really brutalizing Meteor on that C site early and often. And that kind of set things off kilter for Gen G. Didn't really feel like they were ever comfortable. And then a lot of times, Gen G's been really good so far this year with anticipating like some of those deep pushes after a plant goes down. They did a really good job absorbing that pressure against like Talon.
Sure.
But today, I mean, it's because it's PaperX.
Oh, DRX Jinx ne ho raha hai kyunki dawai hai.
And the tempo changes as well from round to round. It's not just the old W game all the way through. Right? Sometimes you're baiting out the ultimate. Sometimes you're trying to get ahead of it. PaperX definitely starting to creep into Gen G's head a little bit. Now Gen G will have to clear their minds as they now take the initiative on the attacking half. Screen set up on A, the default screen to help take control of Rubble. And it's going to be 4 ghosts, just a half armor for Charon. Looking to stack towards B. They will meet each other once again.
This is looking just like our previous pistol round. It's just different teams on different sides, but it's like almost the exact same setup. So you're going to rely on Forsaken for PaperX to kind of lock down the A site, get the info for a retake potentially, but it looks like it's going to be another brawl right at the front of B.
And they'll run into each other right away. The guiding light, and it is going to be antied, and there's a paranoia. Counter paranoia as well. Do they recognize where it came from? No, they're going to spot Mindfreak a little too late, and their crosshair is shaken up by the Boombot as well. Double kill for Jing. The answer back from the door from something as well. The backup is there for PaperX. Now a 3v2, but of course the battle still 2v2 as Forsaken awaits the approach on the A side.
It's a pretty good read now for Gen G, moving towards C.
Yes, मैं मेरे को एक बात बताओ, आपको सब जगह क्यों जी दिखता है यार?
PaperX
कभी कोई
not letting
मैच
go of
एंजॉय
those
कर
W
सकते हो?
keys and just going to keep right at their
ऐसे
heels, right
jokes
behind
पर
them.
थोड़ी
Nawaki is
पिटाई
watching it. Is he going to be able to get it? Nope, that's spiked down too.
Not quick enough, and Munchkin, he's afraid of the flank now, recognizing that they're pushing him from behind. You got to be afraid of where's Forsaken coming from. Surely it's going to be a pinch and a wide swing. Something's been loving those.
ये मैप का
VCT
MVP
Pacific as they continue the lead in the second half.
समझ रहे हो?
I mean, many try to brawl with PaperX.
Forsaken
You
and Jing
succeed.
are
And
like
I
my
like it from Gen G. See if you can get a confidence win here.
but
See if you can get a
आज
boost. But it just isn't
आज Mindfreak
ever
ने
really
Jing
able to be
जीता.
dealt with. That Boombot not quite cleared. Causes some serious
PRX
problems
में
as well.
Jinx नहीं है तो
So
Jinx नहीं हो
again, the
सकता.
slight
बात तो ये
delay
भी है,
with some
love
of
यार.
these util
Finally
timings
तुम
from
लोग का
PaperX.
humor मेरे level तक आ रहा
Playing
है.
off of
अच्छी humor
context
हो
with
गई
their
है तुम्हारी.
utility. This is something they do so well, time and time again, that a lot of teams don't really understand or anticipate until they played against it, especially with Jing in there, because Jing is full on confidence. He does
Same problem with
not
Gen G.
care at
Rubble
all
ने
what
ले
you're
सकता.
doing. He is going to take the fight to you when he feels like it's time.
Yeah,
Same
I mean,
problem.
Jing is quite frankly overheat incarnate, but PaperX work really well with it as an active drone, and it also gets a lot of kills at the same time. So it's a bit unfair sometimes, but we'll see Gen G. It's not going to be this round as they are just sitting on a singular sheriff, but can they stabilize in the upcoming rounds because they don't have too many left. PaperX are only 4 rounds away. He misses the first, he misses the second. He's in a bit of danger now. He's got to run away, but something is there.
कोई नहीं, मैं हूँ ना
Jing, you did not
जी.
account for this one. The H-shells will knock Jing out. As Jing wanted to greed for another off with the reload, but now back up arrived from Divai. Gen G, all their eyes set on something. He's trying to draw aggro, but it's going to be Meteor who's just checking. There's the jump peek, but it's going to be Divai who swings out first. And now just trying to spray down the close members. The classic comes into play as well. And Divai doesn't need the PaperX buff. He'll just get the kills himself alongside Mindfreak.
Yeah, there's
जान
just nobody
पूछ
else
कर
in the
उसने
world
मिस
that
किया है
does
भाई
these
जान
setups.
पूछ
I mean,
कर
Paper X just does bizarre
क्यों
stuff. Putting the
मारेगा
Outlaw
सब वही
up on
करेगा
top
तो
of the
टीममेट्स
rock
क्या
there, and
करेंगे
then
ये वाला
you've got
लॉजिक था
something
एज
just
अ
holding the
रेस मैन
angle
आई
out in the
अंडरस्टैंड
open, and Jinx sticks around just a little bit
कोई सीन नहीं
longer,
जिंग
and that's intentional. That's to buy some extra time there.
One enemy remaining.
To force kind of the hand of Gen G, where they say, okay, maybe we can isolate Jing. Maybe he overstayed his welcome. Like you were just saying, sometimes he overheats. Sometimes he kind of goes for those extra big plays when he doesn't need to, but it's all just bait for something.
300
Even though
के
he
डन
whiffs the shots,
क्या बात कर
there's an
रहे हैं
extra layer there for Paper X.
I mean, of course, also the fact that they're
1200
double duelists, right? Both of them
subscribers
having
yeah.
that mobility to continue to extend that fight until Divide or Mind Freak, other members of Paper X arrive. And Gen G, if they can't
So we
get
got miss.
the kill
But
right
my house
away,
is
if it's
being
not a
taken by
headshot,
all
one
Gucci.
tap, you gotta
Love
question
you.
whether you want to continue the fight or not. As Paper X, they
ये
love
राउंड
to
Gen G जीत
drag it
सकता है
out.
क्योंकि बहुत स्पेस मिला
That mud fight. And now it's going to be texture planted in rubble for this round. Gen G, they've taken over that space, but at the cost of quite some big util, like the paranoia already being spent by Charon. Now planting the lurk into B as well. Classic Gen G coming out, classic default with this composition. Spread out the lurks across the map, see if you get a reaction. Now at 50 seconds, they still haven't cleared the Cypher setup though.
किधर
On C,
जाएंगे
that's going to
बे?
be their next obstacle.
Yeah, it's going to be the kind of go signal for Paper X to start pushing the rest of the map. I like what Paper X did here. Really tried to hide.
Oh,
their
shit.
setup.
Stunned.
Oh, they got him.
Trying to creep forward, but it's just not enough, and something clears that. And Gen G, they wanted to rotate back. They wanted to plant something in C,
बोलो
but
ए
now
आ
they'll have
रहे
to just
थे
start
पता
to
है
walk in and clear all these
Gen G
traps. They have
return
no
आ रहे
idea
थे
where Forsaken might be. They're creeping
लेकिन
forward. They
जिसने
thankfully
कॉल दिया ए आ
will clear
जाओ
out the
उसको
Cypher,
ही
and now
मारा
taking over
ढूंढ
the
के
site. It's going to be a
सीधा
quick
सी भागो
surround
बोला
by
उसने
Paper X. Revolving door and something now from defender spawn as well. Trying to clear the angles. He draws the sight of one, and that's going to be the cue for the rest of the team to start pinching it forward. Divide trying to draw aggro, but he goes down. Now a 2v2. Gen G,
ये
can they
crucial
win
है.
the duels? It's going to be Munchkin
Nice.
who wins one. Now a 2v1. Mind Freak, he gets one. Can he get the
Oh,
save? Straight down,
almost.
not quite landing.
almost
And
almost
Munchkin finally gets one more on the board for Gen G.
He almost had
जिंक
that.
में हो रहा है क्योंकि
Almost.
जिंक
Still
उसके पास
had that. I
ऑलरेडी
think he
है
had to dig
माइनस
through the wall
प्लस
there.
प्लस माइनस व्हाट अबाउट
Absolutely
लव यू
bonkers
माइनस
stuff today from Mind Freak.
Perex having 4
He
seconds
is playing some of
Accidental
the best
having
Valorant we have
6
seen.
seconds
This Omen stuff. This is a huge win right there. If Forsaken gets one before he's traded, now, if you want to fault Paper
That's
X at
right.
all there and say that
सबसे वो लोग
Forsaken gets a
casual
little bit
था.
ahead of things, but Forsaken just trying to see if he can catch him off guard a little bit. But fortunately for Gen G, they know they're wise to the trickery of Paper X. They know that you never know when one player is going to be pushing ahead of the
ये
rest,
बोल
trying to see
सकते
if they
थे
can
Rexy.
find that extra value.
PRX have
Extra
Mind
out-ahead.
Freak
Be grabbing that
Accidental
orb early
has
again, but
aim
a 3-man
freak.
stack here. Got Jing, Devi,
मेरे को
Mind
बचपन में
Freak,
बुलाते थे
ready
aim
to
freak
rumble.
करके सच्ची
Ball
बोल रहा हूँ
available for Lockett. He's set up for it. Now,
पता है.
are they ready for the
ये
close
मैं
hold,
reveal नहीं
though?
करना चाहता था.
Audio may not matter as much. The
आज
DK
का.
is going to be something they're looking forward to, trying to hold them, bottleneck them in tree, and so far Paper X succeeds
सारे
just a
बहरे
bit.
भाई, फिर भी
Divide
fight
trying
ले
to
रहे.
bounce back and forth. He gets sighted
Oh.
first, and Texture with a nice flick back around. He clears the entire
बाप
site
रे.
on his own, alongside his trusty
क्या
Boombot.
हो गया?
And that should be a quick round for
Texture
Gen
भाई
G as they
काहे
look
गुस्सा?
forward to a 6th round win. Only 2 members left
Spike
alive.
planted.
Paper
W
X,
ult लेके
Bulldog,
ला क्या
and
क्या
Vandal in
W
hand.
ult
Yeah, gonna have to be a save now.
General
But
क्यों लग रहा है?
Forsaken has taken a position. He's gonna try to find cheeky exit frag potentially.
Texture उल्टा
Something
लगता है
going on a bit of a look about. Just seeing if anybody's gonna come through there quick. See if he can get a freebie. Not gonna be given over there. Great execute from Gen G on the back of that Nightfall. I mean, I like what Divide did there, where he kind of sidestepped the Boombot and was gonna hold the angle, but Texture just so fast. Then the transfer over on a Mind Freak as well, absolutely nuts. He's ready for the third, and that's round over. So, I mean, seen it
Absolutely
time and time
nuts
again
क्यों
this
बोला
year
nuts
that
तो है नहीं इसमें
Texture can pick up these big multi-kills for you and just completely turn things around, get Gen G back on track to potentially make this a competitive map.
And that's something that really carried Gen G forward and
क्या
impressed
लगता
a
है
lot
Jen,
of people
OT?
around the world was that they could take turns
कुछ भी
having
बोला
those
Accidental
moments.
Binks की
And
OT love you
very
यार.
truthfully, we haven't seen too many yet here on the first map of this best of 3. But Texture will put one into the highlight reel to make sure that Gen G's not out just
ना
yet.
PRX
Paper
जीतेगा
X
भाई
not
क्या
close to map point, only
क्या
10
मारता है
rounds.
बे
They can't sit on their laurels yet. And there we go. The replays are coming back for Texture. Trying to loosen himself up.
Yeah, he's getting the feel of it now for sure, and that'll help.
And he's like, oh, yeah, where is it?
यार.
Oh, there's the
Texture I promise यार अगर PRX नहीं रहेगा तो तेरा ओपोनेंट में मैं तेरे को ही सपोर्ट करूंगा टेक्सचर भाई तूने मेरी अंदर से लाफ्टर निकाली है। मैं जेंजी को ही सपोर्ट करूंगा अगर सामने PRX नहीं है तो। ठीक है, मेरे को मालूम है अभी चैट क्या पूछने वाली है, उसमें भी मैं जेंजी को नहीं सपोर्ट कर सकता, समझ रहे हो? पहले अपना
But the Nightfall in particular really challenging.
लगा ही था,
Even
मेरे
with
को
the
मैं
paranoia
देखा
and
ना,
all those flashes
मेरा
and stuff
प्रेडिक्शन
that
देखा, मेरे को
PaperX
पता है मेरी
throws
चैट
out
कितनी हरामी
isn't
है, मेरे
enough
को
to
पता ही
really
है।
stop the momentum of Gen G when they're doing that execute. So now you got to rethink. I think we're going to see some more rubble control. I think that's something that obviously worked out in their eco
Sen,
route win
Adi,
when they had the
तेरे फाफा
extra
ने कराया
advantage of
था
having an outlaw
Sen
and
versus Gen G
a
Pacific
Vandal
में।
for
हाँ?
PaperX when it was just
बासुंडी
the
की
weaker
छठी
buy
गान।
for Gen G. So certainly you got to be thinking about that. You also got to be thinking about these alt orbs.
मतलब सेन
You know, one
ऑलरेडी
away from the
अपना रीजन खेल
showstopper.
रहा है।
Yep.
Blade
नहीं,
Storm and the other thing not as
विंस भाई तेरे
important,
मॉड ने
but
बोला
that's something you
सेन
got to
वर्सेस
consider here
जेंजी
as
देखने
Gen
का,
G.
एक
that,
बार
you know,
पैसिफिक आया
the
वो।
mound hit. I think this will be showstopper given over
Sen.
to Jing.
Yeah, yes, that quick and easy orb, and of course this allows you to set up Forsaken in a bit of a trap on A with the Cypher
आदि लोगों का
setups.
मॉड
Now,
से
really
भरोसा
just
उठ रहा है
trying to
तेरी
make
बातों
sure that
से
they
यार।
cannot take over backside too easily, trying to look for the picks rather upon the entry. Now PaperX, they'll try to funnel them towards the A side. It's all going as planned, but whether they can arrive in
ऐसे
time
जोक
is a
मारते
big
फिर
question.
1200 सब
Texture
कहाँ
goes in.
करेंगे?
Does he send it? The showstopper. It's not checking drop just yet. He's not wise to it at all. His teammates are going to start to funnel in. One gets seen, it's a burst, but
नहीं, एक
only
kill
one,
टिका।
as Forsaken wonders where the double peak will be. Gen G, thanking
एक
their
kill
lucky
टिका, एक kill
stars on
टिका।
that one, as they haven't taken too much damage just yet. Texture holding
Blind बाप
close
है।
from heaven, but I'm not sure if he was spotted by the Trailblazer. Not at all. He's hiding right behind the tux screen. He counts for one. That's one down. Tries to hide back into it. Jing goes way far. The showstopper not finding its target. Texture's still alive. He stabilizes for another kill. Might bring the short. He won't find its targets just yet. The Nanoswarm keeping them at bay, and Gen G, they've got the post plants, they've got the angles. The Nanoswarm will be cleared by Jing. He's quick on that, but they have to push. They have to get kills. It's a 2v3. The spike is ticking down, and they are just getting pressured as Meteor gets yet another kill. The paint shells, but Jing only 8 HP. Gets one kill. Can he at least drop all the weapons? No, it's going to be
almost
Lakia.
यार
Will get the last
Jing।
kill, and Gen G
एंटी
follow up to
रे
7.
I mean, this is
एंटी
again
भाई।
Dexter with just positioning.
बात
this
कर
time.
लेकिन
Not
जेंजी
just
का अटैक अच्छा है।
great entry, great gunplay.
जेंजी
but
का अटैक
just a
अच्छी लग रही
positioning
है।
thing that isn't accounted for. That, you know, you can see on the map if you were watching.
Bro,
Device
I
the flash
feel-
towards drop that doesn't get any contact.
पिस्तौल
Then they
जीतते
throw
तो
the
fully comeback था
Trailblazer.
ना।
Does not see texture. They're trying to set up Jing to find that player that's a little too close that he can blast back into, get that free
लेकिन
pick
जेंजी दोनों
onto
पिस्तौल
the
जीता वो
flood
भी है।
retake.
दोनों पिस्तौल जीत
One
के
player that
7-10।
probably you would have liked to have knocked out of that round.
और
Left unaccounted for. Great
Sorry,
stuff
एक ही
there from
pistol
Gen G.
Oh, and Texture
क्या बात कर रहा हूँ
finds
भाई?
sight of at least one, maybe both members as he's throwing the paint shells as well. Just trying to make sure that they don't have an exit. Now, baby door broken open. So they have an idea of where the exits might have
Come back.
happened. Gen G
ये
now
round
stabilizing as
बताएगा।
Meteor clears mound. On the other side of the map, they're really spreading
अगर
their
ये
control
राउंड जीत
of
गया
this
तो
attacking
कमबैक इज
round.
very much possible।
Taken though. Just
क्योंकि
waiting.
नेक्स्ट बाय राउंड
Contact
तक
off
Killjoy
those
और
tripwires. It
वाइपर
looks
अल्ट आ
like
जाएगा।
camera on the other side. Something sliding over, but there's been no pressure at A, so now you have to kind of start to
आप
assume
चाय
that
पियो।
maybe C might be being thought about. Spike's still in spawn for Gen G, so they're trying to figure out exactly what PaperX's bigger change up after that timeout was going to be, right? The previous round was a little bit
क्या
of an eco,
Gen G
so you
पी
expect that
जाएगा
this is the
रीड
round that
करके।
really, you know, maybe there's going to be a response, maybe there's going to be a crunch out of Baby Door or something like that, but instead, it's all towards C.
Yeah, but I love that from Devi, right? They're aware that Gen G could rotate to either side, so on a timing, sends a Trailblazer that brings Jing over just in time before the execute happens. Is 3 going to be enough for PaperX? As we do see the spray
Oh,
coming in
shit.
through the smoke. Nobody close. They 7 clear the second trip,
Oh,
but it's
shit.
going to be something that draws the aggro first. Forsaken good for a double. Jing still alive on the site. Something
Oh,
trying
shit.
to bounce back out. As Jing
Oh,
flies
shit.
over
Oh, double
Texture.
shit.
He's just going in through
From
aim
oh,
tree
shit to
as
oh,
all
double
these
shit.
targets fly at him. 1v2. Can he get the clutch? He's already been spotted. He's going to plant with the help of the paint shells.
Oh, triple shit.
Doesn't have time though. He has to stick the plant. Will he have it? He stops it. Devi knows. And he goes.
Oh, ultra shit! What the fuck?
Drags Gen G out from the depths of
Bro!
hell in this map one.
What are you supposed to do against that? That's unfair.
Bro!
He's just insane. PaperX does so many of the right things here. Forsaken, something, Jing, all there to try to cover for this. And yeah, he gets Forsaken. You know, Jing does a good blast pack. Try to buy a little bit of bait. He gets up on top of the box. Texture's just better, and he plays this timing perfectly. Divide, you know, you kind of have to think that Divide might be trying to push you with the timing after that. Of course, he cleared up.
I mean, you see Lockie's face there too. His teammates can't believe it either. I mean, yes, he's your star player,
ये round,
but this is not normally.
ये round mind
Texture,
freak थोड़ी
and then
सी
he
गलत
just
खेला.
chuckles it off. Just another round, just another day for the Korean duelist on Gen G.
Mind-blowing. I mean, the way he plays that time at the end of it too, just absolutely brilliant. You can see Defy a little bit
ये तो
befuddled,
है.
not maybe expecting that last repeat, maybe not quite reading the time situation as well as he could. Maybe rethinking that one, but you know, you want to try to push him, but there just isn't enough space there. When he starts planning right before that 4 second, right?
Alex going to
4
break
seconds
किसी
to
ने
plan
ये
the
मेरे
spike.
ख्याल से first मतलब गलती भी नहीं बोल सकते यार
What's he
मतलब
gonna do? All right, well, I'm just gonna try to go to a different position. I think is what my
mind
is
freak
thinking.
jump
I'm gonna let
करता
him
अगर
get the
फिर
plan.
भी plan
I'm
stick
gonna
कर रहा है
reposition from behind that
तो
pillar and try
दवाई
to go
जाके
somewhere
मार
else,
सकता
somewhere
था और mind
unexpected.
freak भाग सकता था.
Texture just
तो
reads it
उससे
perfectly.
round confirm
Now
हो
he's up to
जाता
a
था.
positive
But
KD after that ace.
Yeah,
Texture
it's
बहुत
been a
अलग खेला
rough
बे.
going so
मतलब
far in Lotus, but he's back on top, and now Meteor
5
finds a
सेकंड में
pick
भी वो
on
प्लान
C as
ड्रॉप
well.
के
That
पिक
will
करके
slow
मारा
things down for Gen G. They know they
Texture
have
बाप
options.
खेला
With the Cypher down,
More
they can
than
go
DRX
anywhere. The
mistake,
immediate
it
goal
was
comes out. They've been spotted,
Gen G
and
OP.
something follows through. You have to watch out for this. Paper Rex, when they see an opening, they will not let go. They will drag you back. But Meteor says, welcome right into my arms. 2 down with the Outlaw. Tries to peek around the boom bot, not going to find an opening. Now he's just trying to play for time as the rest of his team is creeping into the site. Guiding Light comes out. Gen G has to make a decision. The call comes out to try to reinforce, but Meteor may not need any assistance as he gets another. Still only half armors on the remaining members of Paper Rex as well.
Yeah, this is not the fight you want to be taking with just
वो
stingers
लोग
in hand for
return
Paper
fight ले
Rex.
रहे
So now
ताकि वो लोग
gonna
vandal
back
ना
off
ले.
and try something a little bit different, but Gen G hot on their heels, opting to try to take a little bit more contact. Love these Outlaws coming out from Meteor against the ecos of Paper Rex.
Why?
Save a little bit of extra cash. Able
Are
to cover
they
the flanks really
hesitantly
nicely
going
with it
in so
as well.
that they don't take the
this little
vandal?
adjustment for Gen G. It has caused Paper Rex quite a bit of grief.
30 seconds left.
This is just so good. They know that the Cypher was gone from C site, but instead of waiting to see if the rotates have already happened, you don't know if Paper X is split or not. They decided to just deathball it into the site, playing with the advantage of numbers. 3 inside tree, Meteor holding from afar next to Rubble. Mind Free. Try to
Something
cause a bit of a
कैसे
ruckus
दवाई
with
का
this
था सर.
shrouded step. They definitely heard it through the wall, but are they aware of where he might have landed? You won't get a reaction. Gen G, they are just patient. They know they are so close to trying to tie this up on Lotus, their map pick. This best of 3 in stage 1. Tapping the spike, Mind Free recognizes the members, but Meteor's there for the flank. That's a 4K now. Outlaw picked up for Jing. He'll try to do what he can, but it's only got 1 shot left in it. He can't go for the double, and Munchkin will
By
clean things up.
9-10, by 9-10.
That's an interaction I didn't really ever think about with the Outlaw. But
Yeah,
मैं
yeah.
बोला
it's a
ना
rough
वो
one
round
for
crucial
sure.
था.
Yeah, he had to gamble a bit there.
वो
right?
round
It
texture
just
ने मारा
I don't
कि
think it quite
अभी
clicked with him. Or unless he's looking for the headshot.
9-10 में
Sure.
ultis देखो Gen G
I
के
mean,
पास.
still Meteor though, so good with it. 4 kills in the round for him.
ऐसा हर सीजन के मैं डर
Getting
गया.
tons of value
यहाँ
out of
ऐसे
that
लगा
Marshall.
अचानक से ये गया. ये
That
गया.
gives you a
ये
little
गया.
extra bank to utilize as well. Now you've got a lot of ults for both
Bro.
sides. Both sides of showstoppers. You have the Neural Theft
तीन
and the Seekers.
crucial ults है
The
Gen G के
Vipers
पास.
bit the lockdown.
तीन.
So a lot of counter utility play. Gen G this time going to be taking mountain control with a TP in the back.
Paranoia out, but he's not going to land the shot. Devi will stop it, and that should stop the advance from Paper X
Oh,
entirely. And Jing will
Jing!
slow things down just enough for something. He's thinking about peeking out of this revolving door. Off of the guiding light as well. The team comms are right back in form for Paper X as they will get another round. And I do just want to let Achilles know on the desk that Paper X finally got a round
Bro.
back once they bought the Odin. So, you know, I don't know. Causation, correlation, not quite sure where it
बहुत
lands, but it's
बाप
there.
स्ट्रैट था.
It is
Gen G
a
का?
very powerful gun in Forsaken's hand.
डब्बे
Wasn't
के
exactly
ऊपर
used
अल्ट
in all
मार
that
के
round.
Didn't
ब्लाइंड
matter.
और यहाँ से
It was
अल्ट मार
there.
के ये
That's
घुसेगा.
all- Yeah, exactly. I mean,
सैंडविच वाला
Jing
सीन
there
था.
gets so much
सैंडविच.
air.
Yes.
And then the fact that he's able to,
समझ रहे हो?
again, nobody
Gen G
recovers
का
faster
स्ट्रैट
from
बाप था.
landing after
लेकिन
blast
DRX का
packs.
काउंटर
It's
स्ट्रैट
just
और भी
unreal.
बापता है.
At his ability to stabilize his aim. It's tricky to do. Now we're going to see
ये
that
लोग
Odin come into
counter
play
strat
as
और
the
भी
doors
बात
being pushed by Gen G. Forsaken somewhat aware of it, but not able to find any You know, he found a little bit of damage on Texture, maybe. Okay, Meteor.
All right, Meteor. He's definitely had to play Jing a couple times.
Yeah.
But Charon goes down. So much damage done. Texture took a big chunk earlier as well. Now you wonder, is it even worth pushing for this Odin? They're going to try to draw that aggro over to the B side. This is all set up for Texture. If he can get a kill, they can immediately rotate back as well. But it's just going to be the neural theft, and Texture knows there's no way out. You have to push the B site. The post plant, they'll have to worry about that afterwards. So they will look to push everyone out. The pit used for one side. Texture takes over Heaven. The rest all choosing to stay inside the pit. So Texture's gonna have to buy a lot of time before the retake happens.
Spam के लिए bullets बचे नहीं है अभी.
Because there's no money left for Forsaken. Got enough to buy, but he's gonna have to fork over that Odin.
Yeah.
He knows these angles so well.
Yeah, I mean, barely just scrapes the cap off of Raze's head. But overall, Gen G get the read that with the Odin spam and no approach, that this might be a save. They read the credit situation here for the potential Odin. Want to do some damage.
भाई
Of course, not entirely necessary.
मैं सीधा वो लोग को बाहर निकाल देता था. अगर मैं टेक्सचर होता और मैं मरता था ना यहाँ पे, बाहर निकाल.
So Gen G will let the round pass. 10 to 11 score line. We'll have to take a look how this impacts the next round as Odin saved over by Forsaken.
I want to ask you, Will, did you feel like Paper X was going to try that retake anyway? Like, did you have it in the back of your mind?
You know, yeah, somewhere in my mind. Until I really saw Mindfreak really sit at the other edge of the map, I'm like,
Scene ऐसा है. This is very likely to go to
they've done
OT.
things where it's just Forsaken spamming and everyone sprints across, masking their
Very
audio.
likely
They've
to
done
get
some
to
crazy
OT.
things with weapons they shouldn't have.
हो सकता है. या क्या और ये round alt commit करनी है trees से. ये लोग A side घुसेंगे.
This is going to be the big one. Gen G continuing with their default opening to take over Rubble. And Paper X, they want to punish it this time. It's going to be a fast push out. Meteor, he's good for one. He makes the dash go away from the other. And now the backup has arrived for Gen G as well. They've cut off the forces pushing out of B main. And Meteor, if he can get that kill, if he had gotten it, the map opens up for Gen G, but something will back off.
बचाओ करके.
That was close for something. He's going to have just enough time to get out, but he still has no help. Everybody's leaning towards A. The read a little bit off kilter. Finally, with that Prowler coming through, now they're starting to shift back over, and it's immediate change in direction from Gen G. They're working the map so nicely.
Yes, still a full minute as well. Now the big benefit is, of course, Cypher set up on A,
Back
and Mindfreak understands he can't give up too
थे.
much space on B main. They need to get that information nice and early.
Trees से alt मारो. Commit करो alt. ये round जीतना ही जीतना.
Spread out across the map. Trailblazer no clear mound on that timing. It's going to be the Odin pressuring, seeing if there's a reaction to smoke to help hit the tripwire. The Boombot will take the hit for that one, but the Nightfall, it's going to force Forsaken out. Does he stick around? He tags one with the cam, makes sure that they don't approach, and that buys him just enough time to try to get away. Still no audio, and he has no idea that the rope's been taken. Busy with the reload on the Odin. Mindfreak takes over drop. Spike already planted though, and Gen G set up for the post plant. Texture with a bit of a curveball, the wild card. Something might have seen him because he catches the barrel, chases him down, and immediately swivels for a second headshot. And now it's just going to be Meteor and Munchkin, 2v2, but the health not on their side. Nanoswarm buying time. The second one has to be launched right away. It's a lot of time bought. They couldn't clear it in time. Half not done. Now switching up that position, trying to push it. They actually just get it with the spray, and if Munchkin can't get it, it's going to be Meteor, who's just buying time. Still enough for Mindfreak. He tries to turn away, but Munchkin finds a sliver of an angle. They are tied up 11-11. After what seemed an insurmountable 10-4 lead for Paper X.
Yeah, I mean, Paper X trying to get aggressive early, trying to see if they can win some of those duels, but it's actually Meteor.
और बाद में next round ults के साथ full buy के साथ ये लोग match point के लिए लड़ेंगे.
Gen G able to get into those post plant positions, hold those angles just long enough. Trying to play a little bit of game.
Balls of steel by A. Balls of steel by A. PRX.
Gen G too much at all, but
balls
it's all
of
that
steel
early
by
game. Kind of anticipation of the pressure, dealing with it, then working the map nicely. Here we go, fast hit now out the open.
Just right through the screen for Texture to pick up a triple. Paper X, they tried to adjust, and Mindfreak's holding on for dear life. If he gets a third, it's a totally different story. Now 1v2 for Forsaken.
क्या चल रहा है?
Do it when Paper X needs it most. The setup all the way on C site, but the lurk from Meteor. It's faster than Forsaken might expect. He has no idea, and it's going to be the kill. 12-11, map point for Genji as the crowd goes wild in Seoul.
I mean,
Bop
again,
game.
Paper X tries to challenge a little bit sooner than they have been on
Bop
this
game.
Rebel take. The Texture is so ready for it. He gets enough comfort
Bye.
with that initial hit, and no real bothering by the utility there. He gets ahead of the Sky Flash.
Crazy,
The reveal
bro.
from Lakia is so good. And then Mind Freak gets even deeper than Gen G is ready for, so he
Crazy.
picks up 3 huge kills, but still the round win comes from Gen G, so it's either going to be map Gen G or overtime forced by Paper X. This attacker side for both teams has been really good, but so far Gen
Lag
G's
gaya.
maybe
Lag
just
gaya, lag gaya, ult aa
slightly
gaya.
better, especially with this showstopper coming into Texture's hands.
Yeah,
Free
they
side.
know Paper X, they failed
तीन
the
मारूंगा, मैं
fight
भी तीन
on Rebel the
मारूंगा.
previous round, so Gen
Free
G
side है, free
is
side है,
calling them
free
out
side
on
है.
it, trying to pressure it once again. Takes the orb as well, sees if there's a reaction. It's a classic setup, and Paper X, they might have to go.
Bro, it's
for
retake
a
time,
bit
but
a
क्या
Hail Mary
ये
here.
guns
Just
के
make
साथ
sure
retake
that
कर
you
पाएंगे?
stick to your guns and say that Gen G, they will try to push and pull us, but they are set up on Rebel. That's the current call for Paper X.
And now you're worried about some kind of counter trap developed by Paper X in between rounds
Like
on this
करने
A
बोलना
side.
क्या
I
तुम्हारा
think
chat
something's
like
looking
करो यार 11 के
potentially
लोग
get
देख रहे
not just a pick, but maybe get an orb as well. Get that
5000
blade
likes
storm
भी नहीं
going.
हुआ like करो
Nice
सब
clear
लोग
on the side of Mound, though. So now Paper X, they know for certain as
ऊपर
the
check
door is
करके याद
open,
दिला रहे यार
it's going to
love
be
you
an A hit. Forsaken, does he look for a timing? He creeps
Reset.
in. He hears the Cypher Cage, but that's just bait from Munchkin. The absolute 200 IQ
क्या
play.
read है
Baits out
भाई?
the Cypher. Jing trades for
क्या
something.
read है bro?
But they've already lost quite a few. Divide trying to clear the site. Spike still not planted.
Oh,
The
shit.
showstopper will have to be used by Texture
30
to make sure
seconds.
they
ये
have enough
space
time.
वाली है, space वाली.
3v2 for Gen G. Munchkin holding from afar by Rubble. Tries to cover their bases. The showstopper sent to cover drop. Now Spike planted. Mind Freak, does he use the toxic screen against them? The smoke to see if there's a peek, but not quite just yet. Drop going to be filled up by Jing. It's going to be a pinch from Paper X. Mind Freak's creeping up, but the barrel shows as
George.
Lakia turns his head. Texture gets the kill onto Jing, and Mind Freak
Oh!
knows he has to get it, but not in time. And the IGL of Gen G
Oh,
will close out an
wait.
insane 13-11 map on Lotus.
What
It's
the
unbelievable.
fuck?
And the comeback here from Gen G.
Bro!
It's that determination they've had all year, that never give up attitude. So many of their games have gone to 3 maps. They've gone the distance. They've
Bro,
played an
best
insane amount of
test
games already
match,
here in
bro.
2024.
Best test
You can see that
match.
they are not breaking. They are
Huh?
holding fast. They are holding firm. Attacker
Best
side for both
test
teams really
match,
good. Something I
bro.
want to mention, it's been the defender side action on this map that's been really kind of
Yeah.
their bread and butter this year so far, but both teams having some great adaptations.
Absolutely. Paper X came out swinging with a lot of new ideas, with a lot of good reads, but they ran out of steam near the end, and we'll have the analyst desk
Let's
coming
go,
on to
cardboard
the show
winner.
to
Yeah.
break down the action a little bit further.
भाई क्या मैच था bro. Fuck.
And just when you thought maybe Gen G was gonna lose their map, they
Jeez.
said, nope, this is our map pick, Lotus, and they bring it back. But it didn't look like it was going to be that way.
It looked really dominant in the first half. I think like all of Wars fought with deception, and Forsaken was
But
a shadow. Like,
heavy-
the way he was lurking around,
fight
Gen
था
G,
भाई. Heavy
sometimes
fight
they,
था.
they just wouldn't expect him, and when they do
Only
expect him,
50
he's on
left for
another part of the
299
map.
के guys
It's just so
50
confusing for them.
subscribers left for
It
299
was an
के अगर
incredible
किसी
run back.
सब्सक्राइब
It
नहीं
felt
किया तो
like
करो
the
और किसने अभी तक लाइक नहीं किया है तो
insanity
लाइक
of that
करो
texture
जब
ace,
तक ये
which
लोग
was
बात
effectively
करते
a
हैं बहुत टाइम है
1v5,
आपके
which is
पास
what really cemented it. I will say though, for William, who is making a bit of a note towards me on the cast, and I'm saying this because he's walking past at the moment. Yeah, they were looking good with the Odin, but I seem to recall that Gen G didn't use the Odin too much, and they happened to win
First
this
kills
map.
देखो.
So maybe the
First
Odin
blood
just
देखो
causes
दोनों
you to
team का.
lose. I don't know what it is, but this was a hell of a banger opener.
Post
And if this is
plant
what we can
में
expect
scene
from
हुई
Icebox as well,
है.
with the confidence of PRX to pick that map coming in, oh boy, it's going to be one hell of a series.
Yeah, both of these teams definitely did not let us down. 12 first kills on
Map ball,
both sides,
PRX,
and I think you're
PRX
right,
again.
Achilleos. The moment Texture got that
11 हो गया अभी
insane
अपन.
kill, everything started to turn around. That's when you start to
PRX
see Gen
again.
G's confidence. Coach Alex was saying that just now. Once Gen G gets that confidence, that's actually the most unstoppable
Sexy
thing
किला
about
है.
them.
Ridiculously, yeah. I mean, it's that
Medicine
confidence
buy
for
के
sure.
20
I mean,
assist
at
है,
the
medicine
start,
buy
you know,
बाप
they
के.
were starting to struggle a little bit.
क्या है ये
Paper X started to
medicine
push
buy?
out against it. Paper
दवाई
X
बोल.
won the pistol at the start of the second half. But slowly, Gen G started to,
Crazy
switch
था
up
ना?
the pace a little bit. They got information with Lakia. Texture started to go in for,
Mind
those
Freak
triple
MVP
kill
था
rounds. There was
Mind
that
Freak
one specific
ने
round where he got a
बात
triple
कर
kill onto A site
और
off
पूरा
of Lucky's
team
information and
कितना
support,
close है
and
देखो
then
बे।
the entirety of PaperX couldn't
हाँ।
retake anymore. After that, Genji started to pick up momentum, and that's where the confidence starts to build up.
Yeah, I mean, the turnaround from began after, you know,
भाई कैरन का assist देखो एक बार
to where he ended up is
वो लोग का भी
absolutely
assist देखो बे
insanity.
Flow
It
state.
was just, yeah, it was just a crazy turnaround from him, but Meteor consistent the whole way throughout. It felt like Meteor and
assist
Locky
नहीं हो
were
just
really
sing
the
और
ones
that's
like
it मैं देख रहा था
holding
chat
on by
तुम
a
लोग को
thread. We
दिखाई दे
weren't
रहा
seeing
है
that
कि नहीं
impact from
मैं देख रहा
Heron, from Munchkin, from Texture at all that we're really used to seeing in that first half. But I think that, yeah, that rallying cry from the Texture Ace is what really just got everybody on the same page. But I gotta say, solid efforts to Mind Freak, because good God, from the whole map across, he was absolutely on point.
Yeah, he's consistently getting kills and just kind of anchoring down a lot of spots. Sometimes even in those clutch situations, like that one that we just
कैरन
saw,
का क्या
he's
कैरन
able to
का
pick
जो
up a
नीचे
couple of
वो
multi-kills
नहीं ले
here
रहा
and
था ना
there
फाइट
just to bring his team back from the brink, and that really gives them the even odds
वो
that
इतना
PaperX
fight
needs
किधर
to
ले
sneak
रहा
away
था
with
यार
these
वो
rounds sometimes. The only thing is just that, you know, although everyone from PaperX was chipping in, we didn't quite see that same kind of like in flow
भाई
state
टेक्सचर का
highlight performance
बंदा है
from,
भाई
you know, someone that we
लेकिन
expect, like perhaps Jing, for example.
टेक्सचर का एक टर्निंग
There were
पॉइंट
great
था
entries,
भाई एक
there
ही
were
राउंड
great
का फर्क है यार
performances,
दोनों
great
में
team
वो यही
plays,
राउंड है
but nothing quite as like
दोनों टीम में
magical
एक ही
or as
राउंड का फर्क
highlight
है
worthy as
वो
what
यही
Texture
वाला राउंड
did.
है
Yeah, and I mean, again, I
क्योंकि
think that
अगर
that's just something that's
टेक्सचर
going to
वो
take a
राउंड नहीं
little
निकालता
bit more
था
time
उन लोगों
for
पास बाई
PaperX
नहीं
to
है
get
नेक्स्ट
back
उन लोगों
into
का
that
इको
flow
जाता
state,
था
get back to having just the hive mind
तो
gameplay
जो
that
राउंड
we
था
were
वही
seeing from
राउंड
them
था
so
वो
consistently
एक
throughout
राउंड
last year. And I think that that's perfectly
is the
fine.
difference
All ready for
between
them to come in,
the
and
winner
then,
of
you know,
first
Alex,
map.
he was saying that,
That
you know, okay, it's
one
9 days for
texture
both
round.
teams to widely get prepped. He thinks that it's
Huh?
mostly even. I do kind of disagree, just given that Genji didn't undergo any changes. It was just them going to the event, playing with this 5-man core, and then coming back and practicing straight up with this one. So I still would give them the edge in preparation for that. So for PaperX to still make that as close of an opening map as it was, I think is a clear indication that PaperX is back. They are going to be one of the teams contending to be top dog here in Pacific once again.
But is it going to be enough for them to win this series, though? I think that's the biggest question on all our minds. I'm still like a little bit bummed out from this first map loss.
Well, if anything, I think Gen G gave PaperX a
President
taste of their
of
own
ISO
medicine.
Deadlock,
You
this
know,
map leaks
coming
आ
back
चुका
with
है
a
क्या
hero play like
नहीं,
that
नहीं.
and this turning
ISO
things around
Deadlock,
when
भाई, मेरे को
everything
नहीं लगता
falls
ना.
into sync, becoming their own version of their hive mind. And I know Mind Freak definitely has a girlfriend buff right now. She's here in the audience. There, you can see her with Auntie Jing's mom. Now, Icebox. We have not seen PaperX play this in a long, long time. And Gen G, the last time they notably played Icebox, it was against Sentinels. It was the map they dropped to Sentinels when they were so close to getting that Masters trophy.
Genji has played this an immense amount, and I was a
भाई
little bit
हाँ
surprised
ना
to
भाई
see
ये
that
लोग
they were
डरा
leaning
रहे
into it, as a pick as heavily as they had been, because it hasn't
डरा रहे
been
ये
the
लोग
cleanest map form. It's similar to like Zeta with Ascent in the past, where like you go to this map,
Chat,
you get wins
अच्छा
on
अच्छा
it,
Twitter
but it's
ideas दो.
always a struggle. It's always so damn close when you're able
क्या
to get
लिखो
those
भाई
wins.
इसमें मेरे brain cells काम नहीं
But
करते.
with PaperX, I
तुम
mean,
लोग
clearly
help
they
कर
have a
दो.
lot of tape that they have studied, that they will have studied coming into this one. So for them to not show it for the longest time and then feel comfortable enough to pick it into Gen G, they have to have a very solid idea about how to counter strat this team.
It is a bit worrisome, though. I mean, still, you know, everything that we know about PaperX, they
Things
prefer
like that.
some of these like wider
Who's gonna
open
tweet कर दे?
spaces. They prefer to
Language.
be able to work around the map. Icebox, it's like a little bit execute heavy. You might be able to work around
Nah,
mid a
that
little
middle
bit,
guy.
but other than that, mid has been opened up so much
cheap.
more because of that tiny little window around
Huh?
tube. And yeah, PaperX, we don't really know what kind of composition they're going to run. We had Jing with the Battle Sage before in the past. We had CGRS with the Gecko.
Yeah.
What's it going to be this time? I mean, so far, you know, 9 days of prep. Is Jing just going to stick to Raze, I guess?
You could. I mean, there's still solid entry paths on Icebox. I think that, and there's probably even more. I can't really think of
कौन
any
सी माइप पे
Raze performances that we've
Icebox
seen widely on Icebox since the changes came in. So there's probably a lot more that you could do. There's probably some crazy lineup you could do from mid and just completely
Fly
land in
in.
window. You know, you come straight up and
Talent वाला
then hook
reel
your way
बना
left
लेना,
into the
आप
window
एक
and just
बच्चे हो,
annihilate
अब लग
anybody
रहा
that's there
है.
in kitchen or two. But I'd be curious to see what
मेरा
they are going to
pendant
be
आ गया
putting
वैसे.
together. If I had to guess, I think it is probably just going to go back to things that they had done before. but we'll have to
मैं
just wait
दिखाया
and see, I
नहीं।
suppose.
I think you're right though.
शूट करने के बाद ही
I would
दिखाऊंगा।
be
मेरा
surprised
है
if we didn't
actually।
see something a little bit crazy, a little hair-brain idea like we saw in Sunset with that Sage Wall and
अंकी
Monyet
और
on the
पिंकी
Omen.
को बुला।
Little fun
Buff
things
चाहिए
that you
payback
see
के
the
लिए।
rest of the Valorant ranked community start using
करते
afterwards.
हैं
I'm
ना।
sure we're going to see some of that in Icebox.
You probably could find decent value running something like Sunset Comp on Icebox. I think that you could just implement that, go no duelist, just add another, some more control and initiators into the mix there.
299 के हो गए?
The Jet, and I think that you got actually find
कब
relative
चलेगा? 2
success with
मिनट
it
में।
on Icebox.
I feel like they still probably, I want to keep that Jet in, especially with something playing. But
Leo.
that's the thing. You got this
हो गया
idea
क्या?
of a Gecko now.
कोई
But
तो बोला हो गया,
still,
चुत्ता बनाएगा मेरे को।
So, before we talk about that, we're going to talk about agents. Like, there's more to talk about
God,
agents.
our ranks.
But we got to do our game where
Sharam
we
karo,
will
sharam karo,
adjust
Jack,
our
sharam
ranks.
karo.
You saw this at the beginning. I'm currently at Diamond. These guys are Gold. This is not our in-game rank, but our Pacific rank based on this question. I
नहीं
feel like
हुआ
we need to
साला
clarify
चुत्ता
that.
बनाया।
Because these guys are definitely not Gold.
Ooh.
They're better. They're much better.
Which player will record a higher kill count?
Yeah, so Texture or Jing will get the higher kill count on this. I think this is a... Do you want to talk to the process or do you want to share your vote first?
I do, yeah, I'll just
Considering Jing
Let's
Bai
go
ने
for it.
6 महीना break लिया था, I'll
Got
go
mine.
with texture.
I got mine too.
You guys ready?
Are you ready? Wait, he's
Let's go.
showing
Let's show it. Let's show it. Show it. Show it. All right, you guys are all
Okay.
picking Texture.
How can you not?
I'm amazed. I thought for sure both of you were
We're
going to
going
say
Paper X?
Jing.
Come on.
No, look, we like Genji and we like Texture too. But why do you actually, Quack? You should explain it.
I just said, how can you not? After watching that ace, how smart,
Bhai,
how
हाँ
like,
बे।
calm he was, how zoned in he was, that has to say everything.
But what if he's playing a Sentinel? Then-
Trade game पे
then
पूरी
works.
chat में मिठाई बांटना डन।
Well, no, because he was dropping big value kills on GE
True,
last
but
year. So
बराबर,
even
सो
if
जाओ
Texture
आज।
goes to play Sentinel, I think it'd
Oh,
be
he's
totally
playing an
fine.
Omen.
आज नींद पूरी नहीं हुई
Oh.
आज, सो जाओ।
Sage.
Jing is
My
on
God.
Sage. Okay, so we're not
Texture
seeing a double duelist.
Okay, so this is kind of what I expected from
4
Paper
second
X.
kill.
This is not what I was expecting from Gen G.
यार,
Duelist list
चल
comp?
रही है।
So they're doing.
भाई Genji का comp
Yeah, they're
actual
doing
में
what
अच्छा
I
है।
said Paper X could
No
do.
duelist comp works in
Well, it's a bit of a
Icebox.
curveball, perhaps from the coach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Both sides are trying to cook for each other.
I'm not
Oh
gonna
my
lie though,
God.
this I kind
दोनों
of
comp अच्छा है, दोनों comp
a
अच्छा
little
है।
bit because we have seen a lot of players just be able to shift over to playing Omen and looking absolutely deadly on it. I mean,
Texture
Tens is the
Omen?
biggest example
yeah.
of that.
Blind
You
करके
get somebody
TP मार
that
के
is
मारेगा
very
वो।
smart about their movement, about the decision making moment to moment. Put them on Omen.
We
They can
have
absolutely thrive.
duelist
Genji starts
Omen
on
versus
defense.
a bottle Sage.
All right, we're going to go to Icebox. First time we're seeing from Paper X in a long damn time. Let's go to our casters, William and Paper Thin.
Well, everyone wondered what Texture was doing last year, but now the question's back as he's no longer on the duel list. Picking up the Omen, and the desk has talked about, the shift. Yes, we've seen it. Obviously, Omen oftentimes used as a sub-dive
DRX
agent
के
as
पास
well.
दो classic
But a
with armor
very
है
new look
करके
from Gen G, where they've
ये round
always had
DRX जीता।
some sort of hard dive as part of their
ये classic
composition.
वाले ना
This
सिर्फ
is
कूद के आगे
Truly
बैठ के होते हैं,
shocking
पता
in
है?
a way. I
पीछे वाले
mean,
मार देते।
Texture is so good at Jet, typically very reliable with an operator. Probably still going to see him pick it up anyway, but you can always shift it over to Meteor as well. But on this defender side, really taking a ton of space, leaving the A side open. Just a little bit of the KJ utility cleared by Paper X. They're going to have a free
बोल मत
plant.
5 जन
Now,
flank जा
let's
रहे
see
हैं।
if
मैं
they
रो
can
दे
hold
मैं
out
मैं अभी
for
रोने
this
वाला था अगर
retake
5
through
जन
the
flank
nano as
जाते
well.
तो।
So everything open here for Paper X. Using that wall, make sure that this plant goes safe. But Gen G
सारे
trying to
पीछे।
figure out exactly where they're going to come from. Looks like mostly from their side.
Yeah, they're all just going to cycle back through
It's
screens.
can't
Now,
be-
something about the Sage Wall, obviously very good in the pistol, but in general as well, it should be very good against the double flashes of the Gecko KO, as you still won't be able to fire through all the angles. Something just going to get a blind kill through the smoke. That'll dwindle down to numbers, and a lurk already in action by Divide. We'll keep our eye on that on the middle of the map, as he's already cycled all the way through, but the wingman's still going. That snakebite ain't taking away little bro anytime soon, and we've seen this too many times for it to happen again, as Gen G will get the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, just Paper X there able to get what they wanted, get into their post plant positions, get the lurk, but Munchkin just too good on point. He's so confident on this map in the KO. He's just going to take that space, trying to get into your
विंगमैन
lines.
को थूक नहीं लगता है ना यार.
Very difficult for you to get those post plants that you want to get set up.
उसके बुंड के
It's gonna be
नीचे
Texture with the
थूकते.
Outlaw. In fact, kind of curious exactly who is going to grab maybe some of that long-range sniper
Walk.
weaponry.
Well, yeah, it's going to have some good value too, though, as this Force Spike comes out with the half armors from Paper X. Surely
is
they
the real
suspect an
MVP.
Outlaw when it's Gen G with Texture and Meteor. So we'll see what ideas they have. It's going to be a high pop flash from the KO. Texture just throwing out the Paranoid to buy more time.
Blind पे
Allows
blind.
him to reposition
By
a little
heavy
bit, something
force,
with the
heavy
hard dive
force.
in. With the dash, but Munchkin already there from behind the site, and Texture gets another with the Outlaw. Mind Freak's already close with the Stinger, and he's going to be able to
Wall भी
kill
अच्छा है.
Texture. Not able to stabilize in the smoke.
Spike planted.
And the spike will be planted. It's surrounded by
Uh-oh.
the walls. Lakia finds the scope of one. Mind Freak going down. And Jing all alone. Stinger in hand.
Possible
Judge and Bulldog to work with for Gen G. It's going to be the Dizzy that's used to clear away from Heaven. Now creeping in from Karon. The Judge actually gets the kill from about medium range from down below. And we will see Lakia pick up yet another point going towards his Thrash.
भाई
I mean, it's an
अगर वो
interesting
मर
idea for
जाता था
Paper
ना.
X. You send Devi,
भाई
who's,
पर वो सीधा
I think just
कूद
had a
के
ghost or something. It wasn't
Postman
one of the
निकलता
other upgraded SMGs that the
Almost
rest of Paper X opted for. But he just loses out to Karon. Could have been expecting some early aggression, able to use that against him. The rest of the guns not really
Almost
revealed until they
babe.
get on the site, but it's not managed very well by Paper X. Jing doing a good job avoiding the Dizzy, trying to set himself up, gets the dink and tries to re-aggress onto it.
भाई एक
Fortunately
और
for him,
बार
it's a judge that he's going to be
semi-force
facing in that
हुए.
situation.
मतलब next
So now
round
it's
के लिए
Stinger and
पैसा है,
then
लेकिन
Vandal and half body.
credits
So this,
देखो बे,
this outlaw
700,
get a ton more
750.
value as well for Texture on this A site.
I mean, the Outlaw, the Judge, it's all going as planned for
मेरे का
Gen
plan
G,
है,
though.
लेकिन
He
तेरी
will take
screen
the
confuse
Ultor,
रोक
very
रही है.
nice, quick, 1
ये
point away
मैप
from
के
that
बाद
ult
है. Next
command.
मैप भी बहुत बाप है.
And now they will back up the
लेकिन
utility.
PRX
Gen
miss
G
मत
know that this is an execute onto the site. Texture's holding close. He gets spotted by the dash. He's going to have to buy time as Munchkin will take out one of the Paranoia for support, but it's going to be Paper X that just absolutely
इससे भसड़
overwhelmed
में ये
Gen
लोग
G.
जीत जाते पता नहीं.
They will go for another
एक
plant.
भी
This time,
भसड़
no
ऐसा नहीं
stage
है.
left alive, so no wall to block off
भसड़
the line
में
of sight.
99% PRX ही जीती है.
Range.
भसड़ के बाद problems आ रही है
Forces
इससे.
away something with the nano swarms, ready for the
भसड़ के
trade as
बाद
well.
वाला
Forsaken
problem
eventually
नहीं
wins
है.
out, but that gives time for Gen G. The rest of the forces to push through. The Thrash will clear out all the areas, finds him, and
Oh,
he is
shit.
detained. And forget any sort of disrespect. They will just be going for the defuse. Lakia barely lands in time to get the kill without taking
मेरे
any
लगा नेट के लिए
damage.
जाएंगे
It's
यार.
going to be the third round nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin's so devastating with the Guardian. Saw it a lot in Madrid and in kickoff. Able to find some
विंगमैन
value
को कोई
early.
मौली
Yeah,
लगता
Paper
है.
X gets the
KJ,
plant down, but
KO, Phoenix,
losing
KO,
some pieces of the puzzle
KJ
along
का
the way.
लगता
I
है.
think it's Devi that started with the rifle in this round.
I
That's
think
so
बाकी
dumb.
सबका लगता है, बस
Get
Pix
yourself
नहीं
good with
लगती है
that gun.
शायद.
It's not even fair. There's good traits here for Paper X, but the weaker weaponry certainly hurts.
I think
And a good
only
start.
थूक नहीं लगती.
Yeah, let him know, Lakia. It's a good start for sure for Gen G. The Force Spy, of course, making that third round that much
DK
easier.
नहीं होता basically.
Lakia pinging the orb but not going for it.
बाकी सब
Slowed
damage
up
वाला है ना.
just
इसका
backing off
DK वाला
here.
है, तो
Yeah,
DK
just
नहीं
want to take
लगता.
that risk with the slow orb and the utility coming out as well. Paranoia at the ready. This is a trap play set up by Gen G. They're going to push forward. The Dizzy tags him as well. They're ready for belt push, but Texture not able to get the kill just yet. So down to 4 members, 4 rifles for Gen G. A dash in, but something he's been surrounded. Lakia tries to push him, but something's just waiting for that opportunity. And that allows the rest of Paper X to try to swarm the site. Munchkin and Meteor holding true in the back of sight, trying to isolate the 1v1s, but they
भाई
can't
लोग
get in. The
बसड़
no command
कैसे
will
जीतते हैं?
just go down
मुझे
at
सिंगल
the back.
करके
Karon
छोड़े
not
के
able to
बचता है.
res as Munchkin eventually gets
भाई
taken
अगर
out.
तेरी
A
बंदी PRX
3v1.
मैच नहीं
Karon,
देख
the
रही, वो
rookie
भी मेरा
star,
stream.
quiet in the first map. Can he find an opening in the second? Gets
फिर
pinged,
क्या
uses that
फायदा?
against him,
Okay.
isolates one. Ready
सोचो
for
इस
another,
बारे में.
goes for the repeat, but can't find Forsaken, already waiting wide away from the
One
corner.
more बसड़ PRX on top.
Tempo in
One
this
more
match
बसड़.
certainly feels very aggressive for both teams. You wouldn't think so without a duelist on the side of Gen G, but they're happy to try to take space. They're trying to catch Paper X, you know, over-aggressing onto those orb touches. Munchkin's been aggressive on them
No
earlier.
green,
This
no
time,
weapon,
it's
no
going to be
gecko.
Lakia who goes
Only
for it,
K
wisely
and
backs
K.
off. I don't know how something wins that battle, but then something peaks an angle. There's two players at Gen G there. He gets taken down. But on the other side, the trades are much better for Paper X when they swing around towards the box.
अबे कुछ भी डैमेज लगता रहेगा फिर से उठा के 10 सेकंड बाद फिर से डिफ्यूज कर देगा.
It's been very chaotic so far. As obviously, we haven't seen Icebox from Paper X in quite some time. This push out Forsaken, good for one, and out we go. Munchkin is nuts. How is he always so good with these guns? These one taps.
Especially on Icebox as well, right? There's something about him. Turns that switch on.
भाई स्टैट्स से
Tries to
मतलब
stabilize
जनजी
a 4v4.
एक जगह रुक
will
नहीं रही
recover
है.
that weapon now, and
क्या
that
शॉट
could be the
मारा?
deal breaker. But no, Jing just shuts down right away. And Gen G, despite having a 3-1 lead, of course the econ very low. Munchkin gets the kill from afar as we see extra damage coming in from Karon with the right click.
भाई Forsaken का वो वाला शॉट दिखाओ एक
To
बार.
retake some space, but with the rifle recovered, when does Gen G call for the save? Try to bank up some econ once again. He's ready for it. Sees the leg, and he will swing right back, trying to clear both corners at the same time. That might be the opening they needed. Karon eventually goes down. Munchkin, does he get the call that someone's close? Might have caught a glimpse of him, and he's going to get 4
भाई क्या
on
हो
4
गया?
EAs, but he needs to defuse the spike as well. Not sure about the position, waiting for Devi, who's oftentimes lurking, but not going to find him just yet. Devi will tease him with the timer. Munchkin just wants to take away the weapons one last time, but Devi will secure the round. 2-3 for Paper X.
I mean, what a round for Munchkin, though. Yeah, you get the win as Paper X, but you don't get much else. Lose a lot of players. In fact, Devi even goes down to the spike there at the end, so this is a great opener.
भाई ये शॉट देखो.
Munchkin's just so
ओह
good. That's a nasty shot. Being there using that wall to get up top.
नाश्ती मारा बे. नाश्ती
just barely they're able
बराबर
to
है.
get through
तुम
it.
लोग क्या कहते हो नाश्ते
Jing, when
में?
they used to play this map 2 years ago,
का नाश्ती
was
देखो
playing
बे.
on the Sage a lot, so kind of going back into that comfort pick here for Paper
उफ
X.
बे. उफ.
No Devi on
Oof,
Chamber. I was
shot
kind of
था.
curious to see if we were going to get to see a repeat of it, but certainly in this current meta, Killjoy able to claim so
Heavy
much
LTs
space,
है. PRX के
especially
पास
on your
heavy
defender side.
LTs.
Keep so much information under your control. Meteor to be the Killjoy on the B site. Be tasked with that.
Holding with that
Must
util that
cast
allows Gen G to go for their defaults once again. Push out A, take the orb, and immediately they'll reset to mid this time for a fast rotate to either site. Texture holding A with the op. It's going to be the Nano Swarms, and the null command comes through though. So it's not going to be allowing the Killjoy to hold on to the site any longer. Meteor actually backs out just to hold an angle, sees the gun barrel. The spike will get planted, but it's going to be Gen G, who already has so much space and a numbers advantage 4v3. Now the alarm bot goes off. They know that they're still bouncing around the entry from green into the site. Yellow not cleared yet for Gen G. All of them grouped up. The paranoia goes all the way through. Should have been something, but they can't find him right around the edge just yet. And Meteor, he's still running and gunning when he swings around. Something will barely get that kill with 28 HP. The snake bite clears it right at the end at the pit, but it's right up against the wall. The spike should be easy to spam through. Little bro tries to go for it, and Lakia swings out to assist the little bro, and it's going to be Wingman going for the defuse once again, 4-2.
I mean, so much damage done on the way in by Paper X. They
Bro,
don't have
the way
much for
Genji
this
is
post plant, so they're
fucking
going to send
playing.
Devi on alert. He actually does find a kill,
The
but
way
by the
Genji
time
is
he gets
fucking
there,
playing, bro.
the pit's already in. What are you going to do against this? And it makes it so challenging for them. Okay, you get the 1-for-1
बस मैं
trade
आपको
earlier.
रिस्पेक्ट
Meteor,
करता
great
हूँ
positioning, great
इसलिए कुछ नहीं
footwork.
बोलता नहीं ये
Then
सब जोक के लिए
Devi
कोई
feels
और
like
होता
he
तो
has to
पिट
go
जाता
for
है
it. Had the lockdown.
नितेश
Really
भाई
have time
थैंक
to
यू फॉर द
commit it.
मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोट्स द गोट्स
Hold on is Gen G finding their 4th round win. Now you've got a ton of ults available.
Goaters of the
for
Goaters.
Paper X. Going to set up for kind of a stabilization, seeing if they can maybe get that lockdown into play.
4 सेकंड के
right
पास
around the
फुल
corner.
बाय क्यू
Texture
है स्टिंगर के
watching
साथ
for that belt player.
And the jump peaks trying to come in for Jing. Not sure if they quite spotted him clearly just yet. Might have gotten a ping on the mini-map. But at the end of the day, not able to take too much space. It's going to be the no command used as well. And Munchkin actually moves away. They're actually, yeah, they're trying to just empty A site and see if they bite on the side of Paper X. Lakia hiding by the smoke. He catches the side of the blade, sir. Lakia wants none of that from something. Obviously, one of his debut highlights here on Icebox itself. Munchkin ready with a flash drive and the Dizzy. The double flash is being prepared. Can they clear out the lockdown? The lineup, is it going to land? And it should just be able
Lineup
to clear
देखो,
that
floor
lockdown
का
now. But
lineup
still,
देखो.
so much utility used by PaperX.
Return आने को
Gen G
भी
will
time
respect it.
लगेगा.
Paranoia early to retake the site. Something should be wary of this. The wingman clears the corner, and Lakia swinging around already.
Ulti
Gets
मार
one
दिया
kill
भाई,
off the top of Nest.
बहुत
That's
ulti use
the
किया,
forward
लेकिन
position.
भाई नहीं है ये
PaperX
लोग के
cleared
पास.
out. Forsaken now wrapping around. They want to protect the pin, and it's going to be an all-out brawl right outside the pin as we see Gen G continuing
भाई
to get the
सब
kills.
बराबर था, लेकिन
Forsaken
भाई
not
नहीं
able
है
to pick
यार.
up an upgrade to the weapon. Only
भाई के साथ
Mindfreak
करना था
left,
ये.
spiked down outside of his comfort zone, and it will be defended by all three members of Gen G. A Hail Mary push out as the pit goes down, trying to recover it, trying to isolate the members, but Lakia is still around the corner. No time left, and it will be the round for Gen G as Mindfreak will get a consolation kill onto Lakia.
It's everything in the kitchen sink thrown at this round by PaperX. And they still can't get over the line. They still can't get that win. Perfect placement on that frag bet by Munchkin on the lockdown. That's a tough one to get sometimes because it has to land so perfectly because there's only a small circle that the fragment can clear just by itself
Gekko और
on that
Viper
lockdown
ऐसे
that's
था
right
ना?
next to where it lands.
Viper
So
को
really
मार के
nicely done
Gekko
by
उस
him to get
तरफ
that.
क्यों
Having
भागा?
just a phenomenal map for Gen G is Munchkin in so many different ways. Setting him up really nicely there. And certainly Alex trying to get them back on track. But with all those ultimates used there, Will, now you start to
But
worry
I am
about
pretty-
PaperX because
I am pretty sure
you feel like
कि Alex भाई बहुत chill है.
pit down. You can use that lockdown. Okay, it gets
Pretty
cleared, so
sure
what?
क्योंकि वो लोग ने Icebox इसलिए लिया है क्योंकि वो मैप पुल से जाने वाला है
Win, but it doesn't come through.
और वो लोग का एक हफ्ता मिला है
Right now, control
खेलने
the
के लिए
edges.
बस.
I think Forsaken gets a little greedy. Trying
ये
to
सोच के Icebox लिया तो I think he is pretty chill.
there. I mean, I get why he did,
But Gen G is not chill यारो.
it's safer to just play in the
Gen G heavy खेल रहा है. हाँ?
Thought he had a moment, but of course, I mean, this is something that PaperX is so good at in the first map on Lotus was recognizing that Gen
Sexy
G
खेल
will
रहा है.
also never let go of the pedal once the fight starts. The trades
यार
always
जिसने मेरा स्ट्रीम को अब भी का अब भी लाइक किया वो लोग का दिन बहुत अच्छा जाएगा
As you
जस्ट सही.
mentioned, the ult's
आज
gone,
मेरा
but
Jinx
it's
पे
going
चल
to
रहा
be
है
a
तो मैं जो
force
भी
up
बोल रहा हूँ
into
वो होने
rifles,
वाला है.
only a sheriff for Forsaken
Just
on the side
saying,
of
just saying.
PaperX.
Like
Meanwhile,
करो, अंडी बंडी.
Huron still happy to pick up the judge
Stream
here
like करो,
as
अंडी
we've
बंडी.
seen that PaperX is going to keep up the pace to 11. Really push
year
the
खेला
sights
था
in. That's going to be the
क्योंकि
trap play
जाने
set
वाला
up
था.
here on
अभी बोला
green.
रे.
Mosh used to push him back, allows Karon to set up close by the door. Forsaken caught a glimpse of it on that jump, but not quite the
पहले
weapon
से
just
क्या
yet.
हुआ? हाँ क्या?
He's just going to be holding that angle. Actually, he's going to try to push it. This
Oh
is
no,
so
the top
dangerous.
flash.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, and he baits out the weapon sound as well. So gets the information he wants. Meanwhile, Mindfreak was already all the way up
Ready.
tube. Meteor takes a bit of a hit. Divide there. They didn't quite suspect two
क्या
members in mid
reads
already.
है भाई
Munchkin wanted to
लोग
get him on
का?
the exit. And that gives PaperX the idea to try to push back up. Meteor's wise to it though.
Revive है.
Sounds the numbers, and Mindfreak now another curveball going under tube. Planting Forsaken back in tube as well. PaperX, they're continuing
Revive
to
है.
keep control of mid. Nano Swarm used to allow for Lakia to hold a little bit
Let's go,
safer
let's go.
on the side of yellow. Resurrection by Jing.
Yeah, and you got to be real careful here as Lakia. You have a Thrash, so you're a real big piece of this puzzle.
Well,
never
as
mind.
you say that, the caster Chris strikes,
भाई,
and he'll go
sexy
down without
मारा.
much of a
Mindfreak
fight.
का
The
shot
PaperX
दिखाओ.
now have control of this site, but Meteor trying to defend his own lockdown with his life. Can anyone get here to make sure that it's going to be PaperX trapped into this texture?
Oh.
Will clear
Karen
the
भाई के
enemies,
पास
but
पैसे
something
क्यों नहीं है,
pushes
लेकिन
out
इतने
just in
तो
time.
rounds जीते थे.
Kitchen taken over by Devi. And Texture, it's too many angles for him to try to clear with an operator, but he's still going to go for it. Already posted up in Snowman. Doesn't catch something
अयो
up top.
ऑफ दे दिया.
Doesn't catch anybody else up top either, and Devi will swing
Ayo.
out on a timing. Take Texture with a headshot, and that's going
भाई
to
ये
be the
क्या
operator in
कंपटीशन चल
something's
रही है
hands.
भाई.
Yeah, showing us quite a
समझ
different
में
look
नहीं आ
after
रहा.
this. Putting some mid pressure
Rounds
for
वो लोग
PaperX.
जीत रहे.
They're able to
पैसे
get a
उनके
trade.
पास कम
Meteor with
है.
a good frag there on the Devi after he got the kill on a Munchkin, but it's a good
एक
little
के
bait
पास
and switch
ऑफ
there
है,
with that
एक के पास
lockdown,
शेरिफ
knowing
है.
that the operator is there to cover it. You know, Meteor aware that they're going to have to try to
सब
pull
जगह
that
fight
angle.
हो रहा है,
At
mid
least
में
able to
fight
take
हो रहा है, B
double
में
down
fight
with
हो
them,
रहा है.
but at the end of the day,
क्या
numbers
game
advantage
चल
too
रही है
strong.
भाई?
Not exactly sure what happened with Lakia behind yellow, but he got taken down quickly by Mindfreak.
क्या फाइट हो रहा है?
It's a big
एक
piece of
काम
that
कर लो
whole
ना.
puzzle.
गेम को पॉज कर दो, एक
Taken
टाइम
down
आउट और
and
कर लो.
immediately counter
समझ रहे हो?
timeout for Gen G.
सबसे बेस्ट टाइम आउट और कर लो जो ज्यादा
Reassess
टाइम
what's
आउट में
going
जीता
on.
वो
I'm
जीता
pretty curious about this. What they see that they didn't like in that round. Maybe it's the mid control stuff where they tried
जज
to
भी थी
challenge
उसके
it.
बाद जज से क्या करेगा यार?
And
Now
it has
just-
to be something along those lines,
तो
right?
उसका
It's
जज
just
पहले
about
से
the
देख लिया
recognition
था
of
ना
the potential
ब्लाइंड
trades,
करके
perhaps
और
getting
ब्लाइंड ऑन
maybe
पॉइंट था वो
too drawn out by PaperX's initiative around mid. I mean, of course, if you can fully control mid, it's a great area here in Icebox. But generally, oftentimes, it's one of the least looked upon areas because it's so hard to get full control, right? If you can still hold on to kitchen, something like that on the defense, Gen G
और मेरा
might be
चश्मा
happy
सेम
enough
है
for that. So just saying, perhaps talking about not getting wrapped up
म्यूजिक
in the tempo of PaperX.
Yeah, there's so many angles you got to worry about there. Paper X didn't really invest much in the
by
way of
texture
smokes
by
to cover
4
that,
kill
those
पे
angles. They
इसका
just
मतलब
kinda
सिंपल
took
है
that space
अगर
and
ये
worked with it
जिंजी
'cause they're
हारी
just that confident, that good.
तो फिर लोग
that,
बोलेंगे भाई
everybody's gonna be
टेक्सचर
kind of
भाई को
holding the
जेटी
proper
देना था
space.
समझ रहे हो
Divide, tries to push up tube, and Meteor so
सारे
stalwart
दिमाग वाले
in
लोग
his
जाग
defense
जाएंगे
time and time again on this Killjoy.
लग रहा है मुझे
Now, something going to be with the operator of his own. He tries to challenge off that snake bite.
I think a
समथिंग
lot
भाई
more
कोई
else.
चैलेंज कर रहे
Okay, Jing
हो
can
वन
heal.
बुलेट
Hey, that's
1
true.
HP चैलेंज है ऐसा
That
कुछ
armor gone forever, though. We'll see. It's going to be Sheriff's nonetheless. So
Here.
Gen G is just going to have to look for headshots. This is all really, once again, a trap play. And we've seen Gen G rely on this every now and then if they wanted to
भाई
throw a
डबल ब्लाइंड हो
curveball.
सकता है
They're actually just going to try to swing out. They don't want to let PaperX approach. They know PaperX would check the corners, but they won't find the kills. And it's an attempt from Gen G, but it's going to fall flat as there is the
भाई
aggro
क्या
drawn by
moment
something.
है
Great
ये
teamwork
something
from PaperX. Wall goes up, spike goes down. And that should be the round as Munchkin sitting solo close to the wall with a Sheriff. See if he can get a cheeky kill or two.
Hoping that maybe Jing is going to go up the rope.
Oh,
Get
look
a
at
freebie.
this. Restraint from PaperX. A rare breed indeed. Oh, oh,
ओह मेरे को लगा दूसरा मारेगा
Attempted the 3K. Attempted it for sure.
मेरे को लगा समथिंग
Why not,
मारेगा
right? Like, you might as well go big or go home there. You know you're probably dead eventually.
Yeah.
See if you can just
बंक भाई
take away
क्या
from
प्यारे
PaperX as much
इंसान
as
हो आप
possible.
लव यू क्या हो गया अनमोल
change an
भाई
angle
लव यू
there
यार
or something.
हाय सेंटियो
And the player on his left switched over to the right.
Yeah,
And
we
the
can
bait setting
go
up
on.
Forsaken. Get that second kill.
5-4.
Really nicely done by PaperX, but now operator invested for texture again. Couple half armors here and there. Thrash still going to be in Lakia's pocket.
और से
Taken
के
as
बाद
an
छाती को लो
ultimate, though. So let's see exactly how PaperX wants to play this.
Slow orb to make sure that anyone on pipes are not
किंग
going
भाई
to
कोई
peek out too
ऐसा है
easily.
जो लाइनअप नहीं है केजे अल्ट मारा तो
So in a
भागने
little
वाला
bit of trouble. No
फ्लोर
command immediately
push
to make
किया
sure that there is
तो
no utility
भगाने
for
वाला
backup.
floor.
And Lakia trying to make sure he goes for the anti-flash. They
Okay.
actually just don't check it up top. Munchkin draws the
Oh,
aggro
shit.
first, and it's going to be 3 members down on the side of PaperX. Gen G only taking damage on the side of their
Oh,
Gecko.
shit.
So that takes away the Thrash, but it's going to be enough for the rest of Gen G
थोड़ा left right हो
to
गया
clear out a site and take another round win.
well it's just a problem
Yeah,
of
it's just a player
solo
unaccounted for there.
KO
PaperX just
initiator
Keen
उनको
on trying to get past 4
clear
and see what
नहीं
they
कर
can
पाए
do,
वो
but
लोग
just shut right down by Gen G. I don't know what else to say about that. That one angle unaccounted for can swing around
तो
real
हुआ रहता तो
quickly.
भी वो क्लियर होता
That's going to be one of these
देखो रहता
cases.
तो भी
Great job
clear.
by Munchkin. Playing that angle very nicely. Yeah, that's just a shutdown from there. So, well, what do you do? GG go next for PaperX on that round. Just
Yeah.
not much you can say other than, oops, we forgot to check pipes.
Yeah, they'll have to remember
Jing
that
के entry
one.
ले रहा है।
Something. Going back to what worked a couple rounds ago, just pressuring
अंदर
mid,
उसके
trying to
duelist
draw
ही है।
out some of that pressure on the side of the map. But they'll still have to deal with Texture's operator if they choose to go B. As we can see on the mini-map, Texture trying to decide which angle to hold, trying to back out further towards Snowman. As Gen G's made the decision,
भाई
they're
ये
just gonna
round
hold
PRX
near
जीत
boiler,
सकता है।
near mid, make sure that they're ready for a flood on either
ये
side.
राउंड PRX जीत सकता है
Thrash going to be used to check mid, and it's not going to find anything, so right back towards Lakia's hands it will go. Just divide the lone lurker, all 4 other members of PaperX.
Oh, this angle.
Yeah, Texture kind of aware that something loves to swing out wide here on
Yeah.
yellow. You see it all the time.
Oh, Texture's waiting for it, but he won't find the kill just yet. So he will get pressure with the fragment as well. Now, the spike absolutely getting planted with the pit as well. What's the answer? Is there still a
कुछ
lurk from
answer है,
Devi on the
Lakia
A
का ult है
side?
एक।
See if that finds a good timing on the side of PaperX. Meteor sitting in the pit,
क्या
waiting
balls
for
of
his
steel
teammates
है
to
भाई
pressure everyone
Meteor?
else out. As Karan has eyes on the
Meteor
Killjoy,
भाई,
kept him
क्या
locked up
balls
in
of
mid,
steel है ये?
and now Gen G, they go for the retake. The Thrash comes out, trying to funnel everybody out of the pit. It's going to go land with the Paranoia out as well. Didn't they even hear the defuse with the Paranoia? Not quite sure. And now it's going to be PaperX who has to flood the pit itself, but it's going to be the defuse that already goes through. Not aware of the half being done. PaperX lose absolute control of their own Viper's pit.
What I'm curious about here for PaperX is the whole time, Devi is just watching from spawn down mid to see, you know, if there's any lurks or any flanks or anything like that, but it's never even attempted. Util just so good for Genji that they're able to clear the pit enough. You know, Meteor just sneaking in there right behind that box, able to take a little extra space, just in case when those taps start coming through that he's able to play from an unexpected angle. But PaperX there showing a little bit of some of that rust, some of that lack of coordination. You know, with Jing coming back into the roster.
It's going to be a lot, and they check the corner, but not quickly enough as Karon gets two, and that should be enough to slow things out. Paranoia keeps Jing at bay. Lakia already under tube. Wingman clearing close, but Texture goes down from afar. Mindfreak will equalize the numbers. Meteor picks right up where Texture left off, and Jing has to heal. They should be aware. The Resurrection comes in, and Divine tries to go for the trade, but it's a double stack. Lakia Munchkin will clean things up, leading 8-4 at the half for Genji.
Yeah, trying to use the res as bait there, but it doesn't fool them at all. Munchkin too crisp, too clean. Really solid half. A slightly different look for Genji. You know, even not on the jet. Texture able to find a bit of impact.
looking strong.
But really, this is like Munchkin and Meteor.
PRX is strats down. But Genji is looking strong.
Maybe not able to find as much impact as you'd like, but still good information control. You know, making sure they're checking mid, making sure that they're being a little bit more diligent about one of the few rounds that caused them a little bit of damage.
Please.
Otherwise, you can see PaperX looking a little bit dejected after that first half.
I mean, so many Stinger buys as well, right? But not much fruition from them. The idea is there. Sure, you have a Sage Wall as well. You can force the plant. You can cause some close quarters combat to go crazy, but not quite seeing it. Lots of parents bringing their kids to watch some Valorant as well, as Valorant's really been taking over kind of the younger generation here in Korea. Of course, with all the Korean teams playing
from
tonight, a lot of fans out in the audience.
Yes, it was getting raucous in the crowd when Genji started stringing those rounds together on Lotus. You know, those Texture aces certainly lit them afire.
I mean, surely around like that, everyone around the world, right? No matter who you're cheering for, some good Valorant, but Lotus, both teams really swinging at it, whereas this time, PaperX still have to find their footing again after the reset at the half. The look for the defense. Killjoy set up on A. Triple stack on B. Could even go for the safe on the old door, something like that. We'll see what
दूसरा मैप ये 8-4 शायद 7-5 हो सकता था.
From mid.
Well,
मतलब एक जहाँ पे लोग heavy ultis use किया था वो लोग अराउंड बाय नहीं था.
Both teams kind of nearing each other in their pistol rounds, just like we saw in Lotus. So Genji gonna get the site for free. Can they kind of turn the tables? Last time it was the defenders who were able to get this, but it's a much faster retake attempt here. PaperX already finding one. Munchkin down, the trade from Mindfreak as well.
Yeah, the flank coming in very fast. Genji wasn't quite ready for that. They were peeking out, but it seems that they were a little bit caught off guard, but a good angle from Texture. He's still alive with 27 HP. See if that's the deal breaker as Karon swinging around. He finds one. Lakia's going to pick up the kill. Goes for the trade there, and Jing, everyone's solo. Mindfreak's actually going to pick up the headshots onto two. Lakia and Karon goes down. Texture still at 27 HP. Devi at 89. He gets spotted up top. Texture, hear the drop, but he can't land the headshot as there's a slight ramp down. And Devi will get the kill and the defuse.
Yeah, as much as the beginning part of that round looked kind of similar, it was a much faster retake from PaperX. As soon as that spike started going down, they were just like, all right, let's go.
Well,
let's do
can
it.
we have a comeback too? Thank you.
Late flank there from Mindfreak, catches a ton of value. Once again, having a phenomenal map. I mean, even though day hasn't gone PaperX's way so far, Mindfreak has been a shining star today. Devi able to just get enough there.
Yeah, Devi's been very calm today. It's all been yips and uh-huhs and all the way through on the replays. Obviously, I mean, not too much to cheer for yet from PaperX. They got close, but no cigar on map 1. And now, quite a few rounds to string together if they want to get back the lead on Icebox.
No force buy from Genji. So things kind of looking a little bit more normal. But Munchkin, these tricky positions, are they going to be accounted for? He gets hit through the grate. Yeah, the grate of that fence.
Just barely stays alive. Had to go for the left clicks as the right clicks also would have just hit the grate as well. But it's going to be Mind Freak. Swings out, well aware of the lurk in from Meteor. And Wingman not even going to get the plan, and it looks like Gen G perhaps losing a lot of that value. Texture will pick up a kill. Mind Freak not quite aware of Charon's position. Nice to regain a bit of an angle. Texture gets another at long range around the point. That is a swing out from Charon. He waited so patiently, and he's able to try to hold control of the site. And Texture with 30 on the Sheriff makes the crowd go wild once again after a few quiet rounds.
It's brutal. PaperX just, I noticed that on the other side of the coin, they were being a little bit more diligent about checking for some of those cheeky positions that Munchkin might take. Like, if you give up A space early, you know, we saw this at Masters Madrid where Munchkin would push right towards your nest and push this time around, he hides a position that does a ton of damage, but the other end, so Sheriff singing.
Did he just random?
Texture doing a ton of damage, and yeah, just sneaky positions. Something that Gen G has been so good at on this map, using just those little micro timings to get ahead of your information, and it costs dearly. Costs dearly for PaperX.
By super impressed by Gen G, by
couple rifles for Gen G, Spectre and a Bulldog as well.
Super duper impressed by Gen G.
PaperX just trying to see if they can guess correctly where this is going to go. Gen G's been very quiet, very slow.
Stack is there. All the Sheriffs, like you mentioned. 3 already on Evan, 2 by Boiler. They should be a quick backup as well. Flash drives at the ready, so is the frag when the toxic screen comes down. They were waiting for this moment. Divide picks off one, and Gen G, they might have to reconsider things as Wingman will go in for the plant. But is that just enough? No luck, you can't get the spray down through the toxic screen. Something will pick off the kill. Now Nano Swarms at the ready, but PaperX, they're ready to push things out. It's going to be the Cloudburst, try to draw out a reaction. There's the Sage Wall, they have to break that quickly, but the swing up the wide swing, something once again the crosshair magnet works its magic, and that's all the time Forsaken needs for the defuse. PaperX answer right back with a thrifty.
Ah yes, we're right back. Both teams just kind of drifting each other all over the place.
Going to
I mean, this is, again, these timed retakes from PaperX where they're going to wait for you to start getting into position, and that's when they strike. And it makes it so difficult to recover because they're happy to play these scrappy games. They're happy to play like trust in your own instincts, trust in your own reaction type gameplay. A lot of other teams are going off by it. Gen G's done a pretty good job overall handling it, but this time does get the better of them
just that
with those guns.
Gen G ka counter
strat early by Lakia. Get a little, it does get the detain onto Mind Freak. He has no help.
Yeah, they're trying to chase through with the Shrouded Step as well, and Texture barely lands in time to get that kill. Mind Freak, all he could do was turn around and crawl away for his life, crying for help. But help was too far. Now Mosh at the ready, so is the Paranoia. It's a brutal trade though. 2 for 2. Now from the shadows, they recognize that everyone is here. Meteor already through Tube. Does he sense anyone right under him? Don't think they would have heard him just yet. It's going to be, I look at the positions. I mean, Lakia holding way deep in attacker spawn. And Meteor trying to hold on to mid. Now hasn't quite checked out the window just yet. Forsaken and him. They will. Okay, now they'll be aware of each other. Lakia catches one. The 0 point meanwhile pushes Meteor away from the kitchen. But Forsaken now he has to find the remaining members. He has to clear them out. He gets one onto Lakia. He's looking up above Tube. But now with Texture already out of the site, Meteor, no reason to rush it. They're just going to force him away from the spike.
Forsaken gonna try to tuck into the garage area, and we'll get there. The real question is he going to be hunted down? Still a little bit of time. Coming down for Gen G. Shots ring out. Forsaken knows that Meteor's over there. And knows that he has to be tucked behind that bridge. Gonna watch it. Turret coming out. Though, not gonna be able to find the kill. I love what Gen G does on this map. First of all, they read that there's just going to be potentially just a solo player holding down that B side. A lot of attention being paid towards A by PaperX so far. So they're able to use that thrash to make sure, excuse me, the thrash to get that pick. And then it's just they read the rest of the map so incredibly well. They're trading, and then they see, oh, there's only 2. We have an Omenal. Over to A we go. And And then from there, there's just no hope for Paper X. They're trying to do what they can.
But they improved
Holds
so
on to
much.
the entire
Yeah.
map, right?
Yeah.
Just to spread out. Normally, we kind of speak against that, obviously trying to stick to numbers, but just understanding how much the Paper X would have to clear to approach the retake. Now,
I got you,
pressuring A-site once again, and this time Paper X, it's a reactionary round. They try to go for a spread out 2-1-2 default. Now scrambling towards a Gen G, though.
Action
No
मारेगा,
lurk,
मेरे को
just
लग
a
रहा है.
turret to watch their
Action
flank.
मारेगा.
So they don't have too many options to rotate out, no matter how much time is left. Just going to be a set execute, but an immediate clearance of all the utility makes him think twice about this one. The paranoia to allow Texture to dive in with the Shrouded Step. He's already under, but he gets spotted. The slow orb keeps him tied up. He will go for the trade for Forsaken with a quick double, and another from Devi and Jing each. It's going to be a perfect defense from Paper X as they hold on to 3 members.
Well, now you can see kind of part of the
दुनिया
game
का
plan here for
कोई
Paper
भी
X.
बंदा
Understanding, yes, we
ये
talked
game
about
का
the fact
analysis नहीं
that
कर
they're
सकता.
really good at finding these
DRX का.
timings when Gen G wants to make their executes and shutting them down. You're seeing it here again. But
DRX
part of that is
का
also because of the
analysis
fact there's no
simple है.
jet. It makes it a lot harder for
लड़ो
Gen G to take
bitch.
space here, and Paper
बस.
X has recognized that, and they're shutting it down. They're hitting them at the point of attack, knowing that Gen G has to
यही
rely
है
on those
PRX
details.
के analysis.
You called it. They're
लड़ो
clearing a lot of
bitch.
that utility when it comes out and sidestepping it and taking really good angles, really good crossfires, making it really
लड़ो
tricky
भाई
for
इधर.
Gen G. So Gen G, they want to start thinking more about this B site, more about using
2-0 baby.
utility to clear these angles. See if they can get a plant down. Devi does find one.
Just saying it's
towards
10
mid.
it. अभी भी
Lurking
possible
Meteor
है.
accounted for.
Yeah, Lockett took a hit through his own
मैं अभी
dizzy as
बोलता
well.
हूँ कि
Forsaken
possible
still
है.
holding
10-8
on.
है.
Wasn't quite ready
और
for Texture to swing
सारे
out, but
ultis आ
will get
जाएंगे.
out safely. Jing finds
4
Lurking
ultis है. Mind
Munchkin.
trick का भी आ सकता है
Paper
अगर
X
उसने
starting to
एक
get
किल
a
लिया.
pulse onto
So next buy
the
round
opponents and their
DRX जीतने के
abilities to
chances बढ़
rotate
जाएंगे
and lurk.
10-9 and then they will go eco again. So
Now,
10-10.
stuck in
10
that
out of
garage
10.
area.
Neck to
Yeah,
neck
not
होने
much
वाली
to
है.
do on this round. Just trying to see if the opponents approach them for a couple of cheeky kills like that.
Well, they're just trying to dodge all that fire, but eventually
Mind
Jing
trick
is
को
going to
देखना
find
पड़ेगा
him.
उनके.
Knocking it down.
भाई क्या
Only
मारा
on
भाई?
Texture. Did pick up a Phantom in the midst of all of this. 61 HP. Not looking ideal, and turns just
कौन
last
कैंपिंग
second
रैंक
mind
में
freak.
करते तो कितनी
Good
गाली
for the
देते यार
final
स्टैट.
kill.
अरे इस
Paper
पर रैंक
X up to
डालेंगे
8,
भाई.
starting to catch up towards Gen G.
रैंक
We've seen
डालेंगे.
this before already tonight.
रैंक
I'll
में
see
तुम
if
लोग
Paper
30
X can
सेकंड
make
पे
the
पुश
same
करोगे तो
magic
भी गाली
happen.
पड़ेगी तुमको.
We've had a lot of Paper X
रैंक
fans
डालेंगे.
visiting
ये अलग है
Seoul
यार.
for their games even since last year. Try to get
यहाँ
that
पे
side of the
जीतने के लिए
arena.
खेलते हैं. रैंक में
Clearing up a little bit of that energy. Get them
खेलने
something
के
to
लिए
cheer
खेलते
for, as they're now only 2 rounds away to tie things up.
आ गया
Trying
ना
to make this
पाचन.
go to a map 3 unbind.
Look at that green bar of ultimate.
बताओ.
Yep. That's so scary now as Gen G, you finally get
एक
into a
सेकंड वो
buy
लोग का
round.
नेक्स्ट राउंड इको नहीं है.
There's
वो
so
लोग
much
लाइट
available.
आर्मर
They're just
स्टार्ट
gonna
किया.
go.
Oh, it's the wall up. I've been waiting for something like this. Paper X, there's never just a clean game of Sage. It's always something tricky, and it's just a push out across the
Baap re
entire map.
बाप
This Gen G
रे.
just dropped like flies all
बाप
near their
रे,
spawn,
बाप
never able
रे,
to leave
बाप
home.
रे, क्या
And Paper X shuts the door in front of him.
मारा
Yeah.
है
They have
भाई
to use one ult there. That's the
साहब.
res. You get your gun back.
क्या
Keep your economy
क्या
great.
ब्लाइंड
for
दिया
Paper
है
X.
I mean, I could do the same thing with the null command this time and res him up again.
Exactly. Why not?
बाप रे.
You got reses for days as Paper
क्या
X. I mean, it's
गुस्से
just
है भाई.
it's just
Where's-
crazy what they do sometimes, man. I mean, I'm just like trying to talk
Huh?
about what happened previously, and I'm like, forget it. They're just gonna
भाई
rush up.
कहाँ
I mean, yeah,
कहाँ
this is just a
गुस्से
tempo
है
change,
कहाँ
right? Catches Gen G
कहाँ.
entirely off guard. I mean, probably something that
Feed
Gen G
में
thought
बंदा
about at the
घुस
start
के
of the
दो
map, but
मार
the fact
रहा
that
है.
it has not
और
happened
किधर यहाँ पे
at
घुस रहा है.
all,
वॉल बन के
all
वहाँ
the
पे
way
चढ़
up
रहा
to
है.
round
T-bone strat है ये.
19 makes him a little lax, and that's when Paper X strikes. The boost up, the elevator.
It's just such, great timing, great thought processes that Paper X is able to figure out. I mean,
अटैक करना है
you
लगता
see
है
this all the
PRX
time
को.
with Paper X. They lose
मैटर
a
ही नहीं
map where they
करता
go
ना
down
कौन
early
डिफेंस में
in
कौन
a map,
अटैक में. तिल
and something
लगाने गया.
changes inside of them. I'm not just talking about the player, just the team in general.
एलेक्स भाई शांत
Their
है.
thought
बोल रहे कि भाई
processes, their
सब ठीक हो
mindset.
रहा है.
They're
मुझे
so
कुछ नहीं बोलने का.
unflappable.
बस well
this
played.
Paper
बस.
X, that they're, they just they're still in the game and they're not getting overheated.
Alex भाई शांत
in
है.
the traditional sense where they're
अच्छा
starting
खेल
to
रहा
push.
है.
They find the right timings for these pushes and they can make them work because of how good they are. They've got these plays in the back pocket that can start to change the momentum without needing a timeout or anything like that. These ideas that Forsaken, typically the IGL is going to be calling some of the bigger
Defense भी
idea
attack,
picture
attack का भी
plays,
attack.
has in his mind that they've worked in a short amount of time.
Heavy
They
LT.
haven't had a ton of time to practice Icebox, just a couple days.
Yeah, and it's just going to be the early pit as well this time. Right outside of Pipes, doesn't want to risk that pit getting caught off guard just a little bit. So making sure that he denies the entry point, gets the high-low as well. And that allows Mindfreak to set up the toxic screen for his teammates here. And it looks like there's a cheeky sage wall going on somewhere.
Everybody's here.
Yeah, oh, the flash gets a big tag. Now just going to be a hold here onto the B site. Now with the pit up in A, unless Gen.G takes over some part of mid for a pinch, they're not going to have too many options.
Yeah, they're trying to get to the corner so they can get the Vipers pinned down.
The crowd instead gets spotted before the flash. A bit of a mismatch. This is not something we used to see from Gen.G in the beginning of the year. But now with the Omen in the mix, they haven't quite cleaned up the timings just yet. And PaperX will punish that mistake like there's no tomorrow. Wingman trying to get the tag, but it's just way too many members. Lakia will do his best something impersonation, but it doesn't end with a kill, as we see Meteor last one alive, not able to land it onto Jing.
It's just, right now, PaperX is starting to read the map really nicely, starting to understand where, you know, Gen.G isn't having success on A, so they're going to start moving their attention over the Viper's pit. Helps them. It gives you a lot of control over that space. They use it nicely. Gen.G never really shows any other look. They'll just kind of plant their feet here. The flash came just a little bit too late, perhaps.
भाई कौन बोल रहा था PRX को क्या हो गया? आ रहा है.
That from the shadows correctly in time, or something and got a glimpse of him as he got flashed, was able to get the kill. So you're also maybe seeing a little bit of this new comp change for Gen.G. Kind of a little bit of polish that is lacking. Oh my God.
Yeah, something is looking for an early pick. Now, PaperX, they should be wary of this. They've already pushed him out of B with the 0 point. Something won't quite finish a kill here. Caron down to 5 HP. As Gen.G, they will still relentlessly try to go forward with this. Wingman getting spammed through the wall. He cannot finish the plan. The lockdown already committed from Gen.G, but PaperX has slowed down the onslaught. And Gen.G, they will have to recover the spike and still battle through this retake, along with a lockdown, a potential no command, everything in the arsenal of PaperX, and it's going to be the classic aggro draw as Forsaken gets the trade, swings out for a third, and he goes for a fourth, and that is PaperX taking over the lead for the first time here on Icebox.
I just love the quickness that PaperX makes decisions to do things.
Pop flash में पहले something मार सकता था, वो छोड़ो, लेकिन डैमेज दिया, वो पॉप फ्लैश डैमेज की वजह से वो लोग थोड़े स्लो हो गए. फिर फोर्स से कहा समथिंग डैश मार के पीछे गया, ये लोग उसको मारने के लिए पुश कर दिए, किल जय का यूटिल्स है वहाँ पे, और उसकी पूरी टीम भी पीछे खड़ी है. समथिंग फिर से घुस गया, एक और पॉप फ्लैश हो गया.
Doing the right things at the right time. Don't even have to invest that counter lockdown that you mentioned, Will. They were able to hold on to it. So they've still got it. They've still got a no command. Something's got a Blade Storm. Maybe if he wants to switch to an op. I'm a bit surprised. I haven't seen one here. Money, but you don't need it when you're that good.
Yeah,
इसलिए मैं ओ बोला, इसलिए
trying to scout it out,
सप्रेस डॉज करने के लिए वो लोगों को सुना ही नहीं दिया वो.
And now the flash used from Forsaken to try to put extra pressure onto Garage. Gen.G has to keep clearing all of that. Meteor tries to take it upon himself to open the map a bit further in mid, but it's not there, so they continue pushing. Green, something still here. Whiffs on that first shot, not able to stabilize.
Please,
now a 2v3 for Gen.G. You've still got the Thrash.
11-11, please.
One more flash drive as well. They do have the tools. If they can catch Divine here in mid, if he can pick up that kill, and Divine knows, as long as I stay alive, the backup's there. Munchkin takes a lot of hits for his trouble.
Yeah, and they're going to try to split the map, see if they can confuse PaperX, but PaperX is fully committed towards A. Especially with that knife there, that's got to be your thought that it's going to be that. Now the Thrash on the other side, so you're thoroughly confused as PaperX to which side of the map this is actually going to be. You get the detain onto Forsaken. Going to use the Dizzy as well to check if he has any cover, but Jing is just arriving through Kitchen.
Yeah, they weren't able to capitalize on that kill just yet, so that means Munchkin, while he's rotated all the way back over to his teammate, trying to make sure that they have a bit of a numbers advantage. Now to capitalize on that, and now it's all up to Wingman. The swing off of the flash drive. Jing not able to stop the plant. This might be the best chance that Gen.G has had. The drop, the unquite check for Lakia, looking for another. Can he get a second? No, and it's going to be Jing and Forsaken. The duo. They're going to be able to bring home PaperX right up to a map point.
I already thought maybe that was going to be the round when you lose that lockdown.
Maybe
Gen.G's going to be able to hang on, but PaperX's gunplay so on point. Something now getting aggressive on me, something we haven't seen from PaperX yet. Now they're starting to get a
really deep into their playbook. You're starting to see why they like this map. This defender side
वो
has
अच्छा वो अल्ट
been
मारने
nearly
जा रहा
flawless for them. Just a couple rounds dropped. Now
उसको
that
लगा वो
operator is
पीछे
in
गए
hand.
करके अल्ट
Blade
मारने
Storm in
जा
the
रहा था
back,
राउंड
still the
कंफर्म करने
lockdown. The no command
QT?
available. Forsaken have a whale of a map. Both KOs really showing up, especially on their defender side. You're going to leave Jing, the lone man on A, with some of that KJ utility to bail out. Oh, excuse me, I just saw something now.
Oh, yeah, doubled up.
I didn't see that earlier. He was buried underneath Jing's icon on the map.
I mean, they are oftentimes all
Yeah.
stacked up
Yeah,
against
that's
each
true.
heavy
other,
winning
waiting for the
chance है
trades.
heavy winning chance
So we
है
shall
PRX के पास.
see. Lockdown and no command still in the pockets of Paper Rex. Like you mentioned, something now peeking out. Jing covering him for any peeks out from Belt. So A side secured for Paper Rex. A solid 2-1-2 default as it's just going to Forsaken. Going for a
अगर ये
jiggle.
लोग भी
Now
कर रहे
goes
ना
for back
ये लोग
up.
को
Device
स्नोमैन
still
लेना
watching
पड़ेगा
mid for the team. The Poison Cloud not
अगर
activated
स्नोमैन
yet
नहीं
for
लिया ये लोग
Karon.
हार गए कंफर्म
Util dump coming through. Still have that Viper.
कुछ भी
speed out.
करके
See if they can get it
snowman
down
लो.
this time. Buy a little bit of extra space. Mind Freak re-aggressing.
Yeah, and he's trying to hold close. He doesn't
Snowman
want this
लो,
pit to come up. He
snowman
wants to strike
चाहिए.
when the iron is hot. And he'll try to swing out. They're trying to make sure that Genji dumps all their util before they're able to do anything. Forsaken trying to go for a long-range trade, but it's going to be Genji who still just wins out in the numbers. More angles covered. The smoke eventually dissipates. There is the jump up onto the wall. Malakia
एंगल
eventually gets the spike down. Now something trying to join Jing in the verticality as we see a from the shadows from Texture. Lands all the way behind Paper Rex and they have to jump into the
दवाई
smokes
भाई
as
क्या
Lakia
सीन है
sprays
लाइफ
down
में
for
क्या
two.
चाहिए यार
It's all up to something.
दवाई भाई
And with the Blade Storm,
क्या
it's going to be
चाहिए?
so tough to try to clear this fight.
मैं लाके देता हूँ
Skirts around and Karon
हाँ, मैं लाके
waves her
देता हूँ
back. We still go yet another round.
Okay. I mean, again, these cheeky positions. Both teams
क्या हो गया मैसेज डिलीट
finding these
मत
nooks
करो,
to
क्या
hide
है?
it. And this time they're going to use a smoke to cover
बोला क्या
Lakia's
वो?
spot.
क्या सब बजट
Device
नहीं
just
पता
bunny hopping through there. Jing's like, okay, this is safe. I'm just going to drop down. And all of a sudden, that's two members down. Pushing through on the site here. Karon find that angle. Able to get that trade. Big part of Gen G's gameplay is other teams have been talking about it in some of their interviews when you face Gen G is that it feels like there's always another player there. There's always that trade.
ये दवाई
Everybody's
कितना
working off each other
डूबेगा
so well.
दवाई का
Big
अलग
part of
चला
why
रिलीजियस
they've been
था
as successful as they
nothing
have.
religious
Now they're using a lot of utility. Starting to take some space. Something not going to invest in that up. Not quite enough money in the bank. I guess. Well, they could have done it, but they didn't.
दवाई
They
भाई
didn't opt
imposter
to. I mean, I look at it.
दवाई के
Choosing
बाद अभी भी
mobility,
अल्ट है
it
विनिंग
seems,
वाली
throughout this entire map. It's going to be the site execute once again. Paper Rex, are they ready for the 5 stack? It looks like it. Slow Orb keeping them at bay. The null command used as well. They still have a lockdown for a potential retake or another push back out that gives Mind Freak the opportunity now to cover for mid. He's checking for the rotation. They don't see anything yet. A ping comes out on the B side for Gen G. They have all the intention to rotate over. Now with the Poison Cloud going up, Mind Freak gets his job to hold the line. One Nano Swarm to disrupt any type of plant. The null command coming out, but it's not going to be catching the Killjoy just yet. Forsaken takes down the KO, and Mind Freak just trying to drag this fight out as much as possible. A wide swing from Texture, but Jink gets yet another kill. It's going to be the long-range hold from something, and now it's all down to Texture as Jink takes him down. 13 to 11 once again, but on the other side is Paper
भाई जीत गया किसने बोला भाई हाँ
answer for their own nightmares on Icebox, pick up a victory.
किसने बोला भाई किसने बोला PRX किधर है कौन था मेरे को उनका नाम एड्रेस फोन नंबर चाहिए किसने बोला PRX किधर है
Good decision, so much disruption of Gen G's
मैंने नहीं बोला था
timing
मेरे
on
पे
their
नाम मत डालो
execute, things
पेज
like that made it really, really tough. And it seemed like every time that Gen G maybe had finally found a little bit of extra idea, it was countered the next round by Paper X.
Well, Paper X, after 8 bans in Icebox in 2024,
अभी
the
तूने बोला
first time
मैंने
they
नहीं
pick
बोला
it,
था
they'll bring home the victory.
11-0
Let's take
last
to the
map
desk to break down.
12-0 थी मैं हारा एक 11-0 हो गया अभी मैं जीता एक फिर भी 11-0 ये कैसे नहीं 11-0 था माफ करो I take my words back ठीक है अभी वापस PRX भाई मेरे ब्रेन सेल्स तक ऑक्सीजन नहीं पहुंच रहा
On the defender
से
side,
PRX baby.
and yes,
फिर
this is
से
the-
PRX
also by the Gen G
स्ट्रीम
bundle.
लाइक करो स्ट्रीम
Anyway, we're
लाइक
going to
करो
third map,
जल्दी
Kilios.
No, we are. And I mean, we were kind of talking about it, that this is what we wanted.
जल्दी
Just
लाइक
given
चाहिए
These two teams, we wanted to see as much as humanly possible.
299k में कितनी है बात तो बराबर है तेरी 290k में 299 में let me check
barely falling shy of the mark there. Felt like a little bit of a I don't know, just a change up. And I do question a little bit now, texture getting shifted over onto this. It's the first time that he's ever played it. First time he's ever played any controller, mind you, in his career. He just has never done that before. No. And while I think overall it was okay, having the impact from him on a duelist was something that felt like it was very much lacking.
They need that dive capability, right?
ये मेरे को शॉर्ट्स का क्यों दिखा रहा है?
But on defense,
290k में 50 ने 500 चाहिए. कौन बोला था 50? 500 सब्सक्राइबर चाहिए भाई टाइम है अभी.
Very, very often. Every time PaperX tries to
500 to go.
You know, you got something going through. He's right up there. Texture is able to throw out the paranoia. Lakia
जब last 500 subs रहेंगे for
it's just that much more difficult for PaperX on the attacking half. That's why they
मेरे को
ended in a 4-8. And there were so many of these moments where sometimes PaperX were just trying to rush in, going for that aggression.
Loyal, good-hearted, loving audience.
Down to the second half where, I mean, yes, Genji were still able to come up with some pretty good rounds. They actually won the subsequent round after the pistol. However,
dropped it immediately.
credit to PaperX. I think what was cool is, you know, you started to see some of these set plays, some of these ideas where Jing makes use of the wall, that one round, round 18, I believe, where the whole team just rushes down A belt.
There was some absolute insanity. I mean, having a tiles crunch basically on Icebox A is just. That's the PaperX creativity that we've come to know and love. Just, all right, I'll just Sage Wall boost us all up on the belt. We rush them down, we just pick them all apart in like 10 seconds. It was, there were some gorgeous sights here in this map, and I am very happy to see this season going the distance. Because now, you know, the pendulum swings back over to Genji. How do you look going into Bind versus PaperX, where they're feeling maybe overall a little bit more comfortable?
I mean, they had a 14-12 against T1 last week. It does feel a little bit more comfortable. It's where their, you know, kind of their home ground is, and you have that Reyna composition as well. But they have shown different compositions before. And Genji, they've mainly stuck to their one with, you know, texture on the Raze. You got the Brimstone, the Gecko, and everything. So you kind of have to wonder how that's going to go. I mean, is either team prepared for it? Because Genji does have a bit of tape to study in that game against T1. But at the same time, I mean, right now, it's just, although it looked like we were starting to lose the map a little bit, PaperX started to look a lot more cohesive towards the end, especially with the whole team just knowing what their role is and just kind of watching for the information, Mind Freak watching for the rotates. That's like the PaperX that we've all come to know and love.
It looked like that. It looked like a lot of what they had prepared was for the defensive side. And to your point about the team compositions on the agent compositions for Bind, they've shown a variety, and you're right that Genji did have some tape to study, but at the same time, PaperX is pretty notorious for changing their comps at the nth hour.
I mean, yes, in the past. You know, we were talking about this when they did go up against T1, opening series for PaperX here, Stage 1. I said I think that they are going to have to lean on strats of old, not the Yoru setup or anything like that, because that one's a little bit more complicated. That's going to take some more reps to really get into the...
They play Yoru, I'm going to laugh.
I mean, hey, at this point, it could happen. I was not expecting Texture to play Omen. That was one of my big old card for the year, let alone this series.
Right.
So they could just go back over to it. But I think leaning on that Reyna Raze is going to be a bit more recent, a bit more comfortable for them. But maybe they do want to change up and go to something that they haven't shown as recently. So we'll have to see. For Gen G, I think I'd be curious to see if there's also going to be adjustments from them going into it.
Well, there's another thing we need to discuss, and it's our rank. Our rank. And it looked like, you know, it was going to be a 2-0 and we would rank up, at least with the Gen G pick with Texture.
Oh, okay, so I think, so overall, here's the issue.
Okay, what's your argument?
I was fairly confident that Jing was going to be playing Sage. So I said, okay, well, Texture on Jet, likely to have more impact. I had no idea he was going to be playing Omen. Had I known, had we asked this question after I saw the agent select, I would have said, Jing,
how do I predict the future? I can't win 8 points. I'm Achilles.
Imagine if you could argue your way out of rank to argue your rank. That would be like, Seth would be like radiant. He would be radiant. But you know what, you're right. I was totally kidding. Seeing Texture on a different role than he plays the Owen. It's like, oh no. Anyway, I go down to Plat. Here we go.
No, I'm so sad for you.
Yeah, you're right. Silver is worse. It's a nice color, though. It's very flattering.
You know,
yeah.
that's fine. But
There
you
go.
have to.
Where's Wingman?
That's the problem.
Wingman is the audio
Wingman
code.
goes up.
Oh, the audio's got it correct?
That's what's the most frustrating to me.
Oh. Whoa, they knew.
Oh,
And
we
you know
lost
what?
to Wingman.
I hope Auntie Pearl's not watching this because she's gonna be like, how dare you not pick Jing?
Volume down.
But-
She is watching.
She's in the audience. But
रिश्ता
look,
खत्म करने जा
on
रहा हूँ
bind, if this was a bind vote,
होगा
I would
survey.
100% pick Jing. If it was like it was a
Down
bind
to the
map instead of
Raze
Icebox. Icebox was a little bit hard to predict.
Pinky
on
the
this one.
immortal.
I knew the
Yes,
textures
yeah.
play 100% when a Jing is.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, Texture just wanted it. He was just screwing you over specifically. All right, but Forsaken and Munchkin were phenomenal on Icebox.
I mean, yeah, Munchkin was very much putting up a
There's a
solid fight to try to keep them in
guy
this
with
one,
the
but
name, the guy
things
who
were just way
deserves
too
to
scrambled overall. I think a
Wow.
lot of the calls and the attempted executions from Gen G were pretty lackluster and counteracted really swiftly by Paper X. They did have some really nice
Pinky
retreats
the
on the
Wingman
defensive
same
side,
rank.
but overall,
Unranked वाले
this
मेरे
was,
rank के बारे में
just
comment ना करे तो
a
अच्छा
team
होगा.
diff, I'd say across the board. Mind Freak as well continues to look absolutely
Oh, yeah.
astounding today. I don't know what he ate for lunch, but whatever it was,
Girlfriend buff.
it was amazing.
Girlfriend buff.
But
And he
he's
got a
just
hip perm.
he's just crushing it. And I mean, one of the big reasons why that first half was so dominant was because of Mind Freak.
He's securing a lot of these like impactful frags and getting great positions for the team. But I also believe, I mean, Forsaken as this KO, you saw a lot of these clips where something was able to get kills around yellow, but that's enabled from Forsaken splashes, and that's something that I think is so effective. But not only that, once they start to get rounds like those, then the whole team starts to feel more confident, and then you have that Paper X again. Because there was that one round, I think it was round 21, where the whole team just kind of waterfalled off of like A Heaven, A Raptors, and everyone just started to dive in. Forsaken got 4 kills off of that.
Oh yeah, and you're absolutely right. The way that Forsaken has been playing with something and pairing up with those KO flashes, it's been fantastic. And sometimes it doesn't always work out, but you can see the ideas are there. And you can see that
Pinky
confidence
iron.
come
मैंने
back
बोला iron का
in
मेरा
for
हाथ
something, which
बराबर
may not have
experience.
I will say my heart goes out to Munchkin.
घाव पे
It was
लगा है,
that
पेट
moment
पे
when he was
लगा है.
working alongside
Oh,
the Sage
पेट पे
by
तो जो
himself.
मारा था
Sure.
इसको.
If he had hit the 3K, it would have been one of the
वन
greatest
वन
plays
पंच
ever.
मैन दिख के आई थी.
But at least he got the
ऐसा
one. It
घुसा
wasn't
दिया,
the
ऐसा
full whip,
घुसा
it
दिया था
wasn't
मेरे
the,
को.
I'm tucked behind box outside to send A.
Yeah.
I'm gonna now try to back and then just whipping everything.
we don't
Pinky
talk
needs
about
to
that.
play Jet for PRX. वाह
It
वाह
would
वाह.
have been, it would have been neat, but seeing that,
भाई अच्छा खेला लेकिन दोनों टीम्स हाँ क्या बोलते हो चैट
that's exactly what I would do in
Huh?
that situation.
ठीक है लेट बस तेरे को unmod कर दे.
Question is going to be answered. What is going to be the team comms for
बचना
these
बंद नहीं
teams?
होना चाहिए.
Paper X again has shown many different iterations.
What?
Okay, something on
थोड़ा साइड हटो पैर पे लग गया.
It's not the double
No,
duels
okay.
comp. It's not the double duels comp.
I mean, I don't
Let's
think-
go
I
baby.
don't think
Jingris
it's
भाई
something on
Jingris.
Gecko and how strong he is. I mean, Gecko has a really clear identity in multiple different team
Kya
comps
ho
by
gaya?
multiple teams around the world on this very map. I mean, T1 kind of being the big ones in Pacific to really start pushing it forward.
We did kind of
इससे
see
ऐसे
that
कि
in
matches
that
को और
previous map
particular
as well,
करते हैं
Aki on the
ऐसे ही है.
Gecko. The Thrash is just such a strong ultimate, and it's very useful for countering Munchkin's Viper's Pit.
And we know that Forsaken, an incredible harbor in his own right. I'm really curious to see how this is going to match up with that in the Brim,
Binks करे.
going up against the Brim Viper, which, the
Binks ने
majority
करे
of
भाई.
people are going to be leaning
DRX
towards
जीतने
having
वाली.
that Viper, having that additional post point.
Jingris
I just want to
best.
see Mindfreak staying consistent. I believe
Something
that
not
this can
रहना.
go the full distance. I mean,
भाई
it's
अच्छा
been a
लेके
bit of a
गए.
race
Double
to see who
blind.
can like find that
प्लस
lead
वो
so far.
वॉल
and
वॉल
both
4
team-
सेकंड
both
भाई
teams are just
क्रेजी
keeping-
होने वाली है.
keeping up
क्रेजी
pace.
होने वाली है.
You know, it's only day 5
Sentinels
of
नहीं है,
stage 1,
लेकिन
but I
कोई
feel
problem
like
नहीं है.
we're already watching a grand final event. This
हाँ ना
has
बे.
been so incredible to watch. We're going to go into our third map of this series.
No
Let's go over to
Sentinel is not
casters
a problem.
William and Paperthin.
Brisbane, I don't
Thank you
think
very
anything wrong.
much.
I don't
Paper
watch
X
too
bringing
many
out
people.
another change. A bit of a throwback here for their own composition, going all the way
Gen G का
back
GG है?
to
नहीं रे.
Masters Tokyo, where they had
GG
CHUMMI
नहीं है,
Gecko
close
main,
जाएगी.
and they made this comp work. It was, in fact,
Well,
last
but you
season
got
the
main
match
character
where
by the way,
we had
Dhoni-
something we like to call
he-
the Cove incident.
from
PaperX
JNK.
moved on
JNK
from
क्या
that
है?
one. We'll see if they can do it again today.
I've been keeping my eyes out for it. I haven't seen it since. I think Forsaken cleared that one up a bit, or just has to stop going for that
If it's in
lineup, really.
Jammu and Kashmir,
Felt like it
वो
wasn't
असली
quite there, but who
गुजरात
knows? You know, I like this changeup for PaperX with this agent comp because I think, you know, maybe against T1 you
Jammu
feel like you have a little
I
bit
think
more
maybe वो समझ
advantage
गए.
in your skill diff. You could take advantage of that Reyna, but this is going to be a much more chess match oriented battle, as we've already seen quite a bit. So a hard rotate from PaperX off of just a little bit of utility
दूर
contact,
हो रहा है.
and it is work to treat for Gen G. They have fooled them mightily.
Yeah, taken over short entirely. However,
TP
PaperX
मारने
will be
वाले.
positioned for a potential
It's time
TP
for
as
some
well. The
TP.
teleporter, they're
Let's
thinking about it.
go.
They're actually just going to jump right on in as they hear the guiding lights coming out onto A site. No fear, clearing out showers, and suddenly
TP.
the position's very good for PaperX. They will take a big hit from something. The high Dizzy along with the Trailblazer. It's just their own two comp
George,
right now,
baby.
and that draws all the aggro as Mind Freak's able to
Evan
sneak
smoke
out
करके यहाँ
from
पे
his own
बैठेगा.
smoke.
George,
He's
bye,
now
bye,
just
my
holding
Mind Freak,
Evan.
go
They
turret
know
two.
that people are missing. He's just trying to buy time as everyone's missing their right clicks, but Munchkin will finally land the shot. Something trying to hold on to the site, and of course, eventually it is just going to be the round ending here as PaperX gets to defuse.
No comments.
Nope, all according to plan. I take it back. That didn't fool PaperX at all. This was all according to plan. You know, they're going to overcommit towards that B side because everybody and their grandma knows that it's really
No
hard
comments यारो.
to retake B.
अच्छी round थी.
And so they're going to commit to trying to stop that plan. It doesn't come through with TP.
Must
My
blind dog
concern here is
सब
Gen
अच्छा
G
था.
doesn't really react to this the way I expected. I
Well
thought they
played,
could
well
plant
played.
down and then hold U-Haul and kind of the back part of site towards short.
Stream
And they
वॉल्यूम
don't.
करना पड़ेगा.
Instead, they just
आपका sound बढ़ाओ.
commit
कम
deep
कर
into
दे,
A,
कम
and they
कर दे.
don't account for Mind Freak being up into A heaven
कितना
already.
टिक है?
Just waiting. He had eluded any of their detection on that take, and that cost them. That cost them that round. You know, yeah, Texture comes in there and gets some big frags, but you're going to be on a variety of pistols
Yeah.
for the side of Gen G. Even a Frenzy for Munchkin. We never see that. Usually, if he's going to grab something else, it's going to be a Sheriff. One of those guns he can one-tap with, but he's come around a little bit in
Oh.
Great flight path there. Sends it all the way through the window as well as they had already taken over main.
भाई E का blind है.
Suka, the only place that's missing. Devi just going for a spray off of the drop. Knows that they have to be somewhere near the smoke. He'll wait for a little backup. It's just going to reset onto the headshot against Texture. The spike will get planted, but it's going to be Forsaken who just puts up the cove, waits for them to flood it. And the Stinger good for two. Meteor not
Sexy round.
having his Sheriff out just
Sexy
in
round.
time. It's going to be a flawless
दावे भाई
for
आपको कुछ
PaperX.
ऐसा दिख रहा है जो हमको नहीं
Yeah,
दिख रहा
looking
है
good.
तो बता दो.
I mean, again, even though they give up space,
Huh?
PaperX knows how they want to react to that situation. The Hawk to confirm, great timing from Devi. Gets the first one for free. A little bit of a whoopsies there from
मोने
Texture when
नहीं
he stuck
खेल रहे
his
नहीं
gun
रहे
on
वो
the
लोग ने
smoke,
allow
but-
नहीं किया 6 लोग खेलने को.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do against that? Forsaken's so fast with the Stinger. Mows two down, even though they're trying to obfuscate that position with that classic.
गेम साउंड बढ़ाओ. हाँ ना मेरे को भी कम आ रहा है भाई.
I mean, yep. Good old Uncle Abe. He's very good with it. No doubt about it. Man, what a round. What a round for PaperX. I mean, already very unorthodox play style here from PaperX. Nobody plays
क्या
the maps
सीन है
that
अभी?
the way
Flawless
that
हुआ
they
है.
do with their willingness
Gun
to give up space like that.
एक वैंडल है
Almost
लेकिन गेको
never
अल्ट
see
है.
that anywhere else.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's just a lot of
What is this wall?
awareness.
I love this.
Yeah, they've been doing that for the default here the
Yeah.
past couple rounds. Wanted to touch upon it in the previous round, but of
Sorry,
course delays any
यार.
push into window,
मेरे तरफ से
but
भी sorry.
also allows you to control that orb on long. A bit of a perhaps variation, something they might have picked up against their previous opponents T1, who had a deep wall allowing them to push out of window every time on B short.
Yeah,
But now,
absolutely.
PaperX with their own version of it. Now Gen G, they're gonna wait for
Padi.
that high tide. Oh, and
Bro, bro,
Devi's
bro,
just
bro, bro,
waiting
Padi,
for
babe.
it. Sights trained,
Heavy
gets
Padi.
Lakia off the rip. Texture not gonna get tagged by it, but PaperX well aware that Gen G has not moved an inch. Just cutting audio. Texture now been spotted. He has to pick up the tempo. The rest of the team has to come through. The Thrash, it's going to tag a bunch of people, and Jin's gonna go for the cleanup as Texture just has to hide himself in hopes that
Bye.
he can recover the round. But
Bye,
PaperX,
जीत
the
गया भाई.
back-to-back flawless Gen G.
क्या
And
हुआ
this
सॉरी
is
क्यों
a
भाई वो एक
one-sided
बंदा
start to
सुपर चैट
map
करता है
3.
सारे
And
लोग
again,
सॉरी
it's the
लिखते हैं पता नहीं
reaction
क्यों.
from PaperX, that
Sorry,
early
Bumper,
space to
lol,
take-
but why?
taking
Even I
control
don't
of
know.
by that high tide.
Just
works the
sorry.
treat with the Thrash already
कुछ गलती
available
हुई मेरे तरफ से
for
भी सॉरी.
something.
तुम
And
भी
he
सॉरी.
shut
सारे
that push
सॉरी.
down. You know, an attempt at a pretty decent looking execute, I thought, with the stake bite and the paint shells in the back.
By
To clear the
heavy
two
flawless
area
पे
for
flawless.
Gen G, but it's just immediately countered by
heavy
PaperX.
flawless
They're
पे
reading
flawless
this
हो रही है
every step of the way so far, but Sheriff's in Genji's hands.
भाई बाइंड में
This is the
PRX
round
का
where
कितना
they can really
स्टार्ट है
turn
ना
a map
यार
on its head. We see this time
यूरो
and time
लेते
again with
हैं
them.
डबल ड्यूलिस्ट
Start
लेते हैं
picking the pace up
सिंगल
after they
ड्यूलिस्ट
get a
नो
thrifty.
सेंटिनल लेते हैं
Oh, the boom bot timing is
तो
very good
agents
from
नहीं है
Jing,
जितनी
though. They
stats है
sense the
PRX के
Trailblazer early, going through the high tie. Texture will
Padi
track
pe,
him
padi.
through the wall, and that will give him another orb. That's the showstopper online. Mind Freak. Is he aware of that possibility? He gets
Oh my
past
God.
the trap wire. Not sure if he was
Camera
spotted on the
dekha
cam
na?
yet either. Meteor
Cam
still
dekha
waiting
shayad.
for it. He's not aware of it at all. Mind Freak somehow enters the Matrix
Selfie
and
mode
goes
में
by
मरा
all
है
the
वो बेचारा।
Cypher setup. Showers back in control for
ब्लॉक करने
PaperX.
वाला था
And
Cypher
meanwhile,
पता है
during all of that,
Sorry, from
something
Canada,
is wrapped
Canada,
around the
Australian,
near
US
side.
dollar,
Genji
love
is
it,
trapped.
bye,
They know
thank
they
you
have
for
to
the
go. They'll send the
almost
showstopper,
$3.
but they won't find a target. They have not actually gained any more space until Munchkin finally gets a kill to clear out Shabads. Something with a nice answer back. Spike still not planted. Genji waiting to see if they can gain a little bit more control. The Cove used for Forsaken to reposition. Munchkin, he's got a weapon, but something spots the barrel first, and that's
भाई
Genji's
क्या
numbers dwindling.
खेल रहे बे
Spike still not
दोनों
planted as
teams
Kieran
भाई
just cannot figure out the
पूरा
exact angles to
थॉट
hold here.
प्रोसेस वो लोग का कितना
No
सेक्सी है
weapons
बे
in hand,
दोनों टीम
just
का
a sheriff. It's been a pistol that's really
ऐसे लोग मुझे रैंक गेम में
what
मिलेगा
Genji
मैं
can
रेडी
trust upon. So Spike finally goes down, wants to isolate the 1v1s, but unaware entirely
Possible
of
है
something's position as he was last seen in Ace
Possible
Short.
है
It's coming through showers, and Karon has no clue as
नहीं,
something will get a
possible
triple and Forsaken
थैंक्स
gets the
बंदा थैंक्स
defuse.
यार लव यू यार
Yeah, this is a big win
थैंक्स लव यू
for
अजय
PaperX. It looked like it was going to go
Thank you,
Genji's
thank
way,
you.
potentially getting the showstopper available, but it's these timings that PaperX is so confident to take. Even though they lose a player, they know that they can get
तीन
ahead of you.
चैप्टर
They can
किए बाद
outthink you
में
if
करूंगा
you
हाँ
just
भैया आप
push.
पापा
Because
ने
you
बोल
expect
दिया
maybe
कि
that there's going to be a
पढ़ते
player
रहे मार्क्स
watching this,
मैटर नहीं
but
करते
nobody needs to. You know,
डैडी
you think,
को
okay, we got our
किस
kill, we
करना
can
डैडी
leave, we
को
got our
ठीक है
showstopper, we're good to go.
एक
There's
गाल
no
पे
way they're going
फोरहेड
to try
पे
to chase that down, right? We saw this on Lotus
और
a
ज्यादा
lot too,
स्ट्रेस मत लेना नेर
where they would just,
Yep.
when there's the rotates coming through from Genji, PaperX is so confident that it's going to be a pull-off that they can just go right through and get those kills, and that breaks the round open. Something with a great lurk, doing a good job. Oh, the flash catches Munchkin. Gonna have to back off, and this is what I'm talking about. They're just happy to start taking this space.
I mean, it's the entire left side of the map pretty much pressured through.
भाई
Now, they haven't quite
की
taken
बॉल
control
है
of B
ये
long, but they do have an off on the side of A short, by the way, held by the sky, rather, on Divide. And so if Genji
हुक्का ले
ever
सकते नहीं ले
chooses to
सकते ना ये
rotate,
लोग को
that's going to
फाइट
be a
लेना
rude
पड़ेगा
surprise for them.
इस-
As PaperX
अरे
is now
क्या
stabilized
चल रहा है
back on
चैट
B
आज
site. Munchkin, fairly aware
Love
of
you,
a
Hardeep.
potential lurk here in window.
लव यू
Will they get the clear? It has to be a
Thank you
double
for the
swing.
Canadian
Munchkin and
Australian
Ian, they were so
dollars.
good on map too, but they isolated to the 1v1s, and something swings out for the second. Munchkin and Meteor shut down. Thrash used to continue pushing out, and now they all group up. They don't want to let the fights get into the advantage of Genji. The TP as well, as they look to protect the
हील
spike.
दे हील दे
Run down the clock.
अरे हील
Lakia,
देता पहले
a
समथिंग
nice
को
peek out against the operator, but still so many more to go. Mind Freak's position unknown to Genji. as
क्या
he
कर सकते
creeps
कुछ
on
कर
the
सकते
rotate.
हैं
I'm expecting Jing to blast out of here at some point just to try to deal with it, but he's going to hold the position on top of the box.
He's not spotted. Finally, they
seconds
get an
left.
inkling of where he's at. They did pick up the spike, but they all run in. And Texture barely getting away with his life, but he's got 20 seconds. And Jin somehow jumps backwards off of the opponent's
भाई
blast
क्या हो
pack.
गया यार
And
लव यू
stabilizes.
टू
You
दीप
called
भाई
it
लव यू
earlier
टू लव
on
यू टू
map one. One of the best to land back on his feet.
He's unbelievable. When his
पूरा
aim gets
chat
broken, when
नशा
he
कर
gets
रहा है
punched, he's so quick to recover. There's
क्या हुआ
nobody else
चैट
in
में
the
अभी
world
है कोई
that I
सीन
think
कुछ
does
सीन
it
नहीं है
nearly as
नशा
well
हो
as
रही
him.
है
There's some great raises out there, no doubt about it. Zekid, of course,
भाई
absolutely
सैचल
phenomenal
में
as well
उछल के
in
दिया
those
है
situations, but
कह रहे ओपी ये कर दो सारे एक बार बात तो है भाई बाप खेल रहा है भाई बाप खेल रहा है
There's one in the previous round that I
भाई
really
अभी
liked.
ट्विटर
There's-
वॉर होएगी
not the very previous round, but 2 rounds ago,
हाँ
where something is coming through short. He throws
क्या
the
लगता है
dizzy,
कार्डबोर्ड
and
विनर बोला था
Forsaken immediately reads because the
ट्विटर वॉर
dizzy
हो
doesn't
सकती
get
है
contact that there's probably somebody
वेलकम
lurking in the smokes
वेलकम
by the
मनीष भाई
boxes
कैसे हो
on the
कैसे हो
site.
वेलकम
And it's things like this. It's these mental protocols, this huge IQ that PaperX actually has. You know, I think so many
PC
times
specs
people are
and
like,
setup
oh,
and
you know what are you
cost
gonna do? They
price
make
and the
confidence
headphone
plays
and the
stuff like that.
mic
Sure, they do
cost
that.
price
But they
सब
also have
शाज़द भाई
tremendous
मेरे को पता है लेकिन मैं
understanding of
बोलूंगा
the
नहीं
map, of
सीक्रेट
the
है
space
लेकिन
that
मेरे को
they
पता
have,
है
of the
मेरे को
utilities,
सब कुछ
abilities,
पता है
and things like that.
मेरे PC
So
के
you're
बारे
seeing
में
it all the time. I love this Gecko because it's getting so much more information. It's helping them maintain control.
ट्विटर वॉर
of
और
this
कार्डबोर्ड
hookah
विनर
into
कुछ तो
market
होएगा
area.
लग रहा
It's making it really difficult for Gen G to get anything done, and then there's always some player. You never know who it's going to be. I mean, for the most part, Mindfreak has been planting his feet on that A site, hasn't been moving. This time he comes around, catches them at a
Sorry,
very
please, man,
unexpected
don't
timing, basically shuts the round down.
Yeah, the lurks really kind of trading positions back and forth. You push out from
अच्छा
one,
वैसा बोला
and then it's
तूने
the next
वाह दी
runner-up
love you
on Paper X. We'll see if that continues. This time a much deeper high tide that will get everyone from Gen G tagged up and be long. And with the snake bite landing, Paper X
कल
will back off. Look to hold.
बिंक्स एक बात
at a
बोलूं
distance,
बोले
but
बोले
something
कल
fast
अभिनव
with
भाई
holding
कल
onto
कल
Hookah all on his lonesome. Hit available for
बिंक्स
Munchkin
का लास्ट
if
टाइम
Gen
क्लीन
G's able
शेव
to get
कब क्या
onto the
था
site.
बहुत पहले यार
Can use to try
एक बार
to
गलती
get
की
their
थी मैंने
first round win, but of course, good ultimates on the other side as well.
Good
Chat,
camera
कुछ भी
placement
tweet
here
करे
by
मेरे को
Meteor,
tag कर देना,
knowing
please.
that they've been pushing space all over the map, and of course
VCT
they're going to try
और
to
तुम्हारा
reaggress it.
favorite
Mindfreak
teams
going
के साथ,
for it. He's
ताकि
got
मैं
that
भी
ultimate
पढूं.
in the bag. Trying to play a little bit of defense here for Paper X. Have the Seekers as well.
Oh, the Mosh
Buddy.
timing's very good. Forces him to have to clear it out from afar, and Divide will get one.
Spam
Something he's
खाएगा.
stuck behind the box. Can he stay alive? Just trying to land it, and there, it's going to be a
कैसे
kill
मरा?
on the Jing from Kara.
Bro,
Mindfreak's already way
Mindfreak!
past, and he goes for a triple.
Mindfreak
Filing
क्या
out for
हो
TP.
गया है तेरे को
They were not aware of the
Mindfreak
re-clear from Mindfreak.
क्या हो
And
गया है
Gen G
तेरे
is starting to
को
lose
क्या
a
हो
grip
गया
of
है
this map, one piece at a time.
किधर जाना है तेरे को डिनर बिनर करने क्या हो गया भाई क्या
just so
गाई है
fun to
इसको
The way that Paper X plays, the way they think,
ऐसा
is
लगा
so
मेरा मजाक
different. A
Love
good dizzy
you.
setup there for that corner. The cabbage is a bit late. It comes through that teleporter because I think there's some awareness of Gen G that Paper X could be out there somewhere.
नशा हो रही है
It's
chat
just
पे.
those cabbages kind of take a moment to turn that angle, and by that point, Mindfreak's already ahead of you. Now, a little bit of space being taken.
बुरा नहीं
short
मानेगा
A
ना
this
नहीं
time,
नहीं नहीं
expecting an A hit, and it's just Forsaken all alone on this A site.
बोल
Everybody
नहीं
else
सकते
pushing out. So
मूड अच्छा
again, the
है
protocol
बुरा
is
मानने
so
का
good
चांसेस
here
कम है
for Paper X, where this lone player isn't overcommitting, trying to take a trade. They're waiting this out. Now there is a spam, and somehow Forsaken gets one.
Oh, and the code to keep himself alive as well. He repositions. They would have to push it if they want to clear,
Shot,
but Karon
baby,
waits
shot.
patiently from afar. Gets the one-to-one trade. The Seekers now coming out from Paper X, leading them back into the site, and there is the Orbital Strike, does quite a bit of damage. Something all on his lonesome. It's going to be a 2v1, but how does he stay alive in all of this? Picks up a kill as well. The chaos where
भाई
Paper
ब्रिमल
X was
टर्म वाली है
born carries him through, keeps the pit at bay. Now the Orbital Strike from the other
Molly
side
भी
as
है.
well. Karon just trying to buy time, but something, he's already entered the pit. Munchkin has to be aware of this, and something snaps on.
मौली डाला है ना
Already down to 1 HP from the decay, and it's all up to Karon, and he cannot get there.
Oh,
in
Molly time थोड़ा
Seven
left
in a
right हो
row
गया.
for Paper X.
It's just brutal.
प्रेशर की वजह से
They're just everywhere.
बस मैं
All
tips
at
to
once is
escape
Paper X.
silver I am Gecko
I
man
mean,
love
you know,
you
Forsaken does a great job
Learn
buying time,
from
playing
something.
his life as best
Learn.
as he can. Gets the
when
one
to
kill.
flash
uses
for your
that
team
code
when to
brilliantly,
mosh
like
pit
you
for your
mentioned.
team where
And
to
then it's the Seekers out,
and
able
then
to
how
trail
to
that
aim.
Seekers to get another kill. That Dizzy is so insane. Something throws it at his feet behind him as he's jumping away to buy himself just a little bit of extra time, cause a little bit of extra confusion.
क्या ब्रोकेट क्या
And
ब्रोकेट
again,
किया
it's those
इसने
instant reaction plays that Paper X has. Such brilliant knowledge of their agents, the way to play them, how to react.
This is
Deep
just a
understanding
double
of
controller
the game
thing
that they actually
whoa
have is
कैसा
just
अभिनव
incredible.
shot
Jay peeks out right as the
ये
poison
shot
cloud
का
lands.
राजा
Wants to get ahead of it before it
Stream
blooms.
देखता रहेगा जिन क्या
And
बोलता
this has been a recurring theme even since Icebox.
भूल
Paper
गया
X
बाद में
knows
बताएंगे dancing
that
dancing
Gen
dancing
G, if they're able to clear the site where they're util, they are near unstoppable. Wants
Something
to
का
get
देख किधर
one
बैठा
step
है
ahead, take the
7th
tempo
floor
back
पे
as an advantage for Paper X. Now audio cut, and Karon will use that advantage to get the angle he wants against Jing, but they haven't quite cleared something from atop the
हर
box.
चीज का
It's going
counter
to
है
be
हर चीज
Forsaken again with another kill. Meteor with the trade. Something spotted.
Shot
Karon
big,
swings
Aaron.
back out, regaining some of that
Shot big,
confidence
Aaron.
that we saw from the rookie. Over at Madrid, over during kickoff.
One enemy
2v2. Mind freak.
भाई
Puts
आज
Karon
कुछ
back in
तो
his place.
हुआ है
Meteor will
man
swing around, but he can't
भाई
land
आज
the shot. And
Bad
the whiffs are
Mindfreak
starting to
को
come in
कुछ
from
तो
Gen G as they are
हुआ है,
getting shaken
bro.
up. They haven't had a tough map like this in a long time here in 2024.
Everything's just going Paper
बोलिए,
X's
आवाज़ में
way.
बता
The
था,
luck
ठीक है, मैं
as well.
समझ गया.
Mindfreak found the perfect moment to cut through out of A link there. He had it under control, did Meteor. He was
Yeah,
watching
boss.
it. That's a really tough angle for defenders now that they have that bench outside of A showers. But Meteor looked away to throw
बेचारा इतना
his
मेहनत कर रहा है,
smoke.
तुम लोग क्रेडिट जिफ को
And
दे
that's
रहे हो
when
ना?
Mindfreak cuts in. It's so well timed out here by him. And he's even Forsaken starting to pop off a little
All
bit.
right, yeah, they smell the
Forsaken
victory
भाई,
right on
क्या
their
scene है.
doorstep. It's been a tough going for both teams, but Paper X, they haven't lost a single beat here on Bind. Mindfreak at 12-3-3. Back at championship
एलेक्स ने
level for
मैनफ्रीड को
sure.
टोचन दिया रहेगा, हो सकता है.
As we see Munchkin getting chased away. Paper X, they've cleared out A short. Once again, it's going to be something left on the lurk, an immediate cascade, and an immediate rotate in the works. The smoke's coming out from
चलो
Brimstone
B side तो मिला.
just to buy
अब देखते हैं
time.
क्या
This
retake
is
हो
just to
सकता है.
allow them to make sure they regroup. And
Yeah!
Divine gets the spam through the wall, gets the kill onto the sky. The showstopper won't find it
Yeah!
just yet. And now, Gen G playing with numbers
उसके
down.
city-
Something will have to hit the
भाई
trip
मेरा हो
eventually.
गया भाई
But during all
गेमिंग
of
से.
that, Paper X setting up, and look at this. Odin spam comes through once again, forces him away from backside.
अभी तो रेज अल्ट
They're not
भी
quite
है.
sure where to hold for post
my
plan.
God.
And there's the guiding light. It draws their crosses away for the anti, and Forsaken swings with it. There's a
नहीं,
high
Razer नहीं
tide.
है.
No, all down to Karon to try to hold on
एक
into
second
the
रुको,
site
chat,
as his
एक
teammates
second.
are busy with the flanks. Karon gets one. Meanwhile, the Dizzy pushes Meteor away. Munchkin with a trade, but he goes down. Meteor holding on, but Forsaken's there.
बॉल देखो बे, हर बॉल
And
में थोड़ा
Paper
थोड़ा
X
गैप है,
string
आगे
together
पीछे
yet
जाने का.
another for 9 on the board.
मैंने
this
को
is
बोला
so
अगर मद्रिद
incredibly well
जैसे
thought
अकेला
out
तो
here by
मॉर्निंग
Paper
को
X.
खेलेंगे
They get the
यार.
space early. They send the long lurk again with something. But they have so much money, they're max buy, that Devi's like, I'm going to grab 2 guns this round. I'm going to grab an Odin and a rifle. Because he swapped out
love you, Binks.
after he
Love you
got
too,
that
killer.
first kill.
एलकेस
And
क्या
they
है
just know,
ये?
they know where Gen G wants to
अभी
go,
तो
so
भाई
they get
लव
that
यू
space up
फॉर
willingly. It's something
मैनफ्रीड
you've been doing time and time
Power
again
की
on this
गोली का
map,
क्या है?
and it works every time.
यश भाई
It's
का
such
हमेशा
a great
कुछ
game
भी
plan
चलता
here drawn up
अच्छी
by
विकेट
Alex
है.
and Paper Rex because they have so many answers. And Gen G
मैनफ्रीड
finally
मानो
feels like
जिसे
maybe we've
बुलेट
got some
टूक रहा
cover.
है
We can
किल
get
ले
that
रहा है,
main
हाँ
post
ना?
plan. Yeah, you got to call the second timeout. What are you going to
भाई
do?
ये बेस्ट
trying to
वर्जन
hold
ऑफ
on to it
मैनफ्रीड
for
लग
as
रहा है
long
मेरे
as
को,
possible.
बेस्ट वर्जन.
But you let go of another round here.
मतलब दिस इज
But
लाइक
it all
द
comes down
prime
to the pistol round in the second
Ma-
half.
mind
So
freak.
Gen G
हाँ?
now hoping for the
Old
ever
days.
infamous 9-3 score line to carry them over into the second half. You can see on Meteor's face, they haven't been pushed this far in a long time. I mean, I would say even at the grand finals of Masters Madrid, it started to slip away near the end, but it felt like they always had a fighting chance.
Yeah, until that last map. I mean,
Yeah.
that was really, up until then, you know, the backbreaker was split. It felt like for sure for Gen G, but they were fighting through the nail, through those first 4 maps, no doubt. This is absolutely the most they've been tested. I'm with
बेस्ट
you, Will. This has
वर्जन
been
स्प्लिट
just
एस्ट्रोमैन.
absolutely brilliant the way that to watch Paper X's game plan for this, because Gen G has not been able to find answers. It's always these stacked pushes that
Love
Paper
you,
X is
Ardi.
willing to do, because they're happy to scrap with you. They're happy to take those big death ball battles and see if they can come out, just rely on their tremendous individual mechanics to get them over the line. And then if that doesn't happen, they start taking tons of map space, and then they have answers for when they give that space up.
भाई वो लोग के पास
It's, whether it's an Odin or just, you
कैसा
know, good
retake
play,
करने का
good
वो भी
cautious
पता
play
है
by
भाई. भाई
Mindbreaker,
सब
Forsaken,
पता है
all of
भाई
these
DRX
things
को.
working so well for Paper X.
So Gen G this time perhaps trying to use the timeout as a bit of a mind game, making sure that they don't actually lose the tempo. They're going to pick it up just a little bit. They've already tried to clear hookah. They take a
Oh,
headshot, but it's going to be an
shot,
answer right back
Munchkin.
from Munchkin. So texture low, but something down as Gen G leads 5-4 in numbers. Texture lands right outside of that link all the way to defender spawn. Now they'll get the spike down. They have
ये
the
नहीं आ
orbital
सकते,
strike.
Karon
They've
already
got
है.
the tools to finally get around, but the cove comes in and tries to fill it again, but Forsaken's ready for it. One step ahead yet again. The Reckoning will tie up Lakia. It's going to be the pop flash. He'll be good for one, but it's going to be another cascade. Vision now blurred away from Gen G. Orbital strike has to be used to buy time. The spray to ensure that allows Devi to close the gap.
Blind है क्या?
2v3
नहीं है
for
ना?
Paper X. Devi, can he get the kills he needs to protect his teammate? No, it's going to finally be
Oh,
a
अच्छा ult
3-man
मारा.
win for Gen G.
अच्छा ult
They put
मारा.
their first win on the board.
अभी
Yeah,
एलेक्स
good
भाई को
tempo
टाइम आउट
change
लेना
here
चाहिए ऐसे
for
चिढ़ाने
Gen
के लिए
G.
मस्त
No
ऐसा
longer
टाइम
playing
पास.
cautious. And the fact
हाँ?
that Paper X
एक time out ले लो,
doesn't
Alex
take
भाई,
control
please.
early this time cost them a little bit.
एंटरटेनमेंट के
He
लिए
has something, gets a dink, but he's caught on the
Hey
way out
guys,
by
कैसे आ
Munchkin.
रहे तुम
Good
लोग
read
एक
by
round?
Forsaken there, knowing that Texture
हाँ?
was going to get aggressive into that cove. Shorty at
ठीक
the
है
ready,
उनके पास अल्ट
well
वर्ल्ट था
before
लेकिन
Texture was
हारे
pushing in
कैसे
there. He was able to
एक
find a
फन
couple
टाइम
big
आउट चाहिए
kills, a good cascade, take a little bit of space,
तो
an early
जेंजी
tap
को
of the
बहुत
spike,
कह
try to
रहा
bait
था
out that ultimate.
अलग जेंजी
Do a lot of good
जिंक्स
things there.
नहीं
This Paper
अच्छा
X
खेला
just
जेंजी
deeper
अच्छा
this time.
खेला
For
दोनों मैप
Gen G,
अच्छा
that
खेला
first kill is
ये
huge
मैप
for
नहीं
the
खेला
fact
लेकिन
that
दो
they come
मैप
out of that and are able to
ये
get
मैप
into
काउंटर ही
a
हो रहे
much
बे
more
वो
comfortable post plant. Look at him trying to hide from
वॉल्स
Mindfreak.
बिल्स देख को बिफोर
Not sure if he got
के
spotted or not
Oh,
by
a
that.
meteor.
Yeah,
He still gets one. That's the best that Gen G could have hoped for. So now a 1-for-1 trade. You heard all the TPs. Gen G, what's the plan here? They're trying to push the defender spawn, but the spike is already dropped by Lakia. He's
Crossing
caught
का
unawares
वो
away from
दे
his
रहा है,
teammates.
blind
There's the flash
देखो
towards
बे।
backside, and the showstopper will be the one to secure the kill. Texture noted as well. He's
देख रहे हो
tied
ना?
up now in a crossfire between 4 members of Paper
भाई,
Rex, and Jing grows across
ये
here.
क्या Power Rangers है?
Not do anything.
भाई
As justice is served
क्या
by Paper Rex.
पावर रेंजर्स का जिंग ऊपर सैचल मार के
the
गए
judge
हाई लो
judged to
खेलने के
finish it,
लिए
really interesting here. We're
I
watching
know
Forsaken's
peek लेने के लिए,
perspective.
भाई।
He gets that kill, swings the box, can't steady his aim over on the other side, and then Jing has the showstopper and he pulls
ये
off.
blind देखो
He
भाई,
doesn't want
पीछे
to give
वाला
up
भी
that
blind हो
extra
गया था।
kill. So he swings back
ये
to the box and
क्या
trusts Jing
है?
to take care of it. So great coordination between these two players, as you would expect. Been playing together for so long. Just the bromance there between Forsaken and Jing coming through. I mean, this
क्या
is
game
unbelievably
play,
dominant right now.
That's something that everyone around the world started to notice, right? It wasn't about individual player skill level or anything like that, but these are just soulmates now back in form,
वो
playing
blind
together,
हुआ,
and
Jing
Texture's
blind हुआ।
trying to tear apart the link between those two. Jing
Oh,
now
shit.
goes down. Gen G trying to take over the site, but they haven't quite cleared Hookah just yet. Something's still lurking around with the judge. He
Round
finds
आया
the
उसको।
site briefly of Meteor. Now just trying to keep him tied up. Something will continue to push away. Spike still not planted just yet. The site surrounded by Paper X. Something
Double
trying to
pick
throw a
लेना पड़ेगा।
curveball, going all the way around being
Nice.
long, but Karon will swing out, get
जॉर्ड
two.
जॉर्ड अच्छा
The
था
rookie putting some numbers back on the board, trying to bring home just one more round, trying to keep the hope alive for Gen G as all 5 remaining members will hold on to dear life here on the site. Mindfreak gets one through the spam, but it looks impossible. As cold as he can get, it's just too many targets, and Texture with 3. It's going to be a
10-2, let's
2
go.
to 10 half.
भाई ये 10 तो अगर कमबैक मारा ना
Yeah, the only real success
मेरा हो
Gen
गया।
G finds in the entire half is those fast B hits. Everything else just didn't really work because Paper X was reading them throughout, or at least making their own reads off of the information in
फिर
the
भी क्या
space that they're
एक्सपर्ट भी क्या
gathering.
लव यू
Just absolutely mind-blowing stuff that Paper X does in that half.
भाई साहब
Every
थिएटर है
step and turn
ये तो थिएटर वा
felt
है
like Paper X was reading the situations incredible. It felt like the
काहे
discipline and the
मेरे
protocols
सुपरसेट
that they
का जॉब
prepared
नहीं
for this
दिए
map
रिफंड दे
were
कौन सा
really,
वाला
really good, especially when there was
रात के
pressure on that lone player
3:23
who was
बज
left
रहे
with
हैं
sight by
कृपया ना
themselves,
बोले
whether it be
क्या ना
Forsaken
बोले
or Mindfreak or Devi or whoever. They're able
मेरे को समझा
to
ही
play
नहीं
it really cautiously, buy
रात
some
के
time for the rest of their
3:23
team
बज
to
रहे
make
हैं
those
कृपया
long
ना
flanks,
बोले
make
ना
those rotates, cut
देखा अभी
players
सुपरसेट
off,
पड़ा
get them in
रिफंड
unexpected positions.
कैंसिल
That's something that Paper X could do better than anybody else.
See how it comes into play in the second half as Gen G will desperately need to win this pistol round if they want any hope.
भाई ड्राइंग तो है
Lots of
किसका
fans
ये
from all across
ड्राइंग तो
the
है
entire country here in Korea coming to watch. We had a fan earlier coming from Daegu, about 4 to 5 hours away to watch this match. And what a match it's been so far, but win or lose, the fans would surely hope
Hats
for
off,
a bit
love
more
you,
fight from
bye.
Gen G. You're in
मेरे
map
को
3
बोल
of
रहे हो ना
Bind.
थैंक यू
Well, it is their defender side, and certainly bind a defender-sided map, even in Pacific. So, work to be done by Paper X for sure, and a must-win pistol for
दीप
Gen
भाई
G.
एक बड़ा मैसेज दो
Else you're gonna have to
कहाँ
go for
से
a
हो
force
क्या
buy of
करते हो
some
लाइफ में
kind.
समझ रहे हो
See what
बहुत
they
बड़ा
wanna do.
मैसेज
Looks like some
1000
kind of hookah
letters के
pressure going to be established. Maybe Devi setting up Jing on the blast packs, something like that. Although there are no blast packs to be found. I take it back. Jing's got the boom bot and a
Yeah, just a ghost.
HLs. Yeah, just a ghost.
हेड्स
So,
हेड्स हेड्स
hold that thought.
सेवन
Sometimes
मैच का बे रात को
looking to see if there's going to be any aggression here.
Oh, both sides waiting for it. I mean,
Yeah.
Paper X, they've had to deal with T1 pushing out a lot as well from that hookah position. And of course, back at the grand finals of kickoff, Gen G also playing quite aggressively here on the defensive half. Gen G, the
waste
one with
करेंगे
pressure as
बंक्स
well,
भाई
down 2
इतने
to
हरामी
10.
लोग
So
हैं यार
Paper X will wait. They'll gladly wait. And of course, on the pistol, they could always just deathball it, try to win by numbers. But little do they know, that the stack is on the B side.
एक
Cypher
कटे को
set
क्या
up
है
on
प्रीमियर
A
है
to
खेलने
just
की नहीं
allow
पता नहीं
Texture
मेरे
to
को
buy time. Snakebite at the ready. It's going to be a crossfire with Charon, but Charon has to make sure that he's not the one that's first spotted. The Snakebite has to be good, but it's a wide swing out. But the flash actually gets everybody. Keeps Charon alive. He's going to be hit by the paint shells. Eventually has no exit. But time bought by Gen G. Paper X, do they go for a rotate? Do they stick to their guns? They've noted multiple people in hookah, but they're still not aware how many could actually be here on the B site. Now re-clearing main. Only 30 seconds. If they were to TP away, they'd have to do it on a snap as they run into more members, and they're just looking to flood. The Dizzy goes down, the Trailblazer heads, but Munchkin's good for the spam. The pop flash, but Lakia just continues to spam on a rhythm and gets two through the toxic screen.
Okay, there you go. I feel like Paper X
हुक्का
actually
फ्लड को
read
रोक
this
दिया
pretty
है
well,
लोग ने
but,
लेकिन
you know, Munchkin just well prepared with that snake
भाई
bite,
कम
shuts
बैक
down that
नहीं
push through
देखा
hookah. It was a good
प्लीज
idea from Paper X,
अगर
but
ऐसा मारने
not
लग
really
गए
able to find
जेंजी
that
तो हो
value
गया
off that flash from Divide that they would have liked. They it connected,
Zekken और आसपास Zekken यार young talent
Locky is just full blind.
young
just
talent
two
he won his
through there,
first
and okay, a good
masters
hold. Now Paper
पढ़ाई
X,
कर
mostly classics, a Sheriff for Divide. Going to be the only purchase outside of utility.
down to earth बंदा है सारे अच्छी क्वालिटी से Zekken
See what can be done.
मेरा बात भी हुआ था
See how
वीडियो
much
कॉल में
damage they can get. Camera in showers, so it's gonna note this here.
Yeah, not quite clear just yet, but he heard all the utilities. So Meteor actually cutting sound, not letting
घंटा
them
आसपास
know
बेटर
that he's
आसपास
actually
बेटर हो
emptied
सकता है लेकिन
the
तेरा
area.
भाई Zekken को सपोर्ट करेगा
And now, realizing no more checks to Cam, realizes Shower's been let go by Paper X.
Mechanically
They
आसपास
send the
better है
reinforcements over to B.
लेकिन
Paper X this time, it's a little bit of push and pull. They put the pressure onto Showers, now going back to main, but
Zekken
this gives them
cute
full
है
control of that
youngster है
TP. They could rotate back to the spike over on the A side any given moment.
Seeing if maybe they could get
मिनीबू और
Meteor
आसपास
lurking. Arkia gonna confirm.
Trying to just create
मेरे
some
को
space
क्यों
for
तुम
his
लोग
teammates, but
उसमें
they can't
दुविधा
find.
में डाल
Karen
रहे हो
does find sight right through the toxic screen of his own, and now the high tide comes in. Meteor's ready for it right outside of Showers. Can he get the kills? So he's trying to go through. Waiting for the timing. Texture will push them away with the paint shells, trying to just make sure that they clear the plant. They do. And Meteor, he's going to land the first one. He lands the second and the third. And it's a quad for Meteor.
भाई
As they
मीटर
now
का
get
चुपके
a
बैठा था
fourth
ना
round win.
Yeah, great discipline here from Gen G.
हाँ
Nobody over aggresses. Great anticipation of where that hit was going to be. Texture perfect with the paint shells. Makes it way more difficult for that plant to come down for Paper X. Meteor using that high tide
No, his
against
first match
Paper X
was
very,
with
very
Exit Hack.
nicely. Something, again, every once in a while you see this
Wow,
with Paper
very
X,
nice
they don't
sound,
check
very
angles,
nice sound.
they don't
मजा
check
आ गया
corners,
Observer
they
भाई,
pay the
love you.
price. Now, it is
अच्छी
eco,
sound है
so,
गन की
not too much to worry about just yet, but you still have a fearsome buy to come up against with Gen G. A judge in hand for Charon, a bunch of bulldogs and rifles. This is a big round now.
मसक्कली walls देखो बे एक बार
around.
Oh, we've seen this at the grand finals of kickoffs as well. There's the Dizzy. He doesn't quite find it. It bounces right off the wall way too early. But now they know about the judge. So Paper X not looking to deal with that today in hookah. That'll force him back away. Already trying to take control of Showers. Senses the cam. Destroys that. And this is where Gen G will start to have to make some snap decisions. The camera no longer giving them free control of Showers. Munchkin fills it. Forsaken goes for a swing, and he actually wins the duel out. And that's the cue for Paper X to start pushing in. A long-range kill onto heaven on Meteor as well. Texture, he's caught right in the middle of the site. He has to make sure that he clears his angles, but he can't. Lamb's already taken over as well. And Paper X, they swarm the site. High tide out.
69 बस ये रखे मैं me from Canada person bachelor's of science in computer science bachelor's of science in computer science ऐसा भी है
So tough.
second year of study लवड़े
Just bypassing something there. So some damage still could be done. He's only got a
मोर्स
bulldog.
हाइड दे इसने मेरे को गाली दिया सबके सामने
Gun upgrade
10,000 लोगों के सामने
before the
इसने
round
मेरे
is
को
over.
I mean, they'll take anything
$69
right
में
now.
लौड़े बोला
So they
यार
need to scrap together everything
$1,000 में
possible
करते
to try
मैं
to
प्यार से
continue here. So many teleports coming in.
आज
Lucky's a
सुपर में
little
भी
scared about this
free
one. Not quite
कैरेक्टर
ready
भी
for
आता है
it.
ओरिजिनली
Chooses to
फ्रॉम
go for the
सूरज
double
गुजर लव यू
triple.
तमे केम
But
छो
only good for one kill.
बहुत
No
रात
gun
वेट
upgrade,
किया
and Charon will
स्ट्रीम
die
का
to
तेरा
spike as
lots
well.
of love from all
Now it's
love
gonna
you
look
Yardeep I
rather
love you
dire for Gen G. Thought maybe with that buy they could
Love
get
you.
something done, but
भाई क्या
really
चल रहा है ये
nice
चैट पे
anticipation of that position
There.
by Paper X, having in the back of their minds that sometimes There's a player behind that box with the judge, and the Dizzy notes it.
मेंबर्स भाई आप
They
भी
pull off, they
नॉर्मल
start
लोगों
winning
की तरह
1v1s.
स्पैम करें
Jing gets into that angle and
बिना
U-haul,
डिले
but
के धाप
really
धूप दे रहे हो
Forsaken winning that 1v1 against Munchkin makes things so much easier because that Showers control lost.
भाई
You're able to
बेसिकली
get
तुम
deep
लोग
into sight, cover
सारे
heaven
लोग
from there.
उसने
moments
$69
like
में
that
गाली
that
दिया तुम लोग
PaperX
मेरे को
is so
फ्री
good
में
and so
लौड़े बोल रहे हो
confident
ना
in. Every team in the world struggles against that.
Yeah, it's going to be the same cam here for Showers once again. I mean, obviously, gets him a lot of information right up until it's cleared, so we'll see if it ever gets pressured this time. But it looks like just a straight set execute.
और कॉपी पेस्ट वालों याद रखना
Mosh will land
जो
in front
लोग
of Showers.
गुजरात सूरत से नहीं है तुम
Trying
लोग
to
भी
push
लिख
them
रहे हो
away.
कि
They're
मैं
gonna wait
गुजरात
until the
सूरत से
poison
हूँ
cloud is about to
समझ रहे
diminish.
हो
There goes
सिटी
the
द्रोही
Dizzy.
लोग हो
Going to
तुम
the
लोग
blast
सिटी
back in
द्रोही
over the truck. Uses the cove for cover as well.
घुस गया
He
बे।
lands safely into Lamps. The left side of the site taken over. Waiting to see if there's a peek out, but Meteor not going to bite the bait just yet. Just waiting for backup to arrive as Karon already goes down. Tags one, that gives Meteor the first kill. In Showers, Lakia good to cover on Lamps as well. Spike still not planted. It's going to be a rush to TP over. Munchkin's ready for it. They see the pings coming in from the neural depth. That's one. Can he get the second? He wants to buy time. Cannot get the kills, but dwindles the numbers down. 3v2 for Gen G. PaperX double swing out from Hookah. They will continue to charge forward. They don't want to miss a single beat. Something actually gets one kill. Now a 2v1 on the site. Meteor has to come in for backup. They need to get this crossfire right now for Gen G. Lakia gets one. Dizzy noted, and something wants to isolate the angles, wants to group them together. He's going to go for the far wraparound. The spike planted for him an elbow. He'll wait to see if a push comes through. Gen G, not quite aware where he's exited. Neither of them checking elbow. He gets one, realizes he's not going to get the transfer. Thrash at the ready, sends it on a timing. Doesn't matter if he's, but he's going to wait. Jumps over it on the box, and Meteor heads up play.
भाई क्या दिमाग है यार
Gets the absolute read
क्या
to keep Gen G
दिमाग है
alive.
ब्रो
The big brain counterplay from
भाई हम
Meteor.
तो गाली
Knew
देते
the
हैं
thrash was
आप
coming
हमको
and
$16
gets
दो
above
वेरी
it.
रियलिस्टिक
That's something that you
क्या
expect PaperX to
दिमाग
do,
है
that kind of play, and
भाई
Meteor outdoes him.
मजा आ गया देख
I
कर
love this.
He was jumped up right before the thrash even activates, right? Just knows it's coming, given that something hides away. Knows that something's not one to shy away from a
दादा
fight.
इस PRX the
And
RCB
something
of
for once
Valor नहीं
punished for
यार
trying to play
PRX
it
जीतता है
safer and around.
अरे मतलब वैसा नहीं है सॉरी
Love it. I mean, I
RCB
thought
भी
something played
जीतेगा
that great. He couldn't use the thrash in the 1v2. I really like that execute from PaperX, even though it doesn't really work out, where they use the high tide in the cove so Jing can safely blast pack to make sure that they can set up a bunch into U-Haul.
मैं बेट हो गया यार
Come to fruition in that round.
मैं बेट हो गया
Execute was cool. You don't see very many teams quite do it like that. So
चैट आई एम इनोसेंट
this little piece of work there, opening trade, good for Meteor.
होल फटा
There's a showstopper. Can't get away from that though. This Meteor was trapped in
कितना
back
अल्टी
of
डॉज
sight.
करेगा
But
मीटर
Gen G
भाई
still trying to hold on to the back side. They will have control of it for now. As PaperX, they try to push through, but Texture and
Nice
Munchkin are
flip
good
करो,
with their shot.
sorry.
Something trades for one, but it's still a 3v2 advantage for Gen G. Now Showers control and backside control for Gen G.
निकाल सकते
Gonna
हैं निकाल
start to
सकते हैं
pressure onto the spike. The Molly already having gone
उसने
down.
spot किया
PaperX, they will have to fight for this round, and Mindfreak gets things. Something tries to go for the trade, but Karon gets one, and Texture gets the
भाई
other.
एक एक राउंड करके ऊपर आ रहे हैं एक एक राउंड करके ऊपर आ रहे हैं टाइम आउट चाहिए एलेक्स भाई टाइम आउट नीडेड राइट नाउ राइट हियर
Stabilizing a little bit as Gen G. Starting to look really
प्लान
good
ट्रैप था शिट
in these holds. Able to just kind of weather the util storm that gets thrown their way. Meteor winning a big opening duel. Yeah, he gets taken down by the showstopper, but that makes it a lot harder for PaperX to push space on the backside of this plant. So calm, so collected. Stinger does some damage. Now it is finally going to be time for
एलेक्स
PaperX
भाई
to
हेवी
take a
लीड है
time out
प्यार
of
से
their own.
समझाओ ठीक है
See if they can dial up something a little
अपने
bit
लोग हैं
special, a little bit unique. I think the money might be a little bit wanting for PaperX in this round.
वंश भाई 300k पे आपकी साइन वाली चड्डी गिव अवे
Quite
करो
a few rounds ahead, but not quite at match point just yet. So PaperX will have to make some of the tougher decisions. If they want to go for a bit of a Hail Mary, or if they will choose to let this one slide and regroup.
ध्यान से पढ़े चैट ध्यान से पढ़े कोई पेड कमेंट लिखा मॉड्स हाइड दो हाइड मैं नहीं जानता Binks love your dedication ऐसे एक्सप्रेशन से बोला रहेगा You are a truly gem डायमंड बुला रही है मेरे को इमोर्टल हूं मैं जैसे A big fan of you hearts with your hearts Thank you for always making our day you are the best thank you thank you यार
Playful purchases. The rest is going to be Sheriffs or PaperX, but you know, we see it all the time with these two teams.
पेड कमेंट
Thrifty
वालों को
buys
hide the
actually
wall.
get downgrade to a Spectre, but thrifty buys are something to be feared, no doubt about it. And Karan does have that orbital strike in case things get dicey for Gen G on the
भाई ये
platform
पढ़ने को टाइम
like
लगेगा.
that, but-
I mean, anything to buy time.
Yeah,
right?
exactly,
You got the
exactly.
pit coming up soon as well. Meanwhile, Paper X, they're close to a
कढ़ाई
thrash,
पनीर
so
बनने के
something that they're
लिए
working towards. They'll actually go towards the
एक
Seekers this
तेल
time for a divide. Now 2 points
गरम
away.
कर
And they plant
ले.
Jing. Now,
और
Meteor
भाई
changed
तू
up his camp position. Doesn't
तू
want to
रेसिपी
lose
दे रहा है
School of Showers too
कढ़ाई
early.
पनीर का.
Finally gets taken out though. Realizes the lurk from Jing very deep. Ruins the plan for
अदरक
Paper X as
का
well.
Yeah,
पेस्ट
they're picking
डाल
hookah.
कर
So they were either thinking about trying to go for some kind of hit,
होने
similar to the
तक
previous
भुने.
round, kind of set up some kind of crunch
हल्का
there.
भूरा होने तक
Didn't
भुने.
really get necessarily accounted
आए
for by Gen G.
भैया
He was in a
कढ़ाई
position
पनीर का वो
to
दिया है
maybe just a
रेसिपी
reattempt
भी.
at it. Texture close to that.
भाई मेरी
It's
चैट
gonna
आज
be
नशे
different,
में.
very different high tide. Try to give them the ability to take a little bit of space, maybe set up some crossfires. Texture trying to go for the early spam on the back of that poison cloud coming
मेरी चैट आज
through
नशे
from
में.
Munchkin. Here we go.
They're all decayed, but they have to destroy the tripwire. That's the key for Texture to fire off
इको
once
है इको है
again.
कोई सी
So all these smokes on the side of Gen G doing their job. Dizzy taken down, tries to clear the wingman. He actually gets it, goes for the blast back, stays alive. That means so much, but eventually he gets wrapped around. Now the orbital strike with the pop
my
flash
gosh.
comes in, something able to stabilize the name before the
इको है तो
suffocation
क्या
comes
हुआ
up.
जीत नहीं
Lock is
सकते
here for
क्या भाई?
backup. Now
इको
a
है तो क्या हुआ?
3v3, but weapons upgraded for Paper X. Spike will go down. Paper X get another lease in this round 18. Something spots the side of Munchkin on that jiggle. Munchkin as well goes for the check, but it's the spray down
भाई
from Jing and
फर्स्ट में
Mindfreak.
जीत
And
गए.
now the IGL of Gen G all alone gets one, but can't get
Almost
the
था,
second.
almost था रे.
Mindfreak with
दोनों को
another
मार सकते थे,
triple
almost
kill.
था.
Multi kills galore for the controller of Paper
भाई
X as he
साहब.
brings them to match point.
भाई आई वुड लाइक टू से सुजीत भाई आपके गांड में हत्ती कलन आपके एक सॉरी की वजह से क्या हो रहा है ये. Thank you for the watch party. It boosts the viewing experience by 100%. Wow, yaar. Love you, yaar. Love you. Love you, yaar.
Meteor his life because he's going for the cyber cage. He's going for
सब अभी यही
utility.
लिख रहे हैं.
Doesn't expect something to be
क्या हो
pushing
गया
out
chat को?
that
पता
side
नहीं.
of that ultimate. That cost him his life, and that might have cost him the
Chat.
round.
ए कोई लाइक सब्सक्राइब का सुपर चैट करो.
Sure, a quick swing out.
सारे लोग लिखेंगे
Not
लाइक
gonna
एंड
be able to pick
सब्सक्राइब
up
समझ
the
रहे हो?
weapon upgrade just yet, and that Odin is just
5 मिलियन पे मैं जा
mowing
सकता हूँ.
down
सारे लोग
Gen
लिखेंगे.
G. Divide, letting them know that they will not push out ever again
जीत गए
on
ना?
this map as
GG.
it's about to end in the hand of Paper X.
GG, bro.
Seekers used. Lakia
That's PRX
stuck
for
in
you,
guard, and
baby.
he will get surrounded.
One
And
timeout
Meteor's too
and
far
it's
away.
over.
Lakia goes down. Meteor all alone with just a Gen G Classic and a Stinger. Is it going to be enough against 4 members of Paper X? Quickly trying to go. Maybe try to get a weapon upgrade. Wants to go all the way for a rotate. Now it's going to be the orbital strike coming down. Paper X, they really want to just end this map right here, right now. And by pushing out this
कहाँ
far,
जा
they
रहे हो,
should be
Meteor
aware,
भाई?
even without a TP, that it's going to be a deep lurk around. Phantom picked up, but so much time spent. And Forsaken, he hears it.
टाइम है.
He's ready for it. Mind Freak there for the trade in case things go awry. Meteor would have to be a 180 flick of his lifetime to get this. He finds one, trying to spray down, but too much time. Forsaken swings out. And
That's
Paper
PRX
X
for
is
you,
back,
baby.
putting down their claim to the throne once again in VCT Pacific.
Bunks, Binky,
as they win
Bonky,
2-1
bye, love you. Excuse me.
against Gen G.
Creative stuff here from Paper
Love
X. What a
you.
game plan they had on their defender side of Bind, completely shutting down Gen G.
GG
Other than 2
बोलते.
rounds, where Gen G had to turn up the pace. And yeah, it looked good coming out of Lotus for Gen G. You think going into Icebox, a map that Paper X has been shying away from for a very long time, other than when they picked it last year, to sort of give it
Like, share,
a
and subscribe
farewell
करो.
as it left the
करो,
map
copy
pool,
paste
but
करो
now
ना.
it's back. They look pretty darn
करो,
good on
करो.
that
10
map.
के likes
Going
होते क्या
up
देखते
against
हैं.
a very tough
करो, करो,
Icebox
करो.
team, but Bind was really the icing on the cake for Paper X. Just unbelievable
DRX
the way
best
they
है.
played it. Unbelievable.
Absolutely recovering their own flavor, their own color.
Do
And
link,
giving
share
all
and
the
subs.
Paper X
Andy
fans
Mandy.
here, both in
करो,
Korea
copy
and
paste करो.
traveling from abroad, something to cheer for in a tough matchup to kick off week 2.
Current मारा.
Yeah, Jing hit his
Jinko,
hand a little bit.
Jinko,
Looks like he was
be.
scanning for something as well. Mind Freak getting caught off guard there. He might be ice cold in the server, but not always IRL. But what a match, and so much to talk about as we send it over to our desk.
Crazy था यार.
Yes, there is
Crazy
so much
था.
to talk about. PaperX defeats
Chat,
Gen
copy
G
paste
today,
नहीं,
the
like,
first
share,
time
subscribe,
with
असली
Jing
का भी
back
करने
on
का,
the
likes नहीं बढ़
roster.
रहे.
And it looks
बेशर्मो.
like we have a proper rivalry going on between these two
कब
teams.
हमें ऐसी
It's
winner
gonna
जी
begin. I feel like the coaches, they're gonna go at it again at some
आप
point,
expect करते रहो.
sometime, you know, in the future.
हम तब तक
There's
अच्छे
so
games
much to
देख के
study
enjoy
here.
करेंगे.
But right now, PaperX have adapted on the fly. PaperX have shown,
Like, share, and
especially in
subscribe,
this round,
buddies.
round 6,
Love you.
where after Coach Solo from Gen G calls a timeout, PaperX
Long time
instantly
back,
knew
ऐसा
how to
unique.
play
Time
around
of the
it.
party.
They watched and they marked that teleporter for days.
Yeah, this felt a lot more like the Gen G that we saw back in
ये
kickoff,
किधर
the
है?
one that was
मेरा
dropping
phone.
maps here and there to their opponents, the one that
तो
was
इनको पूछता हूँ
struggling to
second
have
hotspot आ रहा है
just
क्या?
full steam from the players across the series. It took a damn long while for us to really start seeing Meteor heating up. Nothing was really happening, obviously, until we got into that defender side of the map for them. And while, yeah, Bind is a defender-sided map for the most part, it's not so one-sided that, you know, a 10-2 scoreline, 11-1.
Bug truly like the watch party, keep doing this.
वैसे
वैसे ये पेड सुपर चैट करने में कैसे लगता है? शर्म कर लो.
I
Excuse
don't know
me.
what happened to the team coming out of that Icebox, but they looked so different at the beginning. They found their footing for a bit. They tried to make a run back occur, but it was just way too far gone. They could not afford to have had that catastrophic of an attack after.
That's really what it came down to. It was too far gone. You can see it like towards the start, after they lost like 5-6 rounds in a row.
Hello guys, thank you for the love. Like करो. अपने पास भी एंटी स्पैम स्ट्रैट है. अपने पास भी है.
Interesting phrasing, but I know exactly what you mean.
He wants to find those frags so that he can find that groove going again. But then, you know, it just doesn't quite happen. It's only easier on the defensive side because he's holding these positions. You know, even in some rounds when he's doing everything right,
What the
staying
fuck?
hidden, tucked away behind Forsaken's High Tide, for example.
Like, share, and subscribe. Love you, Pumpkin. Love you,
shooting down the wingman and then tossing paint shells, blast packs away. It's all good good moves, good ideas. But then, you know, the PaperX still just has that confidence. The damage is done, and even though he's able to find these little moments of victory, it's just not quite enough. And still, though, you gotta admire that movement that Meteor had against something's thrash.
हमारी silent viewers की क्या गलती थी? Oh shit! Sorry यार.
Regardless, win or lose, it was such a
Silent viewers,
play,
I would like to
the
apologize.
one moment where it's like, I have happy
Silent
feelings
viewers,
again.
I would like to apologize.
You know, as a Gen G player on stage,
Chat
there was
वाले
one
बकचोदी
moment
कर रहे
that
थे,
smiled.
मैंने return
The
किया.
energy was just completely cut off. I mean, William was talking about it during the cast. It never felt like even
ये
in the
क्या
grand
spam
finals,
कर रहे हैं भाई?
the
Hello?
team was completely out of their hands until it was
अबे
over.
शर्म है.
This, it
मेरा
felt like it was
stream,
so far out of their hands.
भाई मेरी स्ट्रीम अगर कोई देखा बाहर के राइट वालों ने और चैट लाइव स्ट्रीम खोल के लाइव चैट देखा, टीएम को प्रणाम वाला वो हो रहा है. शर्म करो, शर्म करो.
Yeah, it felt like they had like 4.
By something का score देखो बे.
Every single round they went into, PaperX was getting that early advantage.
20-11.
Down because, and it just felt like Gen G was never really able to find a solid reply. This was just absolutely excellent fragging from PaperX. Good game plans, great pivots and everything like that, but ultimately,
Guys, you know
they're
what
just
to do in the
nailing
morning.
shots.
The whole team, like marking these positions. I think we definitely have to, you know, credit Mind Freak a little
बहुत
bit as
गालियाँ
well
पड़ रही
because
है
he
यार.
knows
आज
exactly
बहुत गालियाँ पड़
where
रही
to
है, पता नहीं
position
क्यों.
himself, and he's like
Mods कुछ
able
help
to
करोगे?
position his
फड़बोस.
crosshair and connect onto every
क्या
single
help
shot that
करेंगे
comes
mods?
through.
There was moments in
Mods
there where I
को
didn't want to
खुद help
credit
की
Mind
जरूरत
Freak.
है
I
अभी.
wanted to accuse him because it felt like something was
I-
far too sus. He was
I
so
never.
damn clean. Not
ये
just in
पढ़ो,
Mind though,
ये
across the
पढ़ो,
whole.
ये पढ़ो, ये पढ़ो. आज सारे क्रूशियल चैट्स किसने किए? पलक जी ने कही है, श्वेता जी ने कही है. I never see the match. I always love to see you, Bunks. Bunks cutie. Shweta ji, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Anonymous का 200 कटा है, पता नहीं क्यों. श्वेता जी, thank you. ए क्या लिख रहे हो भाई? हेलो. चैट मेंबर्स ओनली करूंगा, स्पैम चेंज करो. बकचोदी नहीं. ये ड्रग्स बिक्स का नहीं. बकचोदी नहीं. स्पैम चेंज करो. गाली दो मेरे को चलेगा. श्वेता जी थैंक यू श्वेता जी। क्यों गाली दे रहे हो सब? ऐसा क्या किया है मैंने? मैंगो बाय आपके बुंड में हाथी का लुंड। लव यू। ब्रेकिंग बैड ठीक है,
We're
मूवीज में
going to
कर रहे हैं ना,
Shanghai,
लाइव
but who's
स्ट्रीम्स
the
में नहीं।
third? And
Yeah.
that's what's going to take some time to really figure out. But I think Gen G looking a lot more
Oi.
exploitable
Uncle.
in this one, and that is something a little bit
Zara.
concerning. The fact that double timeout calls in the first
I'm hungry.
half only leads
तो
to
क्या
a
करूं मैं?
handful of round wins for Gen G.
क्या
That's
करूं?
really rough.
क्या
So
हो गया?
whatever
मैंने क्या
went wrong in
मैंने
between
क्या
like, the
किया?
end of
Hello?
Icebox and this, because again Icebox was,
मेरे जैसा
was pretty tough,
innocent
and I wonder if
बंदे
it was just because Icebox was close,
Chat,
because they
मेरे
were
जैसा
so close to
innocent
push
बंदे ने
that
कुछ किया।
overtime, and having that gut punch of not
Language,
extending
chat,
the map into
language.
OT, if that was the case. But if that is, you need to be able to recover from that. You need to be able to bounce back when you go into these game threes
क्या
if
करूं
you
मैं?
want to be able to close out series. And we
और
have
कर
seen Gen G
श्वेता।
do that in the past, but they just played a 5-map series of Madrid, and a lot of points looked like they were going to be able to win it. So I think things just went a little bit lopsided for him here today.
Kind of lost it for a second. I know exactly what you're talking about because, it's not as though they've never seen PaperX play Bind before. Maybe they didn't expect the something Gecko, perhaps. But
भाई भूख लगी है।
PaperX did play this against T1
फोन
last
चार्जिंग
week.
पर
They
रखा है।
surely must have prepared
Give me
at
like
least a
10
little
seconds,
something for
10
it if they
seconds.
left it open. So for the map to go this way, especially that
seconds,
first half to go this far into PaperX's direction, makes you wonder, like, what went wrong? But, whatever it is, they did manage to come back towards a little bit at the end. So I still have hope for Gen G, but right now, I mean, it's just PaperX doing such a darn good job.
Yeah, PaperX is looking fantastic. This is the original form that we have come to know PaperX from last year. So to see them back in this dominant fashion, very convincingly, it's very different. Even in Madrid, while they did place third, there were a lot of struggles back and forth, and I can't say they were all convincing. It was a lot of heroics from Forsaken or Mind Freak, or each of the PaperX players, but this was very cohesive. This was the what do you call it? Hive mind that we say about PaperX all the time. That said, we are gonna go to our MVP Mind Freak with an interview with Jen on stage.
मेरे को ऑर्डर करके दे चल
Thank you guys.
जल्दी
I'm standing here with
Order
PaperX
करके
Mind
दो।
Freak now. Massive congrats, Mind Freak. Revenge is coming.
India is my country. All
At
Indians
last now.
are
Tell me how you
my
feel.
brothers and your sisters.
Feeling
Love you
really
to your
great.
best,
It's
bhai.
been like
All
lost
Indians
two
are my
matches against
brothers
them,
and your
so
sisters. Love you
finally
too.
happy that we won against them.
Now, we saw a lot of curveballs from each team. And we saw a lot of changes from your
Hey,
side
Daddy.
throughout today's
क्या हो
series.
गया?
So I want to start with the Icebox
इसको लगा
play,
मैं
because
डरूंगा?
you guys haven't played this
तेरे को लगा मैं
map
डरूंगा?
for so long. You've banned it 8 times so far.
Why मार रही
So
हो बे?
why today and why against Gen G?
The reason why is because like last time
Subject
we don't
miss,
play
एक
Icebox
second.
is because we don't have much time to practice in Icebox. So
सॉरी सर
coming to
पता
this
नहीं था
event,
माफ
I
करे
mean,
हो
coming
सुपर के लिए
against-
माफ टू यू
Against them, we know that against Icebox is not that their strongest map, so we took a gamble.
You're the most innocent,
show how
sweet,
today.
cute, beautiful,
Well, when
lovely,
it comes to,
gorgeous, handsome, attractive,
Gambling
pretty,
a
charming,
little bit.
stunning.
Gen G
Bunk
also
I have
has
never
a
seen.
fixture on Omen on Icebox. So did that kind of catch you off guard, or what were your initial reactions?
Thank you, Shweta.
Honestly,
Thank
for myself, I'm pretty surprised why he play Omen because
इतना
like,
सच
I
में बोलना
thought
था
he played good last time
But
when
thanks.
he
With
played
Jet?
against Jet, yeah. And
Huh?
yeah, I was surprised a
Dude,
little
क्या
bit,
बोला
but
बे?
I
Jealous
don't
लोग देख रहे हैं?
really like bothered by it. So
Thank you for
And
streaming,
also,
bro.
we see you guys
Love
combine,
you.
kind of moving away
मेरे
from
को
the
टाइम
base,
आउट
regular
दे
comp
दिया
and
सॉरी बाबू
more into solo
क्यों दिया है
duelist comp.
आज
So is
कंफर्म
there a
सोफे पे
specific
सोएगा
reason
कल भी सोफे पे
why,
सोया
or is something trying
आज
to
भी
play
possible
more
है
of Gecko?
भरोसा नहीं है आज का क्या प्लान है आर यू
honestly, I don't know the reason why. Just like Alex wanted
आज
something to
नहीं
play
है
Gecko,
सोफा
so
चलो
Okay,
I don't really know why actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that Gecko. Something on the Gecko, especially with the operator.
Okay.
Deadly, deadly. Now, last but not least, you guys are facing Team Secret on Sunday. What's your mindset?
Yes.
They're struggling a little bit. So.
ये आज घूमने जाऊंगा मैं
We're not gonna underestimate them, even though like they look a bit off, but we want our revenge because last year we lost against them in Pacific League. So yeah, we just want another revenge, I would say. Yeah.
Another revenge, another revenge. Well, thank you, Mind Freak, so much.
Thank you.
And
माइंड
good luck
फ्रीक
on
बाप
Sunday.
के लाबे
Now that was Mind Freak, and we're gonna head off to a short break, but stay tuned because we
अंकी
have
सेज
T1
लग रही है
taking
मुझे
on
हिल करे
DRX. We'll see
सॉरी
you soon.
जीजो एक्सक्यूज मी नूब है अंकित, नूब। भाई अभी कौन सी मैच है? अभी भी हैवी मैच है ना? क्या ऑर्डर कर रही है मेरे लिए?
क्योंकि इसने बोला ये रात को अकेले सो जाएगा, मैं तेरे को लेके जाऊंगा।
हाँ चलेगा, ठीक है ना। तो फिर मैं बोरेवली जाती आपको। हाँ अभी इसका बेड भी बड़ा है।
कोई नहीं, मैं जा रहा हूँ सीधा कोरिया। लेट्स गो। अजी कान का एमसी बेची कर दिया
कल से
पंच
वॉच
भाई।
पार्टी अंकी के चैनल पे।
वहां से करूंगा, वहां से लाइव स्ट्रीम करूंगा। ये बच्चे वाले हरकतें करना बंद करो। वही बंक्स बाय उस अकाउंट में टाइम आउट, बस यही तक पेड एक्टर। लव यू। कौन से अकाउंट में है? यही है। कैसे? ऑब्वियसली कितना अच्छा मैसेज लिखा है उसने। असली लड़की है भाई।
ये मैसेज पढ़ के
ये देखो भाई।
You are the most innocent, sweet, cute, beautiful, lovely, gorgeous, handsome, attractive.
वो भी फुल स्टॉप के साथ सब।
तो
हाँ लड़कियां फुल स्टॉप यूज करती है।
ये उसने गूगल पे एडजेक्टिव्स गूगल किए और एक कॉपी।
लड़कियां कब फुल स्टॉप यूज करते मालूम है? जब लड़के लोग प्यारा प्यारा लंबा मैसेज करते हैं और ओके के बाद एक फुल स्टॉप होता है, वो यूज करते हैं। क्या बोलते हो? सिंगल्स।
एक्सपीरियंस है ना तेरे को, पता चल जाना चाहिए ये श्वेता है या।
हेल्प अ गर्ल आउट विद यू। एक्सक्यूज मी।
अच्छा स्काई।
10 के लाइक करो, 10 के लाइक। चैट क्या खाऊं मैं? स्टारबक्स कॉफी है। हमारी मांगे पूरी करो, जिंक्स करना बंद करो। 12-0 नेक्स्ट मैप बोल। कौन सा मैच है वही नहीं पता। मैप कहाँ से? मतलब मेरे को पता है, मेरे को एक्चुअल में पता है, एक्टिंग कर रहा था। नेक्स्ट जीतने वाली है DRX 2-0। मैकडी का तो क्या बोलते चल, वैसे भी चीट डे हो ही रहा है। प्राइस तो खाने मिलेगा। मैकडोनल्ड्स। प्राइस किसकी अच्छी रहती है चैट? ये क्या है? ब्रुकलिन फूड फैक्ट्री। क्या क्या मिलता है उधर? ओ सलाड भी मंगा सकता हूँ मैं। How about I order something nice veg? How about some fries and nachos, yo? How about some fries and nachos? मैकडी ने कर तो सकता है, बट फ्राइज एंड नाचोस थोड़ा लंबा चलेगा। ऑफ भी है बे 200 रुपए का। लेट्स गो पंको, ये ले आ। जेलिसी पीपल, जेलिस पीपल, जेलिसी पीपल क्या? Google can't define your adjective bunks. You're the most cute person. Let the ये वो है फैन। तेरे को क्या लगा मारने के लिए वो बैट है तेरे हाइट का?
छोटा है तो फिर ये
तेरे को लगा तेरे हाइट का बैट है? क्रिकेट खेलने जा रही हो तू?
हाँ, नहीं टेनिस खेल।
क्या हो गया? काहे इतनी जोश है? अच्छे से घोड़े बेच के सोए थे दोनों, पता है?
क्या मस्त हुए। कल तो हम लोग एकदम लेट थे आउट।
पटेटा वेजेस भी ऐड करो। 2 हो गया। मैं नाचोस और फ्राइज। क्या आएगी टाइम पास यही शेयर कर सकते हैं ज्यादा है
We saw Genji just now, but it's time to witness the showdown between the other two Korean Titans, T1 and DRX. Now, DRX has been coming back into full form, but T1 here.
पिंकी पासवर्ड बोले
They're we're gonna go into an interview and see how they're feeling after the last two matches.
पकड़ो
Hello, Saya. Now, with what happened?
जीजू दीप बाय कैसे हो
A lot of breathing room, I guess. So, what's your mindset coming in today, and how have you guys been
Okay.
able to recover from the last TFM
ले
series?
मोबाइल हो गया
From the last game, we just
First है ना fan?
we decide to
मुझे लगा
play
मारने के
confidence
लिए।
and then we don't care. Yeah,
More confidence today to what you're good at.
yeah, that's right.
Okay, good luck today, man.
by executed by
And
let's
yes,
go
welcome back to VCT PACIFIC. This is the T1
executed है
roster
साया
that
player
we've
है
been seeing
इसकी रॉसी है
playing all of this year. And yeah, they're a
हवा
little bit
मार
broken,
क्या
but
ठंडी
not,
लग रही है क्या?
sorry, they're a little bit battered, but not broken. I would think, especially with
क्या
answer
हवा
like
रही है
that
क्या?
from Carpe,
Is
a
it
Saya
broken?
player.
Broken
Wow, I'm
heart.
just getting
jealousy
Hard to
people
make.
tell
Yeah.
something
Well,
always cutie
ultimately,
bunks cutie
I mean,
thank you
Molly
Shoda
does
ji
feel
thank
bad
you
for the
thank you
team to lose that
thank you
matchup.
really
Also, probably are still somewhat simultaneously happy.
पिंकी
for
दी
TFM's
बहु
fight.
बद्दो
It's
प्रेम
probably a
थोड़ा
really
अंकी
weird emotional
थोड़ा
roller
अंकी
coaster
को
to
भी
be on if you're T1, but if you're a T1 fan, you're
तुम
very
काहे प्रेम दे रहे हो
fortunate
बे
because you expect, okay, TFM, yeah, they rebuild, they do look strong.
बच्ची कभी अडॉप्ट कर ले मैं लैंग्वेज
उड़ गया आकाश हाँ अभी आकाश
They
में
should still have this one in the bag. T1 looked very disjointed.
हेलो बंक्स भाई रिसीव द मास्टर मैंडेट का गिव अवे वाला पोस्टर टुडे लव्ड इट थैंक्स टू यू थोड़ा स्टोरी हो जाता तो
But DRX has been
अपने
looking
सेटअप पे डाल
stronger
के
and stronger with every game.
ऐसा
Let's go over to their interview.
तेरे मोह के सामने पोस्टर डाल के दे सेटअप पे वो पोस्टर डाल के वैसा
मत करो मैं चेयर से उड़ गया
अंकी की कोई दोस्त सिंगल है तो मैं देख लूंगा ठीक है मतलब
लड़के
मैं
लोगे, चलेगा?
मतलब मैं फ्रेंडशिप कर लूंगा वैसा
हाँ लड़के लोग हैं सिंगल चलेगा
Hello,
Nice.
Mako. Now, T1 of course lost to DFM, but you can't really let your
Hey,
guard down
friends, तेरे
against them. So, is there anything you need to watch out for today?
Whatever they lost the FM.
बहन वाला प्यार गंदी सोच ठीक है
Easy game.
Never mind.
माँ को बोलते
Oh, Mako. The gentle giant with little sense of humor. He's great.
बोल डाले
He's also a
चुभेगा नहीं ना
crazy viper, and we saw him
क्या
come back
टच 10
into
के लाइक्स हो
form
सकता है
actually a bit in his last game.
Yeah, I mean, the series that we've been seeing from Mako so far have been
दोनों टीम स्ट्रांग
kind
है
of like vintage Mako.
बट
which is something we
DRX
were
थोड़ी
missing for
क्लीन
a decent
वैलोरेंट
little while
स्लो
there,
एंड
you know,
स्टडी
especially
क्लीन
in
वैलोरेंट खेल रही है
the kind of arc of DRX going over and having
अंकी अभी तक करने के नहीं उसको टाइम लगा
etc. Even in Champions, he had some flashes of it, but it wasn't nearly as consistent as we had been used to from
Huh?
the past. So far, here in Stage 1, Mako has been right back on.
क्या एक्सक्यूरेट
Right there, and
बाय
it's a different game, you know, that they played as
है
well, you know,
बहुत
against
गंदा
global esports.
और क्या
But
गेम
what
में
I
साया
really
प्लेयर
did
का
like was
साया
Foxy
भटकता है
9,
ये
you
भी
know,
बहुत गंदा था
before he's on
क्या
that
जिंग
duelist
बाइक
role,
का
maybe
पिंग
running
सही है
Mako a
ये
bit
भी
too
बहुत
much.
गंदा
Now
था
on the Sentinel
क्या
without
बस
the
बाय
mobility, he's
कभी
forced to kind
मरना
of
बस
play it
करेगा
safe,
ये भी
and
बहुत
that's
गंदा
how
था
he finds these
लेकिन
kills,
ये
these individual
गंदी चीज
one-on-ones.
से
I mean, if you
लगता है
can't
कि तू
keep a leash on a
मेरा
player
ही
when they're playing
सब्सक्राइबर है
duelist,
जब ये
leash them to their util on a site. But the adjustment here from Foxy has been absolutely incredible. You know, Renaissance is the word that I keep throwing around for him. And, you know, some people would say, like, oh, he didn't get a fair shake playing duelist. They were really inconsistent and whatnot. But,
मैंने जिताया था
you
भाई
know, ultimately, right now, it doesn't matter what happened in the past. Time to just focus on this
जिसमें भाई
season, this year, this moment, right now. And
शर्म करे
DRX
शर्म
have been looking really good, and a lot of it
शर्म
has been because of Foxy 9.
Yeah, and DRX. I mean, I know we're all hailing
बच्ची
Gen
को
G
घर में जो
right
इसके
now,
मॉम डैड
but it
परेशान हो
wasn't
रहेंगे
that long
एक्सक्यूज
ago DRX were undisputably the kings of Korean Valorant, and it looks like they're coming back into form. Meanwhile, for T1, they were
two-time
definitely
MVP
on
in a
the
row
rise and
start
rise
of
until
a
their recent
undefeated
series.
record
But, you know,
Foxy 9
despite their loss against DFM, they're not looking very shabby at all.
They were the team that brought down Zeta last year. They are still that team that, you know, can put up some decent
बंस
numbers.
कनाडा होम टूर
They
देखना है
forced Brex's
हाँ
mind
यार
into overtime, losing out only 12-14.
हाँ यार
last
दीप
week.
भाई
So
how
I
about
do
you
believe
take
they
some
still
like
have a
cast
lot of
those
gas,
membership
and
and
they're
like
able
join
to
the
show
WhatsApp
some
group and
moments,
show the
but
home tour
whatever happened in that match against DFM has to be addressed because
It is
you
very
see that
cheap.
players sometimes weren't really feeling themselves. They weren't really communicating as much.
देव भाई नाम है देव
Just
भाई
making the whole team look a little bit
आपका
disjointed.
कट मिल जाएगा
Yeah,
किधर हो
it
मेरे
really felt
सेल्स
like
पर्सन
the the wheels came off the cart a bit in that set, and you know a lot of that did have to do with DFM's play.
Timeout मिल गया live का पहला
Bad day by any metric, but they certainly
बच्ची कहाँ से लेके आया language
so they need to come out here. They need to have a much better headspace for
Bunks
these
bhai,
players
on a
to
serious note,
Yeah,
Bunks, thank you
I
for the
completely
stream.
agree with
Humor
that.
is
Now we're looking
perfect
at Izu
remedy
and
to
Bane right
unwind
now.
after
These
a
are,
tough
I
day.
would say, the newest players in Pacific.
It's
for
more
both
than just
sides.
entertainment. It's
Bane,
a breath
this
of
was
fresh air
actually his coming into
that
the DRX
lifts
roster for
my
stage
pants,
one is
lifts
why
my
a lot of us had
spirits.
question marks initially
Thank
for
you
DRX,
and
but
bye
it
bye and
seems
see you
like
after a
he's
month. Bye bye,
fit in,
KS. Do
slotted
well
in
in life.
quite
Love you,
seamlessly, and it
Mirjan.
looks like he's just been playing with him forever.
Yeah, overall, it's been a very
Wow,
good performance
Kaz,
from him. I mean,
those
has he
membership
had to go out and
page
make like
this is business.
incredible clutch plays? No, you know he hasn't necessarily been put in the same position that Karan was in a couple of their matches during kickoff, but he has just been rock solid. He's just his util timings, the way that he plays around with the rest of the squad, it looks really good.
कहाँ लगती है भाइयों कहाँ लगती है
Overall, quite strong here for the side
थोड़ा
of
वेब
DRX.
WhatsApp ऑन
For
करना
them to
पड़ेगा
take
देखने
yet
को
another
क्या सीन है
duelist player and start molding them into something that they previously were not. It seems like DRX just continue to have the magic in that regard. Izu is somebody who had some fantastic moments in that last series, especially with Sheriffs in hand.
Oh, yeah.
Some really great multi-kills that he was able to pick up to try to turn the tides of some of those rounds versus TFM. But I think otherwise has been a little bit lacking in some of the more, just neutral play. It feels like where we were seeing him find incredible, immense amounts of value during kickoff, we haven't been seeing those same peaks from him so far.
Kind of quiet. He had some impactful frags, but the numbers weren't quite there. Not enough to bring T1 over that edge up in that last map against DFM. So you can really feel the
Anaconda
missing of that
दिखाओ.
impact.
Excuse me.
So, before we go into the map ban picks,
Hi Bunks
here
bhai, love
is
you too
how these two
रुद्राक्ष
teams
शर्मा
have been playing out over
आज
the course
तो
of
सोने ही
this
नहीं मिलेगा
year,
अमेरिकाज में
and
भी
they
हेवी
have
मैचेस
similar,
है
map ban picks.
heavy matches
But I
है
mean, DRX, just
unsubbing you
basically
sorry
playing
cause of
everything so
exams
far.
I'll be back at
Overall,
24 done
looking pretty
Cinderella
good. I'd be curious to see, where this veto ends up going, and I'm also curious that
अब बंक भाई पेरेंट्स बीटेक के लिए मना कर रहे हैं क्या करूं समझाए कि क्यों
Showing those
इम्पोर्टेंट है
elbows. Woo.
And somebody pointed it
BTech.
out, and I'll talk
और
about the
तुम्हारा
video.
future
Somebody pointed out,
plans
like, the
क्या
last
है?
time that Termi was not
समझा
wearing a suit was when they
देव
got
भाई थैंक
bodied,
बहुत
I
काश
believe,
दोस्त
by
मेंबरशिप
Gamer.
मॉड्स नंबर निकाले
So it's been a while, but he's going for it. As it's going to be
It did affect
Icebox
them last
ban.
time.
और इनको बताए कैसे
And,
ज्वाइन करे
Okay, Lotus banned away here
अपना
by
group.
DRX. I think that makes absolutely perfect sense, even though Lotus in their own right is a strong map.
Bye.
I do wonder, do we go back towards something like Ascent or
Split. Okay.
Love you brother may grow a lot love you do
Kind of old faithful for them. Their
sunset
longest
ban
win
करो
streak
sunset
was
ban
on
करो
that.
sunset ban
Yeah,
करो
Exactly. So I'd be fully anticipating just Bane playing that Omen Mako on the Viper again, just going for some kind of crazy lurks. But
It
curious
does
to
make
see
me
what else they have.
wonder how T1 will perform though, because still, although we did have Rossi consistently on the Viper, last week he started to show that KO a little bit.
बस बच गए
And
अभी कुछ भी देख सकते
sometimes, not really quite working
Bye.
together.
I am
not
with your
gelling too well
parents.
for
हाँ
the
जी
team, except
how
for,
come madam
certain rounds on Lotus and
Okay.
Sunset.
Well,
Yeah,
up by
bind
game three
decider.
again.
Yeah.
Should this go to the distance? So,
भाई आजकल बाइंड पिक हो रही है भाई बाइंड पिक हो रही
I
है
think as far as the bind compositions, I know obviously we
खास दोस्त लिया तो हमेशा के लिए ग्रुप में एंटर किया नहीं रे
the Gecko, but I
One
don't
month.
necessarily think that it would have, maybe the harbor and whatnot around it. So this would be a completely different.
mods where to contact my friends mods किधर गए मेरे हेलो
I'm very curious to get into this first map.
Oh yeah, this is very.
Mods, help
historically
him
how
to
they
join the
perform.
members
Very
WhatsApp
evenly
group
matched. Even the comps a little similar.
Yeah, I mean,
we got the harbor on the team.
Izu on that Yoru from kickoffs was definitely something that was very fun to watch. I don't know if it's going to be the same this time comparing to his performance from last week, but hopefully, there's a bit of recovery because you have to be.
Yeah, I mean,
up there.
You have to.
which
be
community is better Valorant or CS gaming community is better bro
If they also decide to do that, because I mean, it was a very different setup for them. I mean,
मुझे पता है खास दोस्त
Stax
के
was
बीच तो
playing,
आपको
like
नंबर
Sova and
निकालने का बहुत
whatnot.
आदत है
While I think overall he looked much improved, Buzz has never been much of a Yoru player.
अरे आजकल इसलिए कर रहा हूँ कि वो ग्रुप थोड़ा एक्टिव हो गया रे थोड़ा
I'm a
अच्छा
little
लगा
bit curious if they would shift
बहुत टाइम तक
Bane onto
कम लोग थे
Yoru
ना
and
तो
then
थोड़ा
have
शांत था
Buzz
अभी
play
का
Jet or
लोग भर
something to
चुके
that
हैं
effect here.
I could see that happening. We have seen Buzz on Yoru a little bit on Bind like a while back, but I do believe
बढ़िया था
this could be a bit of a test for Bane. Like this will show whether or not he's up to snuff.
एक बार ग्रुप में ऐड होने के बाद मेंबरशिप एंड होने के बाद कर देते हो वो ऑटोमेटिक पूरा एल्गोरिदम है समझ रहे हो एवरी मंथ वो ग्रुप रीसेट होता है
They're watching the
तो
game
जिनका
the laptop there.
मेंबरशिप खत्म हो जाएगा ऑटोमेटिक निकल जाता है
I think they're it's a lot safer back here
तो
because
वो
there's no paper
algorithm
than to
बिठा
throw
के
them
रखा
around when you know teams win for the first time and ever.
Team
Let's
game
talk
कब
about
के लिए पता नहीं
predictions. This is I'm not sure if we're evenly split. We're not.
Holy
actually. Okay, we're all
shit.
predicting our DRX win.
Except.
Yeah, but William always does that.
Yeah, I was
so-
going to say, who could have seen it? William with a punt prediction.
I know. William being William. That aside, did you guys change your predictions based on
भाई वो लोग तो DRX का रखा है ना कैप्सूल अभी
or
Oh, hell yes.
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे दोनों है
I thought that
नॉर्मल व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप भी है
I don't think that this is
बट
hopeless
नॉर्मल
at all for
व्हाट्सएप
T1.
ग्रुप में मैं एक्टिव नहीं
I
हूँ
think that if they are
मैसेजेस
going to be
देखता
coming
हूँ
out and they're going to be in solid form, especially if Izu is going to be able to find similar impact from kickoff on Yoru.
Language,
I
Romit
think
bhai,
that
language.
T1 absolutely can take this series. It just does that carry across all of
अगर
these
आपने
maps
SK
here.
रोस्टर को
DRX right
देखा
now, I
मोदी
think
जी से
overall
मिलते हुए
they look
देखा
very solid. It's a little bit
बड़े
difficult
बड़े
to kind of
क्या
pick
है
things
भाई
apart and say,
ये
like,
क्या
well,
है
this is something that they really
भाई वो
need to start
कितना
working on. I
अच्छा
think
लग
this
रहा है ना
is some
स्किन
minor
ऐसी
stuff, but for
गोल
the most part,
गोल
they look
गोल
very
गोल
clean.
घूम रहा है
Whereas T1, last couple series, a hell of a lot more.
थोड़ा
about you,
गेमिंग रूम
If this
सेटअप हो
were
जाता तो
kickoffs T1 versus kickoffs DRX, I might still have leaned towards DRX. T1, you know, they've been looking to, you know, improve and it shows a lot of new things, but DRX is still just that good. They know everything. They are able to set up. Unless T1 shows that they are able to counter some of these plays, it's going to be tough.
Well, I know the crowd's ready, and they're going
Let's go.
wild because we have 2 Korean teams about to face off. Let's go over to our casters. William,
अप्रॉक्स आप कितने
voting
दिन
for
के लिए
T1
जाओगे
and Paper
कोरिया पता नहीं एक हफ्ता भी हो सकता है 10 दिन भी हो
Thank you
सकता है
very much at the desk. And it's crazy that you think it's just because I want to make silly predictions.
उनको
Because
लगता है
what
मैं
I want to
नहीं
do is not
कर
diminish
पाऊंगा
TFM's
जी
victory, all right?
निकलने
I
के
thought
बाद
that was a
भी
very well-deserved victory against a very strong team. I think
prove करो
T1
क्यों
should be
गलत
able to
लगता है
regroup from a lot of the mistakes they made.
आप
But of course, I mean,
बीटेक के
DRX is looking
क्वेश्चंस
better and better,
डैड को
especially
पूछो
play with Bane.
डैड अगर आपको इसके आंसर्स आते तो मैं आपका सुनूंगा अगर नहीं आते तो मतलब मैंने कुछ तो सीखा है लाइफ में मुझे करने दो ऐसा थोड़ा फटका खा सकते हो तो बीच में बट दैट इज चैलेंज इन लाइफ
Absolutely, for sure. It has to be a confidence play
बाप तो
between
कैसे
these two
क्वेश्चन
teams.
पूछा
Of
करके
course,
थोड़ा
a
खा
lot of
सकते हैं वो
history
थोड़ा
between
झेल
the
ले
orgs as well, but also here in VCT. T1 yet to get that ever elusive victory against DRX, who used to be the original kings of Korea. Can they do it here in stage 1 of VCT Pacific 2024?
आपका
Let's
सेटअप
find
का
out as we welcome the
कॉस्ट
players to the
टोटल
stage.
कॉस्ट क्या होगा फ्री में मिला जस्ट
T1.
बस पूरा दिन यही बजेगा लग रहा है बे
DRX.
भाई म्यूजिक तो है बे
Undefeated, locked and loaded, we about to blow. Caught 'em with that left, I leave 'em tapped out on the floor.
इसके एडवाइस मत सुना वरना बेकार हो जाएगा लैंग्वेज
Up in the boat, I'm in the zone, yeah, yeah. Go to the fire, the breath. King of the jungle and beat my chest. This I'm posing the play.
जिंदगी से मत जाएगा ऐसे कर
Bring on my finger up against. Like playing chess and I don't even sweat. That's what I call it finesse. That's what I call it finesse.
mods how to link YT account to Discord in phone app mods help करो अक्षय भाई हेल्प करो उसकी
They know we are undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm ranking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? I pop on with the jumper, then the audio.
भाई लोग का नया मर्चा है क्या DRX का उड़ी लग रहा है
I'm just warming up, we up in the cut. Oh, I'm ready to hunt, time to eat it up. Oh, 2 steps.
एक्सक्यूरेट बोलते क्या ब्रदर्स है भाई कुछ भी बोल
I'll be starting riots when I pull the stun. I got him shit.
हाँ
I'm on the road, you come stop. Ain't no rivals, ain't no
T1 versus DRX. T1 just looking to get back into form, while DRX looking fresh with their new looks.
Sorry, don't use social media.
Representing
2
their
सेकंड ही
new
लगे रे
merch here,
इंस्टॉल
of
करने
course,
दी
featured on
their team capsule as well. DRX
Because track
2024
karna thoda
Ascent.
easy hai.
Can they continue that upwards trajectory is the big question.
No doubt. I mean, you got to be looking at DRX and thinking, man, it's looked really good for Bane, only having a couple days before the stage started to really integrate himself with this roster. And for T1, the hopes have been high for them coming into 2024. This is a roster they were really confident in. And so far, it hasn't panned out. Is this going to be the turning point for T1? Excuse me. Can they recover from this loss to DFM is the big question on everyone's mind. Certainly they can, but it is a
best chamber player.
You know, they've never beaten DRX yet. It's a different looking DRX. But man, oh man, a lot riding on this match already this early in the stage.
Absolutely. I mean, T1, they built up so much excitement during the offseason, coming out with new looks, new comps, confident clutches, great comms, great vibes on stage. People said this was a squad to look forward to, a global squad on a Korean team. And we take a look, and the desk was trying to theorize on what would be the roles here at DRX, but it looks like we hit it spot on. Bane will be filling in that Euro role, allows Buzz to continue to be that fixed primary duelist in the jet, and Foxy9, of course, continuing as that sturdy sentinel.
Yeah, and when you think back to this comp, for
even the great teams,
when they last played this map, it was against Bleed. It was a multi-overtime affair. Real thing I'm looking for here for DRX is to shut down side player if he gets an op. That was where a lot of the damage was done for T1.
Side player बाप player है, execute बाप player है.
Take the op out of his hand.
DRX की तो पूरी lineup ही बाप है.
So for T1, you know, you want to get to that op early.
And love you from Germany. Love you to मेरी जान.
If they get to that power weapon, how are you going to have the ability to deal with that? That doesn't require a Neon like running in the face of the Saya player.
Yeah, that's the big question. Of course, Saya's operator, the Marshals, the Outlaws, anything with a scope, Saya will use it to great effect.
That is cast those chats, just saying,
deny
it's
the
time to buy.
opportunity
Idhar
throughout
chat
this
nahi
map
rahe,
as they
idhar.
start on the attacking side. Of course, this map pick coming in from T1 themselves. So on the defense, playing with that no sentinel.
Love you from my home, love you to you.
To see if there's any sort
Yeah,
of push out to
valorant
try to gain some more control of the map.
And
Try to cut it up a little bit more with things like the Cascade, High Tide. As we take a look at DRX setting up on the A side for a bit of context.
क्या यूट्यूबर पैसा कमा पा रहे भाई नहीं पे आज की रेवेन्यू पता है
Execute
40 rupees
Carpe are going to be ready. Izu now trying to work his way through so that Yoru utility just a flash available for him. Cleared the dart.
Sheriff at the ready for Carpe, but it gets dropped immediately, and Mako kicks things off with the
Mako
perfect fashion for DRX. Execute will try to stabilize with the Cascade, but he's so low on health, 15 HP. Saya player now with the Sheriff. He'll try to find a timing as the opponents on DRX have already gone through the stairs. Execute just trying to stay alive. He just wants to buy time until his teammates arrive, but Saya player can't land a shot. A single one onto Buzz, and Foxy9 will get another. And it looks like it's all down to Rossi. Picks up the Sheriff. He can land the shots. Still doable considering the health on Mako. He can dwindle down the numbers. DRX are just not giving him an angle at all.
Look at where Bane is tucked away right behind that crate. Already taking a little bit of damage to Rossi, not much at all. Buzz just tagging him up for a few hit points.
Yeah, look at that reposition for Buzz as well. Just goes in between the pyramids.
It's gonna be a clean DRX game, I feel,
and Bane's
bro.
ready for the peek out. It's going to be 4 members left alive for DRX.
Fundamentally
Picking
too
up a
strong.
Sheriff here on the side of Bane, and a great start for the
Mechanics
Korean Kings.
Yeah, this looked like a really good read here from DRX, kind of expecting this push out from A. Mako's just waiting with open arms. You know, they can see they get 2. They lose Carpe and Izu. A lot of that retake utility taken out of the hands. Had it come to that, didn't really. Saya player not able to find his shots. Rossi in a near impossible situation. Only going to be an investment into that Marshall for Sai. You were just talking about it, Will. He loves those. He loves those scope guns.
Yeah, he'll buy as long as he's got 950 in the bank for sure. See if it finds a target though. Now scoping down to allow for his teammates to position for a push up, but that's going to be spotted by Mako. DRX, do they wait for the entire push out? The rest will be pushing into Cave. Continuing with the old FPX current Na'Vi buy with the 3 rifles, 3 Vandals in hand for DRX.
That's not the typical buy for DRX either.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of became meta around the world for a brief moment, and then half armor, all these other things came through. So DRX, they're trying to bring this back into Pacific. Curious to see kind of what data they were looking at to rejuvenate this. We'll see if they can make it happen as the Marshal awaits. The drone not going to spot him in time, but the TP in, and it's going to be Izu who gets the first kill. Bane trying to get another as he pushes out onto the site. Now everyone corralled on the backside of the pyramids. Buzz finds the timing as he swings back out, trying to expand their territory here for DRX in the post plant. He's been noted low on health. Maku finished him off, and it's all down to Carpe with only 10 HP.
All right, let's see if he can do any more
मेरे
damage.
को अभी देखनी है DRX versus TRX.
For that flank, Izu even TP'd back
एक
over there.
very
Make sure that
aggressive
this angle
team
was covered. Set up the quintessential
और एक
DRX crossfires where
calm
everybody's
and fundamentally
on
strong.
point, knowing what their job is. Now they leave the site, expecting maybe that there's potentially one player lurking. See if they can catch it.
न्यूजीलैंड का क्या सीन मैच कब देखने मिलेगा पता नहीं आज शायद देखने मिल
Carry
सकता
over as much as he can, maybe send someone else first, as everyone already took a lot of damage on their armor, and it is going to be Stacks. It peeks out, gets a kill, one more point towards that Hunter's Fury. All three rifles kept alive, 4 members continuing on for DRX.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, this is now, you're going up against a full rifle buy, essentially in the bonus against DRX. So they're able to come through that relatively cleanly. Good job there by Bane, taking space early with that TP. Catching Saya player in a bad spot. Able to do some good damage. DRX seeing if they can turn this map on its head. It was a pretty even affair for T1 on both sides of the coin on Breeze. 6-6 against Bleed the last time they played.
Please subscribe.
If they can avoid kind of a rough start like they had against Bleed, where Bleed took 5 or 6 in a row to begin the map. Bane going to be farming those orbs as the orbs do on this.
DRX and TRX, nice throw.
I mean, we'll see. The record continues to be held by Forsaken.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was absolutely nuts in the AVL.
Why don't
Just
people
absolutely
sub?
insane.
नए लोग
Never
इतने नहीं
seen
आते
so many different dimensions being opened up since Doctor Strange came by, but boy, oh boy, don't think Bane's gonna get there
rank
anytime
push have been
soon. But of
after
course,
this,
orb control
rank
and
push
A
नहीं
pressure.
होएगा. Maybe
Good
before
nonetheless.
the
Disrespecting the high
NST.
tide as well. That's 4-6 Skirret to
कर
hold a
सकते हैं.
far back position. Meanwhile, on the B side, Foxy9 creeping forward to open up some space for the rest of his teammates.
But अगर premier होएगा तो
Player
stream
wants to
continue.
check. They have no information on the side of T1 right now. They need to push out for contact, but he's checking the wrong corner, and it's a swing out for Buzz as well. They thought it was a further back shot, and it was, but little did they know the Jet holding close, sight broken open, and now
उसने वहाँ पे
T1
क्यों
on
check किया?
their
कोई
first
दिखाता,
buy round down
sound
to
आया
3
था.
members already.
The discipline and the reads have been so good for DRX. It's going to be a couple players from a lot of different directions that DRX is potentially going to have to account for. It's like now, though,
तो गया था
gonna
बस
move
stream
away
on
from
था.
elbow to
आज
one
मैं
lane,
ये में
one
नहीं.
from the site.
They'll approach the site itself, Cascade to cut off that angle, but it's going to be Bane who tags him a little bit, forces Xcurrent to just stand there, wait for another peek out, and look at this, just the ping pong back and forth in the aggro, and DRX looks like they never lost a beat, even with Bane entering. As the flash comes out, Bane gets the last kill, and it's a 3-0 lead.
It's just good reads from DRX
Scam
so far.
क्या
They're
होगा
really
लगा,
understanding
rating लगा
the
इससे.
ideas that T1 wants to try to implement in every round that they get. Again, keeps Saya player away from that operator.
Deep को आया क्या
Harder
अभी
to make
तक?
that the better.
वो आया नहीं है अभी.
For a little bit of a walkabout. There's a crossfire already set up. They're just waiting with open arms. Reposition, good flash here from Bane.
Nice!
And
तो
so
PRS
far
का
so good
coach
for
बन
DRX.
सकता है,
Just
थोड़ा cute rage करना
really
होगा.
not doing anything too crazy.
Alex है,
Just finding some of these
job
aggressive
का
pushes from T1 and eliminating them pretty quick. This
भाई
high tide
अच्छा
maybe try to set up
coach
for
हो.
Carpe.
Rage करने
Now
के
it's
लिए
a
नहीं है.
dimensional drift. Now he hasn't checked both sides yet. Carpe still hit him, but Buzz is ready for it, as they did spot Xcurrent as well. So DRX well aware of the potential push out with something like that on the high tide. Sight taken over. The perfect timing of the ultimate as well for the cycle for DRX. Dimensional drift now against the Eco, and then they'll have other ultimates cycling through in the next couple of rounds. Meanwhile, Foxy9 on the lurk. I mean, using the Eco round to start this type of conditioning is huge, as Rossi gets 1 kill from afar. Plants easy close, but it's still just not enough weaponry for T1 to try to make a dent against
कितने कर सकते
DRX.
ना? Too strong ना?
Almost impossible here. Saya.
Auto generation and team.
Trying to get a kill. He
Get
gets
radiant.
one, tries to land the second. Has to readjust, gets pinged, waiting for Saya to go for the trades. Spike is taken down, so at this point, just looking to do some damage on the economy of DRX, but look at their creds. They're not going to be too sad one way or another, as they will actually finish off all the kills. Mako 1 point away from the Viper's pit.
Waiting
Just
for a link,
wanna run
I
away
messaged
just a
in
bit more,
Discord.
just in case of
Done
that
so.
spike explosion. But that's Bladestorm online. Ultimate's getting close, full armor, rifles across the board as well.
Yeah, I like the way that this is set up. It's a good ping out from the Dimensional Drift. Setting up the rest of the team there is Bane. And then there's also the lurking Foxy, which is great. But also I noticed, I was paying really close attention two DRX players in main after the post plant. They're being very diligent about watching that ropes entrance to see if another player is going to come through there. That was one of the few kind of surprises that has caught them off guard so far, was when they lost a player there very early on in this half. But this time around, they're looking for it because as T1, you got to be thinking about those deep Mako post-plant setups with those snake bites. This is something he's so well known for, is these lineups he has from that ropes area outside of main.
DRX strong
And really tricky to deal with unless you've got flankers that are able to displace it. It's not only going to buy time, but then he's going to be able to quickly get back up there to cover that spike after his util is out. So certainly something DRX is already looking to be aware of. How can T1 find a way to break through?
So that early timeout coming out to surely discuss the win conditions here, as they haven't really been able to take control of any one part of the map. Again, something we talked about, the lack of that sentinel does make them have to get a bit more proactive, but it all comes down to the timing, where DRX has been one step ahead. Looking at the minimap, T1, the answer, trying to take a little bit more control of mid.
100% win tha idhar.
I'm really curious about this outlaw buy for Buzz. Is this expecting a half armor purchase from T1? In fact, they go full, so there is the Bladestorm, of course, as well, which is certainly what Buzz is, you know, as that backup potential that he can use.
मेरे को भी mods group में add कर देते तो
that he can land headshots. I wouldn't be too surprised if that's also part of the equation.
आदि इसको help कर दे
मीत को group join करने में. Not wanting to risk giving over an op in case he drops it, but still using something at long range in case there are half armors. We'll see if it comes into play at all. It's just going to be a pinch onto A from the middle door, and it's going to be Buzz high up above. Meanwhile, Foxy9 takes out one kill in the middle of the map. Excurrent will hold strong, and Carpe swinging out as well. Sprays for a bit too long, gives Mako a chance to recover. Bane finds one, can't land the shot. Rossi has to get the gate crash. Mako down, Bane catches one, gate crash out. Now Spike still a little ways away, but Izu has not heard the TP. Bane's just looking for it, and he finds the target. Izu, no idea about the opponent. Eurus jumped through the dimensions.
Deep, sorry.
This looks like it might be good for T1. They're able to obscure themselves enough. Excurrent's able to avoid the kill from the shorty by Buzz. But then they get a little lost in the sauce. You know, Bane reveals his position with some shots that whip onto Rossi, but Rossi's expecting the aggression towards the bridge angle, not towards the pyramid. He gets caught unaware that Izu, like you said, just that Yoru utility can be so tricky to know exactly where it's going to end up, where that gate crash actually landed. You expect it to have gone back to main, potentially. That's where they have been going. But he just isn't able to track it, so now you're going to have to use this Viper's Pit to try to control some space. Continued push out towards mid, so the idea is for T1 carrying over from the previous round, but they weren't able to make it work. This round, can they?
Yeah, and DRX, they want to try to see if they can make a pinch happen once again, but this time T1, they pushed out much earlier in the middle of the map, putting pressure, forcing them to have to go through halls where Carpe is waiting. But it's one too many people. Going drone just to confirm. DRX.
I see membership
के बाद भूल जाता है. Force T1 to back off. They planted Izu in mid. Mako, he's aware of it, but he swings right into the crosshairs. There's a gate crash out. Still able to hold that mid angle. Meanwhile, DRX, they're trying to win out in halls, and they will. Bane eventually staying alive. Foxy9 needs control of mid, so still the option to try to break through. This Viper's Pit is up there, but T1, they're the ones who's lost all control. Look at them, spread out all across, and Izu has to go for a hero play to try to push out.
This is so tricky. Yeah, right there with that trap wire as well.
But he's not watching the right side. He's not aware of the arches, and it's just a bit too late. He's too distracted by the trap wire.
BT ho gaya usko.
And Stacks will get the kill. Foxy9 once again planted, gets information about the swing around from arches. Excurrent, he's going to fire the clone, and T1, they are just getting distracted by every single piece of utility from DRX.
Masterful. DRX has a great read on this map so far. Bane using that fake out so well. It looks like it's part of the push. So Excurrent goes for it. Pays the price every step of the way. Rossi though sees the
membership पे WhatsApp group join कर सकते हैं. हाँ, जिसको भी gifted मिला वो लोग join कर सकते हैं.
Saving this gun at this point. The economy is once again in the dumpster for T1.
You can see Bane bringing the smiles to DRX once again. Definitely, we've seen a lot more laughter from them on the stage coming into this season for stage 1. But at this point,
Ben किसका replacement है? मतलब ये नाम मेरे को पता है.
To T1 right now. T1's just fighting their own demons.
बताऊंगा.
Shooting at everything but the players of DRX.
Heavy round चल रही है ना.
They're getting distracted.
I know. You're absolutely right. Well put. Yeah. And after a timeout too, man. It just seems like DRX is so confident right now, able to spread the map so
Flashback
well. Bane looking
correct.
super comfortable.
बोलने वाला था मैं.
Util's really good. The shots are great too. That helps.
RB का है, RB का, RB का, RB.
Izu there. Slightly unfortunate timing.
Zest का.
Finding that trap wire. Didn't want to clear it. Didn't want to reveal his presence. Didn't matter. It's too late. Now Mako with the Viper's Pit. The Outlaw again. Going to be purchased against these half armors this time. Against the Eco.
सबका replacement वही
Makes
है.
a lot of sense. You do have a few ultimates available for T1 that maybe they can find some value out of. The Hunter's Fury, if you can get a ping, you get a free kill potentially. No lockdown to worry about, so certainly something to consider.
I mean, you see how confident they are. Oh, but look at this.
God.
Not checking for Saya on that jump through. Stack's just going to barely miss that. That cuts off Bane, but they will still be able to push the forces of T1 back on the site. However, backup arriving. DRX well aware of this timing. We need to see if there's a reaction, a push out, anything to try to recover the weapon, try to swarm DRX. T1, they've already cleared out A main. They're starting to push that out on the minimap by Excurit.
Jeez, Buzz. This is so aggressive.
The Jet, and he gets the shot right through the poison cloud as well. Dwindles down the numbers. They still got 50 seconds. Trying to fake the rotate, cuts audio, and looking to creep in once again. Now the rifle in the hands of Buzz. This is when the entry happens. But the same angle held by Izu. This could be everything. No, Mako swings out. And DRX, they fan out, but the remaining members of T1, they'll dwindle down to numbers. RP and now Foxy9, he has to clean up the site. It's a 1v2, 30 seconds. He has to recover the spike first. Neural dead, but only 10 HP, and all the way from mid. Excurit will finally secure the first round for T1.
Yeah, a great hold here. I thought maybe DRX
Shots
might be a little more patient on that exec.
ticket.
I thought they were waiting for the recon. Instead, Buzz just pushed up there and got a free kill. But then eventually they do wait for the recon. But that allows T1 to kind of set up, get those sheriffs in place. They clear the recon quickly. Doesn't really give any info to DRX. Kind of works against them. Yeah, Mako's able to win that kind of difficult angle there. These are some nasty shots with Carpe. We know how good he is with that sheriff.
ट्वीट देख कैसे दिख रहे हैं मेरा मोबाइल नहीं है चार्जिंग पे.
Yeah, really good angle coverage from T1, like you mentioned.
ओए अंके,
and now T1
मेरा चार्जिंग हो गया तो मेरा फोन डाल देना.
Push out with the dimensional drift. There's Hunter's Fury. He gets tagged on one, and he's continuing to try to find him. The second, the third, it's not gonna miss, and Izu just has to back out. Mako is brought down very low, but they haven't secured the area, and they haven't secured the kill just yet for T1.
I like it. It's a good attempt.
क्या
Now Stack says Hunter's
लिखा
Fury
था
of his own.
कार्डबोर्ड विनर ऐसे
Counter.
किसने का क्या
Usually
बैंटर
you're
हुआ
going to see
क्या.
that be more of a post-plan idea for DRX, typically, but Excurit so far out. Izu going for lurk and gets Foxy.
Swings out. Foxy9 not quite
किसी
ready
मिस
for
किया
a
रे वो
let's
नहीं
check
करता
nest
मिस ऐसा.
first. So now the counter-dimensional drift, they'll take that Q to try to push in. The Cove denying that flash. Bane, he'll take over the Cove for the time being, but they're now trapped inside. Excurit only good for one kill. Bane will stabilize. He flashes out of the toxic screen. Gate crashes back out. Izu, meanwhile, drops the spike away from DRX. 40 seconds on the clock. The gate crash to try to create a crossfire, but Rossi might be aware of it. He's up far. He gets one kill, checks for the TP, and then swings right back out after confirming that the Euro should still be in main.
2-1, then it's not PRS,
Good
it's
potential.
not
Yep, it's picked
throwing.
up by Rossi. Go over to T1 and right in the Saya player's hands. Now this is where it gets tricky for DRX. Got 6, but the win condition
Binks, आपके पास most expensive watch brand कौन सा है currently? जो मेरे को gift दिया था.
Foxy was looking up.
मेरे पास 2 watch है और दोनों
expect someone
gift
to be
है.
coming under his nose that quickly.
एक watch
Rossi clean with those 2 kills.
ये है.
Nice angle held by Izu, not over
अपना
aggressing
जो
on it.
Frito ने मेरे को gift दिया था.
You know, is this the old school DRX on
Armani
reads, right? You
Exchange
grab the op, you
और
let Buzz
एक
see if
और
you can buy
बाहर
anything with it, and then you drop it over to Stacks. It used to be Zest, of
वो
course, but now
members
Stacks
लोग
on the
ने gift दिया
Sova
था.
for
T-shirt
those
का.
post plants. Kind of funny to see how the players may
ये
change.
क्या
but some
लगाया
of the
उसने?
ideas-
Yeah, still want Buzz to, of course, break open the site. Curious to see Stacks is offing. How does it fare against the likes of Buzz or Zest? But maybe we won't get to find out at all, as of course now T1 will have the operator on their
Same
side.
question,
A
huh?
timeout from DRX. Of course, with Termi
Simple
in the
fetch.
jersey.
The biggest change of the year.
Quite frankly, it really is. Forget all the roster changes. Yay to Pacific. Yeah, that was pretty
आज
cool
तो
for a while.
फोटो
But
कलेक्शन
Termi
करता है.
not in a
कान
suit.
चला रहे हो की पाई.
Just groundbreaking.
Shocking the
Rolex
world.
to the
Yeah,
past.
it's
I mean, it really just does feel awkward, doesn't it?
It does. It feels off. It's been so long seeing him in those suits. But you know what? Hey, they're winning, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But now, gonna have to be a bit of a change up for DRX after their timeout.
Let's get set up.
Some of this more disciplined play here from T1. The mid control had been working, but it looks like this time they're more comfortable to seed it over. Gate crash way back. Contest A main. Leave easy. Is gonna be the hit.
And it looks like the op just wanting to set up on A main. DRX, though, they might have a read on this, and it's a quick push in. Buzz right up above. Gets both trying to anchor down on the site. Izu, he's providing backup, but he might just be a little too late. He has to stay alive all alone. Goes for the flashes to buy time. Finds a third. He is able to get that kill. Now only 2 members left alive. Finds another. They still don't know about Mako's position, but Izu might be well aware. That's a triple for him. Stays alive. Spike dropped off the site. Goes for backup. T1 has arrived on the site. Now it's all up to Foxy9. T1's rookie trying to bring home this round. Can Foxy9 answer back?
Tough situation for him. Carpe right over there. Sees the head.
Sees the head. He finally notices it. A little bit shaky, but will secure the kill, not taking too much damage. Still just not quite sure. Did this Euro leave? Is he back? So many angles to check. And Saya will make the call if Foxy9 ever crosses over. Foxy9 finds him at long range. Saya's just not looking for him, perhaps looking around, trying to clear the other side of the pillar. And now Izu, the mind games, it's already been 20 extra seconds. Is Foxy9 well aware of the possibility? There's a cyber cage, he taps it. But Izu's just gonna wait. He's gonna start to push forward. Gate crash used. Is it going to be a fake? Is it going to be a TP? The mind games are on board. He's actually going to TP over Foxy9. He's trying to read that it's a fake. He's trying to clear all the possibilities. Now that he knows it's not the peak, but Izu will get the quad. And the rookie shines once again for T1. As he brings over a third round, looking for the operator first.
I just wanted an insanely brilliant round here. Able to then settle down, get his dimensional drift online off this defuse as well. But this 4K is Izu bailing T1 out. He set up with the gate crash off the rip. It was a 3-man push towards A main. Then he's able to just be there in case it is a full-on B hit. It was. Buzz does a good job getting up on top of the pillar, getting some big kills, but at the end of the day, Izu's just too much for DRX to handle. Using that gate crash so well. Towards the end of that round, keeping Foxy9 guessing. Getting in his head just enough, able to find that all-important final kill. And Foxy looked like he might be able to sneak one away. It's been pretty nuts, but now you got a bit of a weaker buy. Finally for DRX, the cash reserves have run out.
And the operator set up on A main once again. A jump peek, he gets spotted, he gets a little bit, gets body blocked by his own teammate, but Izu will go for the trade. Tries to stabilize this round. They have to win it out. If anything but for Saya, and they will. And they should be able to recover the operator. My goodness, I've never been more scared for a player during a cast. Because that is some, I mean, that's a moment I think we can all relate to.
Yeah, we all been there. That was a nasty shot he hit first, but then
yeah, I mean, all is well that's done well. So they'll get the round victory. They'll recover the operator. Izu doesn't let go, doesn't get shaken up by the body block. Knows what the mission is to finish the round. It's a good read from T1 nonetheless.
And these are these contact plays that T1 is happy to take, especially now with an op in hand.
Get out of my way.
Good combo there with the utility.
What prediction is DRX?
Yeah, they're just going to go for the 5-man push once again into the site with the Blade Storm already planted on the site. Bing gets one kill, and it's going to be a jump over from Buzz. Trying to get above, he's trying to get the right click and misses a Saya player. Waits for the shorty, but it's going to be a quick swing around. As we see DRX with the site, Foxy9 available for the lurk if they need it. 3 rifles versus the 2 members of T1.
Tough situation for X-Carrot. Use the drone. You have the Viper's Pit though. Will cover the spike and the back sight.
The Pit really trying to deny this. DRX, they just want to continue the lead here in the first half. They want to expand it all the way up to 7. Now 1 member pinged out. The Cove used to try to get at least to the half. It's not right in the pit just yet. They're right outside of it. They're not quite sure of it. They're checking for the spam, and he actually gets the defuse. DRX.
Are you kidding me?
A crucial mistake. Trusting their utility just a bit too much.
Oh, boy. That's a heartbreaker. DRX does so many good things here. Buzz with a phenomenal entry with the Blade Storm.
Are you
They're able to
kidding
just
me?
not quite there from Mako. A rare mistake from the steady controller for DRX. I thought his timing on that Viper's Pit was great too. He waited until the drone came out to put it
नहीं
down.
लेकिन
The
उसने
drone is
पिट
one of
के
the few kind
बाहर
of
से
good counters that you have left in the bag
थोड़ा
there for
पिट डीप
T1.
रहता तो ठीक था फिर स्मोक
Still,
चाहिए था
just
उधर
the slimmest of margins
या फिर
cost
स्मोक
you
चाहिए
rounds.
था
Seeing why right there, dimensional drift for
और
Izu.
मैंने बोला था राउंड जीत
I'm like
गए
immediately looking. I'm like, is there another Hunter's Fury available for Carpe? Not yet.
Not yet, but he spots pretty much everybody here from DRX. He wants to
God,
challenge
babe,
Foxy9. Shuts him down, rookie for rookie. Saya player, Bladestorm out. He needs to stay alive. The dash out for Buzz. And Saya says, sit right back down on the ground. As we see Bane now trying to chase forward. He's the drone for Stacks as he gets 2 kills. That's the 3rd for the round. Izu now back from mid. Needs to wait for Rossi, but he's going to try to hold on to the site. All on his lonesome. He's done it before, but it's 3 members. Rossi now arriving on the site. Izu. Find the decoy for just a bit. Stacks during the reload, but it's just finishing in time. And now all 3 members of DRX will be set for the post plan in A main.
उनका फ्लैंक देखने वालों को मार दिया मिड वालों को मार दिया पुश कर रहा था जेट को मार दिया फिर भी
And oh goodness, it is the last round of the half. He'll try to find him. He knows he's TP'd.
हो सकता है
And
guys
Izu just staying alive. The round surely lost. There's the snake bite to secure it. And a 7-5 lead at the half.
ban
Well, it looked like
decision
it was gonna be
petition
all
to ban
DRX,
jet
but
यार ये निंजा वाले जब भी मारते ना
continues on Breeze for
दिल
T1,
पे लगता है
just like we saw against Bleak.
काहे लोडिंग वा हो रहे हो काहे
Somebody has a hero play like Izu or Stacks, and it's a completely different affair. So, not the showing I want from Saya player. The op didn't feel as impactful as I was kind of expecting, but it was so aggressive.
खेल तो आप रहे हो
Yes,
बंग भाई जिनसे
absolutely. I
HCG
mean, even in that last round, you know, Izu going out for
उनका
solo
स्मोक
kill.
था
Saya
स्पिट
still
थोड़ा
trying to
कैजुअल
hold
था
on
स्पिट
to
बराबर था
A-main. Lots of flashiness, lots of individual
स्पिट स्टैक पे
play.
था
And at the end of the day, the impact's not found early enough, and that really seems to be
कुछ
the
तो हुआ
theme
उधर स्मोक का
for the
डीके ने
matches
पड़ा यार
tonight.
कुछ तो हुआ
Yeah.
वो राउंड
I mean, in DRX,
लेकिन
just
फिर भी जब इतने
really
सारे लोग
confident
स्पैम मार रहे
in their
बराबर तो
executes and stuff,
मर जाना
getting
चाहिए
these
था
plants
कुछ तो
down, which
बहुत
they
ही
did
लेफ्ट हुआ उधर
pretty reasonably well.
कनाडा
Those
कब
post
आना है
plays were
यार
able to be disrupted.
घूमना है
Some pretty good
पहले
play.
मैं घर ले लूं प्यारा
On
सा
the
क्यूट सा
side of
मेरा
T1, you know, that Yoru in particular, Izu looking really
वो
comfortable
डाल
on it.
वॉच कलेक्शन
Like the
डाल उधर
deepness we're seeing, the gate crashers were all over the place and they were causing
What?
DRX some serious fits. Some interesting choices with the dimensional drift, and I mean that in a good way.
Sure.
You know, using it to set up Carpe for the Hunter's Fury, yeah, it doesn't work, but I like the idea. Stuff like that.
बिग से दुबई नहीं आ रहा अरे मेरे को सब जगह घूमना है काहे लोडिंग हो रहा है भाई चोट सब जगह घूमना है यार
Good.
पहले घर
With
का
their
सीन
protocols, with their discipline, post plants in particular,
पहले
very
घर
difficult
लेने
to
का
deal with at times.
क्योंकि कुछ ही
Then
दिनों
maybe
में ये घर
one
से
small
हमको
mistake with
बेदखल किया
utility
जाएगा
might be
बिग बॉस की
8-4.
तरह
Sure, yeah, that round, I mean, really allowed T1 to try to stay in the fight. But now on the pistol, can they take the initiative on the attack? It's going to be a sheriff for Rossi on that Viper. So just a toxic screen
Lal.
on a default on A to try
Gio
to
का
start
नेट
some
अच्छा है रे पता
conditioning
नहीं बीच
as
बीच
they
में क्या हो
creep
जाता है
towards mid. T1 opening up the map very wide from the get-go here in the second half.
बहुत space
Spike
है
still
T1 के
waiting
पास
for them in spawn. Waiting for a reaction from DRX, but they haven't bitten just yet.
Trying to use this high tide to set up maybe just a held position from Saya to cut off any rotates. But right now, actually, the spike's still all the way in spawn for T1. We're just going to be holding
भाई
pat. Rossi
मैप
takes a
देख
lot of
रहा था
damage.
बड़ी
Yeah,
पता
that's
है
a big one. Rossi down to 20. Now has to go back, picks up the spike for his team. And while they've taken over mid, they haven't really been able to take any further position. And Carpe just barely going to miss Mako coming out. Mako, does he have a sense here of this timing? Neither of them quite wary of each other's position. Meanwhile, T1 still on elbow by B. Carpe, he watches for it, he finds him, and now both of them aware. However, it's a pinch against Carpe, so he's now stuck in A main. The main forces of T1 now down to 30 seconds. They just have not been able to expand their territory here from mid. So the cut noise creep towards from tunnel. It's going to be a dash in. Checks for Bane, but they haven't cleared Foxy9 just yet. He's only good for one. Izu, gate crash all the way into the site. He'll get a double. Opens up the site for his team. Execure it. He can't finish the kill, but Stacks all the way down to 10 HP. Izu win a third as well. The rookie from T1 trying to claim his place in stage 1 as he gets a 4th.
भाई
Can he get
बहुत
the
मार
ace
रहा है
now
यार
this time?
इजू
The crowd chanting for it once again. And it's
भाई
the ace
क्या
for
है ये
Izu. The
कमबैक
future
है
prospect of T1.
Unbelievable.
कमबैक है
Izu
न्यू चेयर
showing
यूज
that
करो ना
potential that we've been hearing about
पहले ये
right
चेयर
now
खत्म
on
करो
Breeze.
तो
17 and 10. Keeping
रेंट पे
T1
जाने
in
वाला
this
खरीदने वाला खरीद
match
दूंगा यार
through insane plays.
लोन भी लेंगे
Get the
खरीदेंगे
better of
करेंगे
Foxy.
जुगाड़
The follow up on a Bane. Bane had no idea where that gate crash went. I don't think many would expect it to be right
भाई
back on the site like
क्या
that.
स्टार्ट था ना
He's right in your face. So
DRX का क्या
tricky,
स्टार्ट था वे
tricky Yoru plays
और अभी
working a treat right
7-7
now
हो
for
गया है
T1.
Give
T1
him
is
something where he can get
back
aggressive, of course. Used to
but
be a duelist
Izu ने
main himself. Gets
बहुत
that
मारा इजू
confidence right back. Had a shaky start to stage 1 last
इमेजिन
week.
करो इजू और साया
But he's
प्लेयर
back
दोनों
in
अगर
for
हेवी मारने लग गए
17,
तो
10, and 2. Hoping
क्या
to
लोगे
lead
कर नए मुंबई
T1 to try to overtake DRX. Got Carpe watching out for him. He's trying to back out. Takes a couple hits. It's going to be trades back and forth. And Bane get more for his troubles.
Yeah, I was curious if DRX was going to try some kind of forced push off the back of that tap. They waited a little bit. Look where Rossi's gotten. Oh, no.
DRX is aware of this, though. They just swarm him all the way on the bridge. Bulldog picked up. Saya player, he has to defend the spot. He has to stay alive. It's a no-scope at range. Back scoped in. The Bulldog comes out, and it's going to be Saya player putting down stacks as well. Only one remaining member of DRX on this eco round.
Saya, so good. Those no-scopes right on point. Foxy spotted at range, takes some damage. Thinks better of it. See if he can find a better angle to get a kill.
डिमार्ट के ऊपर वाले बंदे से पूछो
Carpe just bounce it around.
Oh, yeah, just buying time for
भाई
Excurit, it
7-7
seems.
भाई
Going to be the
7-7
flank around, and Excurit will get another point towards
7-7
Reckoning as well.
All right.
क्लोज हो गई भाई
Have a make or break round now. For DRX, in some ways, it feels like it's been rough defenders half so far. Now, sure, some of that came on the back of a hero play from Izu, but Saya, no slouch. That Marshall. See it time and time again. Now we get to really
भाई
see
क्या क्या वॉच
how
है ये
deep the T1 playbook is. See if they can get this bonus just like DRX did. It's not the same kind of buy for sure. DRX had full rifles in this round. Time to jump. Mostly have some pretty good guns. Some
17
bulldogs.
वो ब्लैक वाला केस है ना
Guardian as
उसके
well.
वॉचेस
Damage
सेक्सी
can be
लग रहे
done easy with an ultimate
ब्लैक वाला
already.
केस और
Yeah,
जो
that's the big
दो
one,
डब्बे
right?
में
The dimensional drift. Can it create the space that T1 needs? Once again, the same default as the pistol, so the conditioning coming to play.
सेक्सी कलेक्शन है
Trying
सेक्सी
to push
कलेक्शन
Nest. The drone not going to check under from stacks.
बाप कलेक्शन है
Not
दिबाई
quite aware of how this high tide's been used
हेवी कलेक्शन
by T1. Saya knows he has an opening. He's
Cam,
got a
cam,
timing. Does he see it? But it's the swing out from stacks. Still suspects it.
Huh?
And beats Saya player right back into his bombs.
There was a fake TP in there, I believe, by Izu as well. They were trying to buy
Flat
someone to
लगे,
cloud that
villa
door,
लगे।
trying to bait him, but Stacks too
बहुत
aware.
अच्छा है कुछ चीज का पैशन होना
Really smart stuff from the IGL from DRX.
मैं फ्लैट लूंगा यार
That's-
विला विला
That's not easy to read, the way that T1 set that up, and he did.
अरे
Well,
यार
on
ये
his
पूरा
lonesome as well,
बनाना
so now
पड़ेगा ना
T1 not
आपको
too many options. Trying to consider if they want to use the dimensional drift or not.
एल्यूमिनियम
To get some
कंप्लीट
information, but he's way too out in the open. A bit of a Hail Mary there with the decoy. And now everybody getting
Nice
spotted.
effort,
Excurit will still thin the numbers, but that Cloudburst has an opening, and Buzz and Mako will use it to perfection. Excurit trying to do just a bit more
कर
damage.
सकता है क्या ये कर
Take
सकता है
down
पॉसिबल
Buzz.
है
Down to 35 HP. 3
DRX
bullets
जीतेगा
left.
तो सही है मैप
That would be
लिख के
enough
ले
for
लो
some happiness on the side of T1.
बोलो
but
अडेप्ट भी
DRX
फास्ट
will
करते हैं और
stabilize with
डिफेंस
3
भी
Vandals
अच्छा
carried
खेलते
over.
हो लोग
Yeah, it's really just good reading of the situation by DRX. Still good damage done, mid-control being completely seated by DRX in the early part of these
इस
rounds.
बार अच्छा लगता है
Curious to
यार
see if that's
एक
something they're going to
नया
address,
कर
if they're
लेने
going
के
to
लिए
keep letting
केपेबल हो गया हूँ मतलब
T1
फुल्ली
potentially
केपेबल नहीं होगा बट लोन
overextend
विल
in
है
those scenarios. Good play here from Buzz.
लोन बोलते चेडी
Carpe
बोलते
trying to sneak up next to Buzz, maybe expecting him to, after getting pinged by some damage, for Buzz to go back further. Instead, Buzz to be holding that angle. High camera now. More Foxy Nice, he switches sides of the map over towards A, setting up those traps and other things there.
Fast push, but the pop flash, he's looking down on the ground as Saya antis it as well as he sees the animation
बोला
come
था
through.
मैं
The
T1 का
calls are
मैप है
coming
भाई
in. They know that the
कहाँ
site has been
से
opened up.
DRX
Now they're
जीतेगा
just going
कहाँ
to
से
go for the A site. Dimensional drift to make sure they clear it. They
कभी
know
कभी
that
तुम
they've
लोग कुछ
drawn
भी
away
बोलते
the
हो पता है
positions away from DRX.
T1 जीत
DRX
गया
one
मैप
to react to an attack like that. The site is clear. Spy cam noted. Trips cleared. And spike planted for T1.
And DRX does not need to save, so they can definitely go for this retake. Not much in the way of abilities to really get it done. Some good mollies, but that's about it. So
use किया है बहुत.
some good shooting.
Rado पहले बहुत अच्छा.
Start breaking this open if they decide to go for it. They're going to back off.
They are going to just choose for the save. I mean, just too much space they would have to regain, it seems. Yeah. So while the economy okay, they weren't sure of the lurks. They will find Excurate, so that's good information to stack on for future rounds. But DRX, happy to say that the time was not on our side. We will play it safe. Just let it tie up 8-8. Try to recover in the next round of round 17.
जितना loan मिलेगा उतना budget.
Yeah, again, the mid-control tried to be addressed by DRX, but instead, it's T1 who gets the better of them. Saya just outplaying him. So
Saya ने दिया.
At him one round, the next round, he's ready to just turn it right back on its head. And that's basically round over at that point. Dimensional drift into the site, and away you go for T1. So continued to have really strong mid pushes.
भाई अगर ऐसा है कि डिफेंस में इजू मारेगा और अटैक में साया मारेगा तो लग गए.
On the A site once again. Looks like maybe him and Mako are going to be dueling against some of those T1 players potentially. See exactly how it looks. It looks like some kind of aggression early potentially with you could send that gate crash over to the side, right? Izu just looking to clear some wires potentially, or if there's any aggressive push, maybe catching a player out.
Oh, the drone as well. Invest from DRX who surely want a bit more damage. Now, they are fairly well aware, but there's a great angle held by Isu, but it's still going to be a one-for-one trade. Not quite ready for the second. Now, DRX getting a better idea of what this default setup was. They're going to start to pull back. They understand the possibility of a rotation back over to B, considering the contact. Reckoning made from the ult orb on the A side. So T1, if they want to, they can force their way into the site. And Buzz will have to try to get a cheeky shot before he has to relocate.
Yeah, gonna be tough for these two players on site. High Tide cutting Buzz off, reckoning in right on Stacks.
He pushes in, he's trying to find a timing, and he sprays down for one. But it stops them all together, and they're gonna have to swarm through the poison cloud. Buzz, he's surrounded, can't quite land a kill to finish it off and dwindle the numbers. Now Mako already on site, he finds one Messiah player with 1 HP, is able to swing out. Now a 3v1. Fox C9, the spike hasn't been planted just yet. Notices the jet dropping down behind the wall. Does he check for Excurate behind the box? He has his eyes trained on main and doesn't look like it. He's not thinking about it. Excurate finds him. That's another point back towards another reckoning. And T1 will finally lead in this map 9-8.
Yeah, it's just great stuff from T1. What a bounce back they're having right now on their map pick of Breeze. It's like maybe DRX could find some footing. Stacks doing what he can here and recognizes that he's in a, unwinnable position. So just has to go for what he can, gets the kill, and then Buzz is stuck in a bad position there. On top of that, reckoning. Utilization of that ult to take space. Cutting DRX players off one by one. Great utilization of that High Tide as well to divide that site in half, make it really difficult for DRX to really combine their fire, get any more than one and done. TRX, the game plan here on this attacker side looking really, really good. This time expecting a little bit more free space with the Zico. They're going to be right. High Tide shifted over.
Just a quick push in. Meanwhile,
you are getting smarter watching my stream.
DRX, they still have a jet.
You are getting smarter.
They can try to set up. T1, they don't want to give an inch. They don't want to give timings here for the setup. They check for the decoy with the recon as well. That's 2 quick kills, and T1 looking very comfy. If DRX want this round, Buzz is going to have to pull some of his off-season heroics with the Blade Storm to try to tie things up against T1. But for the time being, Izu trying to shut down any sort of curveball as well as Buzz dashes right into his death. Foxy9, again, the last one alive.
This is going
over very different circumstances.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, again, catching DRX players off guard. Some of this aggressive play that they're showing. Using that util,
you should always do streaming
sure that it's a little bit safer
with a purpose.
For that push. Yeah, Buzz got one, but now you're going to get into the operator for Buzz. This will be the round where DRX starts to turn it on its head, just like we saw with T1. Kind of a little bit later into the half than you probably like as a DRX player, but definitely still opportunity to do some damage, but probably has to start in this round. The cash becomes pretty low. Find yourself on another eco. Meanwhile, it's basically full buys for T1 across the board. Blade Storm for side, but not really going to be that important for a couple rounds, most likely.
Boy, it's a fast hit again, right above the trap wire as well. Foxy9 just trying to stay alive. You do have the backup from Main, but he's been spotted around the corner. The flashes, it's not good enough as Izu and Saya player, they swarm on either side of the wall. Backside clear, sight broken open. Rossi still in the lurk in mid. And DRX, once again, they don't have a good position for this retake just yet.
Stacks
a
little bit of damage, I think, to Saya there. That's a really good snake bite, but Saya able to step just outside of it after the plant. Revealing area. Cleared in time. Actually doesn't catch anybody from that position.
Yeah, it's going to be X-Curate. Still spotted, though, on that peak from Mako. Meanwhile, we're going to see Buzz. He finds the shot out to Rossi. Now a 2v2. The op's still online. He's trying to find a kill. Stacks will dwindle the numbers. It's all up to Saya, but he's only got 41 HP. He wants to isolate the fight. He gets one. He knows that Buzz has the op. Trying to go for the dash with the classic. Doesn't want to give an opportunity to Buzz. Thinks he would have approached a lot sooner. But Buzz awaits patiently. And it will be Buzz getting the defuse.
Oh my. Buzz, that shot on a Rossi, not easy.
Have
to flick down like that.
Oh.
Very challenging shot. And Rossi had an opportunity with the aim punch in there.
Crazy shot.
Some damage. And Foxy stuck in a bad spot, nowhere to really run to. That's so hard to do. Stacks opening things up, good tracking. That's a good kill for Buzz.
Saya, I mean, just trying to play the mind games, doesn't want to wait for Buzz to take the initiative. But eventually it's going to be DRX catching back up to 9. The op in Saya player's hands this time, waiting for the peek out from Buzz. Neither jet budging just yet, but it's a test of patience between the two Korean jets. Saya player, his nose a little itchy, but his mouse hand's still on it. Nice and calm.
Carpe just looking to see if there's going to be any aggression. Maybe he can find that off angle or at least set up the trade for Saya, but Buzz with tremendous discipline. High tide towards B, looking to try to sell a fake. They've been using these high tides for these B executes, but it's a pretty different one. It just cuts off Foxy's corner. It doesn't really fool DRX too much. There's a gate crash sent over just in case.
Oh boy, he's approaching. Both sides approaching. They feel like it's been enough. And Saya, flash. He goes for the blind shot, takes down DRX's operator, and there's an absolutely clear updraft with the Blaze Storm, trying to open it up, but still a 3v3. DRX are holding strong. Execute on the lurk. Will take down Mako. Makes the site just a bit weaker. Izu popping out of the dimension. Will take down Stacks. Foxy9, how many times have you been here? Once again, only T1 shutting him down.
Map एक reason है कि वो लोग अपना map pick
करते हैं. एक reason है.
सामने का टीम अच्छा हुआ तो क्या?
Just ready. As soon as that flash was coming, he knew it was either hit that shot or die.
Wow.
And he hit the shot. And then he comes in with the Blade Storm right off the back of that, followed up by the Dimensional Drift to account for Mako to set up X-Curate for an easy kill in the mid. The combo play here from T1. So good. And you can see why they've opted to lead into this map again. Their coordination on this attacker's side has been tremendous.
Just a really impressive showing, and one of the reasons that a lot of people compare T1 as this mix of PaperX and DRX is because of things like that, where they're able to mimic PaperX in terms of just upping the tempo the moment you get an opportunity, right? Saya doesn't lose a single beat. As he activates the Blaze Storm, dashes forward and opens up the site, knowing that DRX is in disarray. Izu, it's definitely been an absolute nerve-wracking map for him. He tries to regain some focus and control, but this is going to be the timeout from DRX.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see, if they're maybe going to try to address some of these plays that T1 keeps getting away with. I don't mind the idea from DRX, but maybe not with the op. I think I'd rather have a rifle there peeking off of that flash. It's a little bit quicker to react. Now you're on a weak buy. Marshall can purchase for Mako. No, he thinks better of it. There's a shorty in there. Mostly classics and a sheriff.
Yeah, shorty, we'll see if it has an opportunity.
यार मेरा एक बनाना है वो please यार.
Cleared from T1. Cascade trying to draw out once again any reactions, and he pushes out from the other side. A Saya player, he spots one. Looks like Stacks might have caught a glimpse of that. Wants to back away from Halls.
क्या चाहिए मैं नहीं जाऊँ घर पे एक और दिन रुक जाऊँ कल
Hold
जाऊँ
himself alive for a little bit longer. Bane's actually going to go for the dimensional drift here. He's going to spot a couple.
जानबूझकर मेरे पे blame डाल रही है.
A lot of their positions. Goes for the flash.
Oh,
Shorty
and he picks it up.
Disco
And he
Tom
gets-
show
oh,
up.
he
30
can't
seconds,
get
30
the
seconds.
phantom in time as Carpe swings back around. So a short-lived moment, but he does take out the Viper. So that pressure on a lot weaker now from T1. And the two members, Foxy9 and Buzz, they can keep their focus
मैं
on
बोल
high
रहा हूँ
alert
मत
on
करो
the
यार
side of
मत करो.
B.
Well, it kind of worked. I mean, you got the kill, but
Yeah. Bought time, got
yeah,
the kill.
yeah. Is it going to be enough?
Are we grasping at enough straws here
Yeah,
yet?
exactly. But I mean, I don't know.
ये
if
round
we're
नहीं हार
gonna have
सकते
that
ना,
up for a
T1
different
equal.
round when you have guns,
Huh?
maybe. That's
ये
what
round नहीं
I'm
हार
thinking.
30
but-
seconds left.
Foxy9, he's got an opportunity. They're creeping in. He sees the barrel, but he actually misses a shot through the poison cloud. A bit mismanaged on the length of the Vandal.
थोड़ा
Wasn't
सा-
able to hit the headshot. And now
थोड़ा सा
surely
left-right हो गया.
DRX perhaps
One enemy
reconsidering
remaining.
that dimensional drift. As we're not going to find an opportunity. Mako will try to pick up a weapon. See what he can do with it. Is he going to go for a save? It might be, but he might not even be given that opportunity. As he finds, sees the jet.
यार मेरे पास पहली बार रील आइडिया है
Decides
पता
to
है.
wait. Does he go on the hunt for this kill? They've already saved up for the
करेंगे
next
नहीं,
round
मैं कपड़े
anyway.
भी चेंज करना पड़ेगा. ये सेटअप पे मैं रील नहीं कर
He's the
सकता.
gun barrel. Saya trying to just
Shot.
peek out off of that. Mako having a little fun. Time ticking down though, so Mako will just wait to see if he can take away all the weapons on the side of T1. Another down, but Excurit finally defending the arsenal of T1.
इतना भी मारेगा चलेगा, पैसा बहुत है.
Mako doing what he can to get some damage in it, but it's a Pyrrhic victory for DRX. One round away from
रील
dropping
बना
this
के
breeze map after a blistering start.
ये थर्ड मैप जाएगा नहीं जाएगा.
Again, Bane able to find that one, but you know, Foxy just quite able to find that. He had the opportunity. Excurit barely good for it. Actually, he got dinked in there, and he's letting Mako know.
Oh man. Excurit looks like he's feeling a lot better today, that's for sure. Got the taunts coming out online, the ultimates, a lot of them online for T1. Looks like they might look to pick up the tempo. Reckoning and Undersfury available. Buzz tries to land the shot. He gets the hit through the box. Rossi still healthy for the time being. Mako will pick him off though. There's Undersfury. Bane now going for the trade. With the bow and arrow, and Izu will stabilize the site. Stax gets pinged. Has to wait for his teammate. Foxy9 has to arrive, but no! Once again, last alive. Not fast enough to keep up pace with T1.
G bro.
And his first opponent will be Izu, who takes him down. T1 leads 1-0 against DRX.
And that's the bounce back you need after a tough loss against DFM for T1. Smiles, some pats on the shoulders.
क्या कर रही है? मैं
Looking
गा
a
रहा हूँ
little bit
nachos.
more in it. After a rough go of it, looked like maybe T1 was crumbling. They were able to right the ship, keep themselves in it. And now DRX maybe left scratching their heads a little bit, but I like the breeze pick here. Not only because it worked, but I think maybe kind
Nachos
of
बोलते.
trying to find some weaknesses in DRX preparation.
Absolutely, targeting their opponents in the right time. That's T1 leading 1-0. We'll send it to the analyst desk to break down the action.
And T1 take the first map in this Korean showdown between T1 and DRX.
T1 lost
Izu
to
really
DFM,
stepped up, and maybe
excuse
today's the
me,
day where
it's going to be
T1
senior
finally defeats DRX.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to do it yet. It's the third time they're facing off against each other in VCT, 10 Invitational, twice. But this is also the third map that they've been able to take off them. They have always just not quite had DRX's number. Right now, they are fired up and looking hot. Izu, the man on Yoru is just the truth. Like, everything else is a lie. He just comes out looks completely reinvigorated from, you know, the stumbles that he had in the previous two sets. This is exactly what you want to see out of T1.
Oh,
Dad की बहन कर देती यार, अंकी घर पे
was
आते
a
तो
bit of
dad
a
की
slow
बहन
start for
होती है.
T1. I think a couple of us were doubting a bit, but because of performances coming from Izu, coming from Excurit, they really were able to climb back and make it quite a dominant win.
Yeah, I mean, DRX, you know, they had their own Buzz player, of course. I mean, your player, Buzz.
N0, next
and
map
he's
T1
trying to do certain things. They started out really strong in being able to
Hey,
entry,
next match
you know,
maybe
Bane
यार T1
and
यार,
Buzz and
क्योंकि मैं चाहता हूँ
Jet,
जल्दी
but
end हो
towards the end
और
of it, once
DRX
T1 started
हारे
to call
और
some
मैं
of
रील
these
बनाऊँ.
timeouts, they start to figure out how to play that defense and get the information that they crucially need to read DRX's movements. The comeback started to happen, and towards the end of it, apart from Izu's, you know, heroic plays, it's just these really slow
Streamer आज
pushes.
कौन-कौन है?
They
मेरे को
often
वही
take
करने गए
so
थे,
much
रुको।
time to
मेरा
scout
phone
out the
charge
map,
करके
to kind
मैंने
of
पूछा
figure
था,
out, or
premiere
at
email
least
है क्या?
cause DRX to sweat a little bit.
give me
And it's the
1,
last
2
30
minutes.
seconds that they actually push. By that point, there's only like 2 or 3 players on a single site, and the whole team from T1 are able to take it down.
I remember there was a point where Bane and Izu had the same amount of kills, and it was
At
looking really
first,
good, and then he got that ace, and things just spiraled. I mean, 323 here on this Euro, 5 first kills. This was an impeccable performance. Everything you could ever hope from a Yoru player in the lobby. Just absolutely gorgeous. But one of the other things that we were seeing from T1 is not allowing for Foxy9 to get nearly as much value. I mean, yeah, there was the whipping shots as well, but they're just keeping tabs on how he was going to be playing, knowing what his setups were going to be, and piloting, you know, very much around him over and over again. But like you mentioned, a really hot start. They run up 6 rounds consecutively, I believe, and then are able to close out the final one in that half to make it a 7-5 scoreline. But I think that the timeout that was called by CHUMMI after giving up 2 rounds to T1, probably regretting that, because yes, T1 was starting to kind of inch their way back in, but that did not help them at all. And then he had 1 less to try to work with to get them back into the game once they had swapped sides to the defending half.
Yeah, it just kind of ran out of steam as well. I mean, the team couldn't really figure out what they needed to do, especially on the defense side. Because T1 takes so much time. And you could see that, apart from the ace, there are these moments where Izu's really able, especially in that 1v3 situation that Foxy9 had against him. Right, Foxy9 managed to isolate 2 duels, and then down to the 1-on-1, he just kind of gets into an uncomfortable position, and Izu knows exactly how to play that duel at that point. Uses the gate crash towards the back of wall on B site, and this happens several times.
What felt very similar to me from what we saw in the first series after we had that texture ace on Lotus was DRX allowing that defuse to happen on that B site, just not realizing the snake bite had missed, that Carpe was just going to be sticking through. Yeah. We saw how hard T1 was popping off after that win. I mean, everybody just laughing their asses off, because that's an embarrassing way to lose a round, and it felt like that kind of broke DRX a little bit, especially for the rest of the attack side, and then
गेम के बीच में थोड़ी
really able to get back on the horse at all going into that second half.
ये बच्चा
Well, spirits are back up for
कौन
T1
है
now
मैं
as
सब
we go
भूल
into
गया
splits,
ओहो
which
तो
is
मेरा वो
the
काम क्या
second
वो
map.
memory forgetting
CJ
machines
and DRX, well, they've won
It
on
worked.
Split before. How are we feeling about Split? This
हाय
is
बड़ी हेलो
DRX's
गौरव
pick.
व्हाट्सएप मेरा कलेक्शन सेंड किया क्या
Yeah, DRX decided to show
Binks
something
भी रहा क्या
a bit different, not quite the
I am not in
what was it,
group.
the team secret iteration, because they were
मेरे को भी
also going
मेरा भी
for
पता
Breach
है,
with
मुझे
Jesse
पता है,
Bash, but
मुझे नहीं
sticking to the double controller with that Viper and Omen. And overall, I think it looked
भाई
pretty
आप
good.
दोनों
Anytime
का
you get to see
नाम क्या
stats on the
है
Breach, it's
शिवांश
it
अंकित
usually means that you're in for a treat, because this guy is still just absolutely goated on that pick.
भूल गए ना
But
मैं
right now,
अरे
T1, they're fired up. They have a lot of momentum. The players are looking a hell of a lot better compared to the previous 2 series. So it seems like having just a couple days to go for a bit of a mental reset, get some extra scrim time in, focus on, Xgarrett was talking about how he's been having some wrist difficulties and whatnot. Focus on things like that. It seems to be working a treat for T1, so I definitely think that this probably does end up going to 3, but T1 could absolutely get to 0 here.
It's possible. I mean, the
अंकित
T1
कितना
being
powder
fired
लगाया है?
up in this way, having that much confidence to go for these plays. At the start when it was at 0-6, really quiet, and then they started to pop off. That's what we want to see. That's what we need to see. And apart from that, DRX, I don't think it's completely over for them yet. Stax did have a pretty nice 4K round. Almost got the ace.
Ew,
but also
what's that,
with
brother?
Shimako coming back in. What I want to see more of, though, is
alternate day showering routine
missing a little bit is that Jet is not able to find the best
अंकित
angles to
क्रश का
deal with
मैसेज
T1.
नहीं आ रहा क्या करूँ
Sometimes
खुद सामने
because
से
of
मैसेज
that,
कर
he's
दो
not able to perform, things just start to fall
यस
apart.
गेमिंग हाउस में नहीं यार हम लोग
Well,
पिंक से घर पे
before
हैं
we go any
सॉरी
further,
पिंकी ये सब मत देखो यार
time and
सॉरी
विशाल भाई क्या क्वेश्चन है ये हैं
हाँ लड़के लोग हैं ना फ्रेंडशिप करने
This next question is rather
विशाल भाई
interesting.
भाभी
Is
को मैसेज
who
करूं
is going to get more
ये
operator
बूंस
kills?
भाई इतने छोटे कैसे हो गए
Map 2. And this time, if we
देखना
tie,
दाढ़ी वाड़ी होगा
we will get
Clean shave,
everyone
Binks.
gets a rank.
Yeah.
This is, if the two
ये बना
teams
सकते हैं
tie.
बेंच से
To be
सामने
honest,
लोग के ऊपर आएगा और
pretty- a
वो
fairly-
ऐसे होता है ना वो फेस
वो बेबी फेस
हाँ।
वाला होता है ना फिल्टर
Shall we just show
अंकी
it?
बोल दो इसकी गर्लफ्रेंड ने
1, 2, 3.
जितना लगाया उससे 2 किलो
वाह,
कम।
मतलब उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड को हम डांटे।
गर्लफ्रेंड को भी हम बोले ज्यादा पावर। जितना मेकअप लगाना है लगाओ, नहीं लगाना है मत लगाओ। नहा लिया करो, मेरे जैसे मत बनो गाइस। मैं उठ के सीधा रील बनाने लग गई कपड़े चेंज करके। मुंह तो धो लेने चाहिए।
Good job, Akshay.
Also, you typically will just see
Next challenge मिल गया।
attempts at the attack side off for Carpe, so I feel like this is going to be way more. It's split as a weird map to really try that on, but he could do it and he has done in the past. So I think that there's going to be more opportunities for the operator to come in for T1 and Buzz today. Some of those shots coming through.
ए वो बंदर के लिए मैं शॉट
So I feel like T1.
बंदर कौन सा? अबे पागल है क्या? ये क्या कपड़े तेरे?
Carpe did, pick up the
Ew, brother. Ew.
What's that, brother? Ew.
What's that?
But apart from that, also, all of these players, X-Spirit, I think they're able to lock down a lot of positions if they are.
बिंग से बाल कैसे बटे हो गए? सुरक्षित काले मेरे।
We saw Stacks try the off.
बिंग्स ने सब यहाँ से शेव करके ऐसे ऐसे चिपका दिया नहीं।
If you want exact numbers just from last week alone, X-Curate stands at the top with 23 kills with an op. So that doesn't include him on Chamber, using Chamber ult.
Roses are
Colby's
red,
next with
violets
20
are
kills,
blue,
Saya
favorite
is
Pokemon,
next
I
with 14
choose
kills.
you.
That's two
You
T1 players in
trapper?
the top 3 from last week alone. And Buzz with 6 kills. And they're just not really an op team.
You want to
so-
put us in a box?
I mean, it was kind of an easy pick.
No,
Maybe they're just giving us a little rank up,
outside the
pity
box.
rank. Yeah, they give us a good
I think
rank.
मुझे गाय बिंग्स के सेटअप पे। मतलब उसका सेटअप क्या है? उसका तेरा
We're
मेरा
gonna
ऐसा।
go to agent pick next. I don't
हमारा
foresee
सेटअप,
much changes
हमारा
coming from either one
कीबोर्ड,
of these
हमारा
teams.
माउस,
I don't know if
हमारा
you guys feel the
टेबल।
same way, but we're gonna find out.
For T1, I don't think that they're gonna have too much differentiation. I'd
Thank
be curious if
you.
DRX do just opt to run the same composition, or if they go back to
Anki,
something
am I
that's
looking like
more
थोड़ा पतला?
vanilla, I suppose.
From
I
the
mean, this
diets?
is about, I guess, technically it's vanillas.
तेरे सामने डाइट नहीं किया लेकिन
हाँ मेरे को तो नहीं दिखाई
A little adjustment, no ads.
Yeah, I would say थोड़ा साइड से कम हो रहा है।
हाँ?
With the Sky, but
Side से
Mako
कम हो
just gonna
Let's
be
go.
there with the Viper. So I think, yeah.
या
तो
तो
ये
फिर
t-shirt
वो
पहले
कपड़े
नहीं
somewhat
का
expected,
हाँ।
and, you know,
पहले नहीं
both teams
पहनता।
for the most part.
I like it though. I mean, having that double duelist, Izu as the raise,
Headphone
that's kind of a little bit different. Apart from that extra
जाओ
as
फिर मैं
the
काम
Omen
करते
is, well, I guess something that he might have done
बहुत
before. I don't know
वापस
how
हम
effective
बोला।
the op's gonna be. We saw that with
हाँ,
Texture a little
अभी
bit.
तो खत्म
But,
है
yeah,
मैच
we can
2-0
definitely
भाई
expect
हाँ
quite a
बेच
bit of
उनको बोल
firepower from
जल्दी
T1
खत्म
with this
करे ताकि
composition.
हम लोग रील वील
No, for sure.
बात
For me though, I think especially going through like last year, I
Barer
liking Buzz on the Rays a little bit more than when he's playing the Jet. There's a couple times when they were running Foxy 9 in the
बंस भाई ऑन स्ट्रीम इतना बुली
Foxy would
करते
come in
हैं
four maps like split, and you would see Buzz playing
विशाल भाई
Jet,
व्हाट्सएप चेक
and see playing Raids, and it felt like it was always a little bit inverted from what you
देखा
would love to
मैंने
see to
वॉच
really
का
maximize value. So I think that overall this should be okay for DRX, but as Quack is pointing out, like there's just so much more firepower when you do have that double duelist coming in, and given that Izu is heated up, Saya player was winning those off battles, T1 they're in a really good position to be able to take this.
And both of these teams, what I really like from both of them, that they've changed their pace up this
देखा
year.
मैं
They've
बोला ना
definitely
मस्त है
upgraded. And the question is this the day where T1 finally takes down DRX, or is
मैं DRX शादी हुई तो बोले T1 मतलब आज रील आएगी ना आ सकती है
T1 one step away from making that first win happen against DRX. Of course, the old Kings of Korea, though that's been shaken up by Gen G earlier this year. DRX also looking to regain their footing, reclaim their throne, so to speak, against the likes of Gen G, Paper X, these other titans that have rose to the top.
Yeah, and with DRX starting on this defender side, having that controller in there,
अरे
seems
उसको
like they
देखना
can
उसको
find value
बेचना
out of that with Foxy 9.
सेकंड मैप बोल
Very different
सेकंड
map,
मैप
split,
सिंपल
more
है
comfort potentially for Bane
T1
on that Omen. Already setting up for maybe a paranoia push or something like that.
Oh, and the dash in, the fake pressure here from T1. Now both of them get taken out very quickly before the main force can even enter onto B site. So this should be a pretty hard tell for DRX. The paranoia coming out, but they still haven't cleared the trap wire. Foxy 9 good for one. He won't be able to hang on, but Mako will clear Carpe. Now, X-Curate with 70 HP. The last one alive, trying to isolate more fights, and Buzz will find him right around the corner.
यार
DRX. Yeah, starting right where they started on Reeds with a pistol round win, a nice little trap play. Some contact made, and then they use the trailblazer.
यार पहला
with some of that
DRX
other
बोला
utility.
T1
Crunch
जीता
it,
अभी
the
T1
bottom
बोला
of the ramp.
DRX जीता कहाँ
Really
सीन
just
है
shut T1 out, even though that was never the full intention of T1's game plan. Probably didn't want to lose two players there. Foxy9 doing a great job. Gets the info off his util. Able to find one, do a ton of damage to another. Mako, good for the trade from Heaven. It's good coordination, good game plan once again on this initial round for DRX. T1 gonna be left scratching their heads. You'd love to get that pistol round win on that attacker side. You split so defender-sided, especially going up against the controller that DRX has. You want to try to maximize value on this attacker side with a double duelist setup.
And trying to just get whatever advantage they can now here in their own eco as well. Saya, of course, still.
भाई अगर ऐसे स्लो खेलेगा तो मेरे हिसाब से अच्छी चांस है
We'll see how the desk feels about that in a moment's notice. The poison cloud allowing Mako to reposition. Unaware of Saya's position so far. The orb already taken in B main. And T1, they already put down the fake pressure, see if there's a reaction. They're trying to re-clear, but Mako, so clever about this. There's the ping, and that's the swing out one. Ooh, he's not able to get the second, but Stax is there for the trade. Mako keeps right back up as he sees a little bit more of that fight going through. Rossi this time, the only one alive with the classic. It's going to be a flawless 2 Spectres, 3 Bulldogs carried on board by DRX.
Yeah, I love the instincts here from DRX. Sensing some kind of mid-aggression. They're able to get Stax.
Let's go, baby T1. Show them.
Out. And then he hears that Marshall shot, and instead of trying to re-challenge that
मेरे
angle,
लोग प्रीमियर के लिए
backs down the rope.
मैं टीबोन को
Making it a
पूछा
really
था
difficult trade for Saya to get. Snake fight as well. Saya tries to push it and pays the price. Really nicely handled there by Mako and Stax in particular. Good combo, good read of the situation. Now, the all-important bonus round for T1. Going to do some damage, get themselves on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be early counter pressure from DRX. Doesn't want any sort of rush up mid. That allows him to set up Mako up near the boxes. Now Bane gonna have to back out for the time being. An aggressive smoke from T1. Trying to put some pressure into a potential push in. Now, they're assuming that this draws attention from Heaven as well, so 2 people tied up at B at minimum, giving T1 a window of opening to reclaim mid. Keeping out memory of Mako on a very wide jump swing on that. Doesn't take too much damage, but he gets all the information he needs. Trailblazer, meanwhile, pushed out by DRX to clear out A main, so they know that all the forces were still focused on mid. They know they still have time to reposition. Trailblazer trying to push down Mako, not able to get the stun onto him. So T1, I mean, things not quite going their way just yet.
But Carpe doing a good job, buying a little bit of extra time here with his util, selling this push towards A, keeping 3 players planted over towards B. He's really befuddled DRX right now. Now these smokes in this dash are going to alert them to the presence. Stax gets the spot, the kill.
They still can't clear it. It's another kill for Stax. They just keep running in. And Stax, all he has to do is wait and zoom in on the crosshairs. 3 kills for the IGL. And like you said, Carpe, he did everything he could to set up his teammates for a weaker site. But the traps were too much. And they will fall, giving DRX a 3-0 lead. A flawless with upgrades here on the bonus.
Yeah, and even an orb grabbed at the end by
Binks
Stax after that 3K, puts him 2 away from the
Chimpandi.
Seekers. Really nice stuff here by him and Foxy. Utility playing the pivotal role to set Stax and himself up to just smother that attempted execute. Absolutely brilliant. I like what T1 tries. It's just, again, these little mistakes that if you don't account for a piece of utility or utility's off, you know, as we saw with Mako Snakebite previously, it completely turns around on its head. So now T1 going to be on a weaker buy. Not about it. Just a huge spot there. Great reposition to dodge the paint shells. I love what T1 did. It just, you got to remember about the Cypher. It's tough to his util, but that's part of the game.
And at a certain point, surely they start using their paint shells there, which on DRX's side, I mean, that's one util traded as well. We'll see how DRX adapts if that ever comes through. Meanwhile, for now, it's a fast rush into ramps. Taking over that position, putting that pressure. Now dashing in for a pinch from mid, but the backup cut off by Mako. So now it's just the 2 duelists stranded on the side of A. Iza gets taken out by the Trailblazer. And now everyone stuck in mid for the side of T1. 3 members, a Stinger, a Sheriff, and a Classic. Trying to walk into B site. Cloudburst, that's all they've got to try to sneak in, trying to draw the attention away. And only Carpe remains. Only 1 kill for T1. DRX up 4-0.
You gotta love the way this defender side is going. If you're DRX,
I mean, they only have 2
इसके बाद फट से
deaths
चेंज करके
total
रील बनाना पड़ेगा
on their team 4 rounds in.
it's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Meanwhile, T1.
Three players, no kills.
Yeah, they
अगर
haven't even
meetup हो
sniffed
जाता
an
तो
operator,
किधर?
by the way. Buzz picks up one. So that poll is starting to look good for DRX fans.
Nice.
I mean, they're doing a great job of pushing.
और जिंक्स यार मैंने नहीं किया यार.
Mako finds one and immediately retreats. Opens up a little bit of space, sure, but winning that duel out, the early boombot caught onto Izu there in that corner. That just kind of
आप जाओ
kept
रील बनाओ
DRX
जिंक्सर.
firmly planted at A heaven, watching for that push
मैं
out.
कमिंग
Mako getting
इंडिया इन
kills
जून
into
जुलाई
info
मैं
in
खुद
mid.
हूँ कि नहीं पता
Make
नहीं.
things a bit easier. So an early timeout again for T1 as they find themselves on the backside.
क्या संत
Lotus
ब्रदर्स
on
को
freeze, though.
जिंक्स
Same round, in fact.
शर्पा
Yeah, no,
करते
after
हो
that
शर्पा?
4-0. We'll see DRX this time. Can they
हम
keep the
सबने
momentum all
देखा.
the way?
क्या
Or
नहीं
does
किया
T1
करके.
start to claw their way back in? Now,
पहले T1
considering,
कैसी था
sure,
पता
even
नहीं
with
बे.
the double duelist in
वही
this
तो
split,
भोसड़े वाला बोला
T1
DRX
not
जीतेगा.
exactly losing hope just yet, but the econ, the weaponry, they
I hate
need
such
to win
people,
this one,
man.
especially with the op online, because otherwise they're going to find themselves in a lot of trouble to fight back.
Setting up
Curse
crisscrossing
bola
toxic
अच्छा कर.
screens. DRX trying to maintain a little bit of heaven control. Put the camera outside of the door.
Coming after 1.5 year and fan of you for 3 years थोड़ा हो जाता था. अगर मैं रहूँगा तो
this time as well for
मिल सकता.
Foxy. So this is going to be a little bit tricky for T1 to navigate. The info game going to be very, very important.
Dashing, he actually tags him through the cloud
Huge.
burst as well, and DRX is all
फिर
there.
से
Mako for the
flawless.
crossfire. The cam
फिर
never
से
spotted.
flawless.
Absolute hard read on this execute from T1. It's a common one for the double duelist, but DRX are well set up for it. And now just the two controllers from T1. The round was over before it even started at this point. Send a paranoia. They'll do whatever they can, but the snake bite to keep them at bay. The spam through as well. I mean, both of them getting chipped quite a bit. Rossi all the way down to 25 HP.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, Mako is just peeking up and down non-stop, switching ropes, keeping Excured at bay, and then waiting for the peek out through stacks. It's a perfect hold by the veterans on DRX as they go up 5-0.
Yeah, and Mako just so good.
इंटरेस्टिंग भी नहीं है मैच भाई. पहला वाला भी मैच वैसे हुआ था. 7-0 लीड पे था फिर अचानक से T1 जीता.
So tricky. He's
तो
so
कब
smart.
क्या होगा
Never
पता नहीं.
seems to over-aggress. He's always holding good angles, using that rope to perfection.
मैंने 10,000 रुपीस खर्च किया वैलो में स्काई बैट गेमिंग. मजा आया था लेकिन
Mako in a
स्किन्स के
nutshell,
खेलने.
man. I mean, the reaction there after paranoia to use a snake bite right away. It's all the right things.
अभी तक अपने दोनों डेडली डुइस लिस्ट में मारना चालू नहीं किया. रुक जाए रुक जाए.
Buzz is 5-0-0. Stacks also 7-0-3. Seekers online, so yet another tool to stop the aggression. And Mako's just ready for it. The double duelists can't find their footing. This time a staggered entry. First off kill going over to Buzz. And every lane has been shut down from T1. Every round, they try to take space, and DRX is just ready to greet
कैसे
them.
हो रहा है
Just an
इतनी
immovable object
easy.
is Mako. A little bit of a jiggle peek. Gets the attention now. That's a great kill for Rossi.
Okay, continues to run and gun.
इसके रॉसी बोलते.
1v3. Not impossible, but showstopper Seeker. I mean, considering the round lead, DRX wouldn't be too
पूरी
afraid
टीम
to
मिला
use
कर
that
दो
if
किल
it
थी.
comes to it.
भाई हेवी फ्लॉलेस हो रही थी
You
पता
got
है.
all the
हेवी.
information in the world here. Stack's even going to double check mid to make sure that Rossi is not there anymore. Flashback. Yeah,
बहुत
Foxy
भयंकर
9
बहुत भयंकर हो रही है.
he's taking a break. Foxy 9. Left
Vlogging चल.
his own
मेरा
devices,
एनिमे
but
कलेक्शन
I
दिखा.
mean, you know
Doesn't
that the
look
choice
closer.
are here.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So Rossi just tried to
Jord
get
anime
this
collection.
out. Actually doesn't quite clear it in time. He'll just get picked off. As Foxy 9 picks up the kill through his own cyber cage.
Yeah, and even though you lose a couple players there, as DRX, he did all the right things. I mean, Mako doing a great job baiting again. For his
अगर कुछ
teammates.
टूटा तो डबल फाइन
They
यार
can't
डबल.
quite win that battle. Great play by Rossi individually. I think a couple big kills with that stinger, but that second one right there, so fast, so expected is Mako. But, well, a couple more deaths
Bye.
for DRX.
Yeah, just a few more. Mako
Heavy
finally
है
going
ना.
1-5.
Vlog हो रही है
Ovo
बहुत
is
बढ़िया.
in.
Hello vlog.
And it's going to be a trap play with the paranoia. Not going to find a kill, though, so the showstopper will have to back out. This time encounter showstopper trying to push
Oh,
through.
shit.
They know that he has to back out, but the Seekers will keep them at bay. They're still pushing through it. Stash will peek out with it. He gets 2, and the entry just cannot happen for T1.
Yeah, I think maybe Izu getting a little greedy with his counter rocket.
Scout destroyed.
He's not able to find any value. The Seeker's there, setting up stacks nicely for that first kill. The second one was just insanely accurate. Spirit goes deep. Back into his spawn he goes. And now you're trying to shift over to the A site. Foxy9 has been rather good, keeping himself very difficult to move from this area. Saya with an op.
Just not giving them a single angle. Another jump peek here from Mako, just teasing Saya player.
DRX का मैप है, लेकिन ऐसा
Can they even get a kill as DRX has no intention of
इतना
showing
प्यारा
themselves
नहीं दिख रहा
around
डिफेंस
this
यार,
site?
कितनी प्यारी
This time
डिफेंस है.
trip, yeah, if the trip gets cleared as well, Mako's ready for it.
30
just to
seconds
pounce
left.
onto him. So T1's creeping up. They think that it's only going to be Foxy9 waiting. They're trying to push him out of his comfort spot. But there's a poison cloud. They'll get Foxy9. The trips are down, but Mako is here, unbeknownst to the entire squad of T1, and he sprays down for the double. Just the op in hand.
By Mako, by best controller.
Alive with this one. Bit of a spam. He dodges the bullets. He's running away. They're on the chase. Mako, he senses it. He wants to kill the cloud burst. He knows it's close. Saya should be safe. Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
Oh. इनका मुझे इनके में होती है डिस्कार्ड पे किधर भी कर सकते
but he'll be happy to keep
तब तक कम्युनिकेशन हो रही है तब
Look
तक
at the
ठीक है.
double duelists on T1. 0
Team speak पे होती है
kills,
शायद.
13 deaths combined. They just
पता
have
नहीं
not been able to, land on their feet at all within a sight.
Yeah, no, it's
छोड़ दो प्रेडिक्शन करना चिमकांडी भाई लैंग्वेज.
the way that DRX is able to
बंग
read
भाई
them,
ये तो जंपिंग
able to use
करते
their own
हैं
utility
उसमें उन्हें
against
दिखता है या
T1
मैप
so
में
well.
देख के पता लगता है थोड़ा दिख जाता
Is
है
always
टांग बिंग हाथ
great. He's calling a good game. Certainly, right now, he is on point every step of the way. And a big part of this is Mako. He's reading
सभी
the
अपने
situation
टीम
so
के
well, playing
बेस्ट
individually
कंट्रोलर है अगर
so
वो
great,
विश के लिए
setting up teammates at times to help him if things get a little too spicy.
And it's just cutting the audio, creeping in with the paranoia, but the counter paranoia is there. Is it enough to allow Stacks to get the kills? The Seekers come out and they line up behind their own cabbages. Stacks will buy enough time for the teammates to arrive. 3v2, but it's still the best shot that T1 has ever had this map. Saya player, too many angles for him to cover. The smoke comes back up from Excurit. Only a stinger in hand there. Trying to recover a weapon. Vandal now recovered. Planting, the paint shells come out. They should be landing. Excurit takes a big chunk down to 50 HP. Now, just going to back out. Create a crossfire against the spike. As Excurit is low. Side player would like nothing more than to get an early peek. He wants to get one, at least one, dwindle it down to a fair 2v2. But the timing's not in his favor as DRX, they slow creep into the site. He's going to be looking up into heaven. He gets one, but Foxy9 already in the site. There's the Cyber Cage. And Saya player's actually going to get the kill onto Foxy9 somehow. As we see the dash forward from Saya. Saves the round and finally puts T1 on the board.
And all it takes is that op in Saya's hand on that post plant to make it really
क्या सीन है
tricky for
भाई?
DRX to find the right time
साया ने त्रिके मार
to
लिया
get in
राउंड
there
जीत गए.
and try to get rid of him. You can see that as soon as it's even in their favor with the
आपने
2v3,
तभी
they
स्क्रीन
don't
पर
want to
सर
move into heaven. They
घुसा
don't want to
के
push
रखते
through
हैं सब. Excuse me.
the alley door because they know that any one of those, that's just insane.
What?
That's just not even fair.
I was wondering how it happened because he was stuck in the Cyber Cage.
कितना क्यूट खेलता है ना साया.
I mean, yeah, what a way to try to regain some control as Izu still not regaining that confidence, the stability just yet. And Saya will fall to his doom once again in the pit as well. I mean, T1, they're trying to force their way in, but as you said, DRX, not just Mako, the entire team an immovable object for the time being as they are just
Oh, madam, दरवाजा बंद करो.
by Buzz.
Oh, Buzz.
Apple 70 tag with 20.
This is... It's a rough game for T1. I mean, they make the switch from the Astra to the Omen. And see
क्या है
if
ना
they
पैसे
want
नहीं
to
है
just
अभी.
push the aggression
Next
even
round buy
further
करना ही
by
पड़ेगा लेकिन rounds भी
capitalizing
नहीं
on the
है.
double duelist. Things like the paranoia, the extra mobility from the Omen.
शॉट देखा नहीं
But
मैं
it's
दो
started
शॉट
to make
देखा.
them really tunnel into only one thing at the beginning of the round, losing all control of the map.
And there's a ton of time left on the clock for this save. So the real question is DRX, do you send players to go for this, absolutely you can send Foxy9 and Bane. Plenty of
These
money.
are doing
You
good.
gotta get that from the shadows, man.
Yeah.
With the 4,300
That's
credits.
right,
I
yeah.
mean, listen, if you're gonna send the two guys with a lot of credits, you might as well get the Omen Ultimate for
30
sure.
seconds left.
Bane
वो
just
लोग
having
कुछ
the time
तो
of his life right now.
कुछ तो enjoy कर रहे
Holding
हो.
that angle. Buzz looking like he's in the middle of a 1v5 clutch on the camera there, but surely not as high tensions. I mean, build towards the showstopper. They got time to do anything and everything they want, and Excurate will just tuck away, spend this time
10
to
seconds
regroup
left.
with his teammates.
A bit of time left. See if they're going to be able to get there. Back.
Oh boy.
Did you buzz?
I mean, he's left the cubby because he knows that they're going to chase all the way through.
अरे ये
And the
क्या?
round win goes over, but he's aware of it. The wide
Bane.
swing from Bane!
भगवान, base में
It
किसको
actually
मारा?
happens. Bane gets his ultimate. They take away all the weapons.
Base में.
And T1, another broken economy in round 10.
Just brilliant. I mean, the beginning of this round is just
भाई
completely
क्या सीन है
thwarted
भाई?
any attempt that T1 tried to make. Bane pushed up early
Oh,
towards the bottom of ramp, and then he's able to
क्या
bait a bit for
गावात.
Buzz. Buzz uses that opportunity to bust out the shorty, take a player down. And yeah, T1 gonna go for their second timeout, their last one of this map.
उसको मारा
See if they
उसने.
can find
देखा देखा.
something to get the score line a little bit more respectable. But still some laughs. X-Curate's got a smile on his face. I mean, against DFM, it was all business for X-Curate, but still having a good attitude. That Breeze map gave him a little bit of extra
इज़ू
confidence
आपके जैसे खेल रहा है.
to stay in this.
Well, Buzz trying to make sure he
299
keeps up
done,
his
Binks.
focus.
Bye.
As
क्या
for
299?
DRX, there is no option but to go to a map 3 if they want the victory tonight.
Chat, we are very close to
T1,
10k likes. किसने
they
नहीं
can
किया है तो
recover
जल्दी कर दो.
Up to a 4-8 scoreline. Not all is lost, considering the map we're playing on for Split here in the second map.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this is, you know, both teams seemingly looking good on their map picks, potentially. Just a big question for DRX. Can they close it out this time? A much better start so far on this map than on Breeze after T1 rattled together.
What does it look like? Fortune is his brother or
The
Fortune?
second quarter of Breeze, but
Excurate भाई है
Rossi
उसका.
a pit, but Stinger's hero rifle going to be on Saya player this time. Izu going to try to take space with this Stinger. And it looks like another fast hit.
All right, he's pushed through. The angle is good against the toxic screens to clear out vents as well. That's a Subside player all the way into heaven. From the shadows to create backup for DRX. But Foxy9,
Yeah!
one way to mask himself as he goes for 3. Excurate, unaware of where the
Yeah!
shots are coming from. Another tagged as well up in heaven. And this Cypher setup, they just can't break through it. Rossi chasing down for the kill, but the boom bot will finish him off. And the backup is all a ride for DRX. 9-1 scoreline.
You're just throwing everything you have in the playbook at DRX
What the
for the most
fuck?
part. DRX has no problems with it. Just looking so good on this map. Back to comfort here. Map that surely, that is dumb. That is just insane.
क्या मारा
What in the
बे?
world is that, Foxy? I mean, X-Curate TP
भाई
right
उनको
now is
एंट्री
dead, but
करने का
those
किधर
first two
मौका
were
नहीं मिल रहा. किधर?
bananas that he gets 2 headshots out of
जिधर
that.
भी जा रहे हैं या फिर वहाँ पे स्पिट है या फिर रेज यूटिल्स है या फिर ट्रैप्स है.
Izu also just needs to come online. 0-10-0 right now. No impact, no value in this map too. Not something you want out of your second duelist, out of your star rookie. Another setup onto heaven, but DRX is just reading through it. Izu finally logs onto a kill. Can he find the second? He still gets shut down by Foxy9, but it's enough time bought.
Finally मर
Sight
गया Foxy.
broken
Finally.
open. The first time T1 will get a taste of the A site here. Pit goes up and Excurate is on the lurk. He's waiting for the
No impact
wraparound.
बोला.
If Excurate can get these kills, T1 might be on for another round in the first half.
Expecting 2 is
Oh, but he doesn't
question.
check at all! He's looking for a timing around ramp.
No!
Not taking into account at all sewers. And now, Carpe and Rossi both in the pit. They don't really have too much of an option. Carpe checking for screens on the wraparound. Not sure if he would have caught him. But meanwhile, they're going to refill the pit. The paint shells come out. There's the pop flash. Seems like he did see him as he's trying to delay the jump down, but now they're swarming on. They've all landed on the site. The tap onto the spike. They're trying to draw them out. Rossi in elbow. It's close range. He gets taken down. Carpe tries to find a timing before the pit goes down. And Buzz will finish it up, but will they have time? They will not. 0.22 seconds to get the second round for T1.
Thought they had it there. for DRX.
So close. भाई क्या
Just a
sexy
fraction of a
खेला
second
यार
too
लेकिन
late.
बस
Good attempt. It looked like they maybe had finally
भाई बस एक बार मरा है
stopped DRX.
बस
from
एक
stopping
बार
them.
मरा है और
Did not
इजू
happen, in
11
fact.
बार
It
मरा
was
है
just-
समझ रहे हो डिफरेंस
Just enough time with that Viper's pit to keep
Heavy.
things done. I mean, it's just unbelievably close. The thinnest of margins for T1 to keep themselves reasonably in this. You'd love to get this to 9-3 at least. Have some kind of, okay, we've finally started to find our footing. We've started to find our shots. Izu continuing this early pressure. It seems to be another just full-on A hit. They're going to challenge this setup again.
Oh no, they haven't cleared the line yet, though.
Lol.
They're actually going to chase down onto Mako, the kill with the Trailblazer, all of them flooding in. So finally a bit of a switch up here from T1, and that's enough to throw them off. The Seekers trying to chase through over by mid. Meanwhile, B Heaven getting swarmed. Rossi still on the lurk. He's waiting to try to capitalize against Buzz, but they hear that the operator was in B main. There's Showstopper. It's going to land onto a double as Excurit also drops down from Evan. Gives another kill, and Foxy9 has arrived down to a 1v1. Aware of Rossi's position, it seems. The poison cloud. Does he go for a timing? He's gonna try to get both of them. Goes for
ओ
elimination,
तेनू
and
भाई
Foxy9
फॉक्सी
brings
भाई
home
क्या
the
चल
10th
रही है
round
भाई
win
क्या
as we
चल
wrap
रही
up the
है
first half.
Felt
क्या
like
चल
Foxy
रही
knew
है
exactly what Rossi was thinking there. On the back of that poison cloud, he was ready for him to jump up on those boxes. What a half for DRX.
Oh man.
What a half. I mean, yeah, it just T1 just never seemed comfortable.
कमबैक कर पे
Any
ये
single
पॉसिबल
round,
नहीं
even
भाई
the ones they won, it never felt
ये पॉसिबल नहीं
like they
लेकिन
were
देखा
really
फंडामेंटल्स देखा ना तुम लोगों ने
getting
DRX
their
का
game
बहुत
sense
स्ट्रांग है
on,
भाई
getting an awareness of the holds. Now, late into that half, they were starting to be able to break open that A Heaven hold between Stax and Mako, but by that point, it was damage done. It was too late. You still got to go through, Buzz's op, that showstopper, catching the one. He saw a Saya player, I think it was Excurit that dropped down right next to him, right? Like, just the timing there, a little bit unfortunate for T1. However, that was a great sign. That was really cute.
Yeah, that was really well drawn.
Yeah. Well done.
Well, we'll see if that duo can
Hey!
continue on. Hey yo!
It's Chrissy!
And we got some special guests out in the audience.
देखा है ना
Welcome,
किधर
welcome.
तो
Love to see you here for VCT Pacific.
Got to do a little of the TikTok streams with her.
इधर तो
last year
देखा
at
है
Masters Tokyo. Super kind. is
Love that
Chrissy.
we're doing that stuff too.
Yeah, she's great, man. She loves Valorant. Huge T1 fan.
Yeah,
Not-
well, as we
yeah.
can tell.
Yeah,
यार
not
मेरे
going
बारे
so
में
good
भी
right
तू
now.
बोल सकता
but they're
है
the
he
winning
loves
ones, so overall
Valorant
the best of
huge
three.
DRX
Exactly.
fan
Get to watch a
करके
little bit more maybe for a map 3.
Yeah, you're getting your
Why
money
not?
फिंगर
back.
ओ
Well. DRX up 10-2 for T1. It has to start here, and I mean, Izu, they used to talk about him as kind of the
10 तो
crafty
कर नहीं
player,
होगा नहीं
really using all of his game sense to bring home the victory. And for now, he's
Seasang
had to be
Legends
that
ने उड़ा
bull
क्या
that
बात
charges
करो
forward.
सच्ची
Has not worked out well for him. Now on the
one of
defense,
the
a little bit more
bappest
freedom.
song
Yeah.
of the gaming
Look good on the
industry
Oru. On Breeze, that's for sure. But here on Split, a very
Bappest
different
song.
story. DRX just so challenging to play against on these maps where they're comfortable. You can see that certainly Split. There's a big reason he decided to lean into this. Rossi going to be changing direction. Util dump comes through right in towards the ropes. Is
Mid
Buzz.
ले लिया
No contact found. So instead, DRX just going to backpedal. Maybe hope that that was enough to keep the rotations of T1 off balance. And
No.
from what we can see, it has.
Yeah, well, the Trailblazers never quite
By
spotted
heavy
Foxy9. He was
read.
below sewers as well. So now, Carpe gonna have to back up. Calls for the toxic screen. The backup's running forward.
Heavy
Is
read
gonna
तो है
arrive in time. Heaven will be filled. Mako, meanwhile, going to switch places with Saya player. T1 Carpe will be holding onto the site, but Saya player
Ayo.
misses the shots. He's not able to get the kills. And that might be the call to rotate. Heaven now broken up. Stax just trying to make sure that he goes down to vents, trying to rotate over to B. It's going to be a quick backup from Excurit. Flanks
इसको
around
मारना
Paranoia
पड़ेगा
at the ready. He just wants to lay them. He hears them running through. Paranoia, but it doesn't hit both. He gets one kill,
Oh,
but
shit.
not the second. Stax jumping down. 3v2 for T1. Spike not planted yet. 15 seconds. This is a timing for them. Izu. Ooh.
Shot!
Rossi, nice and clean
Right,
right
come
off
back.
the top. And T1 will get a third round win.
come back
Well, just what the doctor ordered for
Huh?
T1. Good
Come back,
stuff here
let's
by
go.
Carpe. Caught the
Let's
elbow
go,
of a
baby.
player.
Come back.
Peeking around that corner and immediately pieced out. Got the toxic screen up. from Rossi. And Rossi finding some crispy shots there at the end. Carpe having a couple great shots of his own. That is nasty from Rossi. The follow-up there took a few, but job
भाई
done.
nasty है वो, nasty.
Good start for T1. It's a long road, though.
13-5.
Getting that map win and getting the match win. Still a lot of rounds. Buzz with the
मैंने jinx कर दिया थोड़ा सा.
over by
लग गया
Mako,
पहली
it
बार.
looks like, and then full armor as well. So really trying to punish the greedy buys that we often see on Split, where you're just trying to swarm the sites, make sure that everyone has.
वो
weapons
blinded
to
नहीं
fight
हुआ.
back.
Walk करेंगे ये लोग.
I mean, this is something. If it works out, could be a new paradigm as well that Buzz is bringing forward to VCT Pacific. He's trying to force up a singular outlaw on the attacking side.
Wild.
T1, they don't have a sentinel. They're trying to push out. The outlaw gets one, but now T1, they find the trade. They're well aware of the outlaw. That should change the position they hold as well. Izu with a nice timing. Peek out as well, and the spray down for two. Zaya for a third, and it's just going to be
almost
हाँ,
मार
and
सकता
they
था.
get the Vandal as well. Should be able to recover those weapons.
Almost था.
It kind of worked. It sort of like it wasn't too
मतलब मैं
bad,
full
but
sheet लिया उसने.
now your
हाँ गेम
purchase
और
coming into this
होएगा
round
तो
is
next
gonna
round
have
वो
to be
खेल
a little
सकते हैं
bit-
ना A side.
a little bit lacking. For,
Now an op for Saya.
Yeah, no, I mean to make matters worse, right? Round 3 op for Saya is scary as heck. Just
Good eco
unscoped
बोल
in the
सकते
wrong
हैं
moment did Bane there. Kept that down. He might have been able to
Good
find
eco बोल
Izu
सकते हैं.
a little bit quicker, but damage done. He actually landed the shot. Now I see it. He was at 10 HP, so then the classics can come in.
10
do
to
what they gotta do.
newcomers.
So not a bad
क्या
idea.
पता बे उस दिन देख के मेरा हाथ में गया.
DRX, you do have to
10-2 से
go
कम
down
बैठ
to a
गए.
Spectre or Mako.
3 clear. Waiting for it. Finds him as he's thinking about moving out.
भाई ऐसा लगा
Has to
कि
be a
बड़ा
dash
कर
out.
गया ना
Shot
लेग.
will not connect, but op now found by DRX. Ahead of the smoke for Mako. So we'll see. Trailblazer trying to clear mid.
Split में मेरे को इसलिए PRX देखने को ज़्यादा मजा आता है.
To check if there's a push
ये
out
सब
of
जगह
A.
ऐसा 3v1 होता है और
For now,
slow
all
खेलता है
alone
ना.
on the side on B. This Poison Cloud, they could be fanning out at any moment's notice. The paranoia is going to be a quick fill from Rossi, but Buzz is one step ahead of him. Picks up one kill. Saya, can he go for a peek out? Buzz still clears out the site though, and Saya player has to just run out to safety. Easy.
ऐसे निकल के मार के आ गया.
Around the sneak bite. Smoke clears, and now
क्या
everybody
players हैं ना यार ये.
around B heaven for T1, but there's still the lurk from Foxy9. You still got stacks over by B main as well. So many angles to clear. Izu trying to find one. He finds both. They are aware of two people's position. He knows it's a crossfire. Izu goes for one, but no trade from his teammates as he gets taken out by Bane. Now the smoke perfect to cover up Carpe as he's trying to peek out. He gets stuck, and he realizes exactly what's going on. Two members on the site, 2v2, still aware of the potential flank and the lurk around. Saya, he sees Foxy9, but the spy cam finds him. Time not on his side. Trying
Shots
to
तो
go
है
for
Saya,
kill.
but
He wants
नहीं
to
है.
save the operator. He wants to get it. Can he dash out in time? Is he safe? Barely right at the edge.
Barely? इतनी
Good
जगह.
round here for DRX. A phenomenal entry by Buzz. Like you said,
Pacific
bypassing
players
some
are
of that utility
mechanically
from
cracked.
T1. Able
मैंने
to
का
find
देखा है
two
घर
huge kills
जाएगा.
to break that side open. That turned out to be the difference maker. A really good attempt at isolating some of these crossfires as best as they could from DRX, being really patient. Some of these jitter peaks. Well, okay, Buzz, sure.
Yeah, jeez.
Why not?
I mean, that's
God.
heads up, right? Expecting something like that to happen. Your crosshair and your free fire trained onto that corner.
Just disgusting, man. Incredible stuff, and as usual, Buzz is just so good at entries.
best bro.
Such a powerful force for DRX for so many years.
सभी है बे सभी अच्छा खेल.
Pressure on him again as that op still in hand. Have to be a little bit careful of it this time. Our DRX, they got away with one, frankly. In that last round with Saya just a little bit off of Mako, so orb going to be gathered. Now, begin the march towards mid. Smoke has to come out to cover. DRX.
Oh, jumping पे मारा.
Stationed on A takes out the lurk from Foxy9. They've already cleared B main. They got Seekers online. They pressured mid as well. They
20
find
बंदे
the main
suppress.
force.
20 बंदे
Ramen
suppress हो गए
in
वहाँ पे.
T1. For what it feels like the first time in this entire split, they have a very good grasp of DRX's positions. But the weaponry isn't going to be good enough. Two stingers for Rossi and Carpe. Carpe waiting in the smoke. Should be dissipating soon, and there's the pop flash, but Buzz is slightly out of it. The Seekers to keep them at bay. Realizes that they're going to be stuck here at B main. One Seeker still trying to go towards mid, so they're well aware of the lurk as well. Mako has to back off for the time being. Only 30 seconds left on the clock.
30 seconds
Close.
left.
Very, very close shots. This is great anticipation here by Carpe, recognizing that the flash last time went deep. This time decided to get ahead of it by putting himself into that smoke, and this gives Saya player the ability to learn.
No way, Saya. That's a very risky, greedy position to be taking. He's still going to try to peek out for another.
10 seconds
I mean,
left.
this is very close range. There's one right click. He tries
Spike
to go for
down,
another
attacker
operator.
spawn.
And he's going to drop the operator, give it over to DRX.
Maybe.
I mean, T1 on the pinch. They don't want this to go for free, but it's not like they have a lot of creds. So they will just be waiting. Bane securing a free
11
operator
5
upgrade.
क्या लगता है अल्ट है बस की बाय बस के
Yeah,
अल्ट है
and more
खत्म
importantly, you keep it out of the hands. I mean, Saya player has the Blade Storm, yes,
हाँ
but
बस के अल्ट है खत्म है
on him,
क्या बोलते हो
just keep that power weapon that he's been oh so good with throughout the years. Definitely love to have it.
Any
over
thoughts
towards
on
Buzz.
channel
Buzz is the
rebranding
showstopper,
rebranding
so
करनी है
is this? I think DRX is really
सकते हैं,
considering what they want to do with this buy. They just don't have enough cred to do anything else except go for classics, half armor for Bane.
भाई अल्ट है
Maybe saving that showstopper for another day. See if Buzz can do some damage. They did something out of the ordinary there.
Oh,
Gives him the. Oh, he
Goes
misses!
right over Carpe's head. Now the up dropped as well, and the one hope that DRX had in this round, it might just give an opening for T1 to claw back. Two members still pressuring, but they will not greed for more space. They understand that they have secured
मेरा
this
हो
position.
गया यार
Ramp being taken over by Bane.
अच्छी
The next duelist himself, can he get the up kill? He gets
God.
one. He's quick with it, but he shows us back. Mako there for the trade. And T1, what seemed like an absolutely unlosable round, starts slipping away from their grasp.
I mean, it's just imagine the world where Buzz hits that showstopper. Could be a completely different round, but he missed
नहीं है
it.
क्या
Therefore, he
नहीं
got punished. Outlaw and the Blade Storm still there for Saya. Only a judge for Rossi, so gonna have to concede over the
Really?
plant most likely as T1. Mako though only on 24 health. Not like he's gonna be able to
भाई
get the
ये
ults
राउंड
here.
निकाल
Stack
सकते हैं
still
भी वो
away.
लोग what the fuck
The Seekers. Look at him. He's going proactive.
And just looking for one extra kill as they have no idea where they are, and Mako
भाई
finds it.
क्या
Saya tries to turn the corner close.
क्या
And
रीड है वे
now
माको का
Rossi,
भाई
just the judge, has to make noise if he wants to upgrade a weapon. Finds one close, but he knows that Mako's weak. He
भाई वो
doesn't
फिर
get the
भी
kill
मारा
with the judge.
फिर भी
Are you kidding me? The one time that that weapon would
गलत
fail you.
Well,
I need this.
I mean, 26 was more than enough, I guess, for Mako there. I mean, that round is heartbreaking for T1. You do some good things at the beginning, but DRX just raiding some of these pushes from Carpe really, really well. Kind of expecting
घर
them to
पे
be aggressive. I'm not sure if they saw a pixel out of place for Buzz to decide to pop the showstopper, but regardless, DRX there just ready again for the
भाई
win.
डेडली
Now the
डुओ
Blade
अगर
in
साइन
hand,
करेंगे तो
Shorty in the back
जीतेंगे
pocket,
बेसिकली
Izu with
ना
Rocket now.
अगर
Zone,
साया
Mako,
फ्लेयर और इजू
Viper's Pit.
मारना
They
चालू
could
करेंगे
continue.
अर्ली
Who
तो
knows if there's gonna be
जीतेंगे
any
वरना टफ है
shenanigans with that. We'll have to wait and see. But DRX playing very, very cautious, worried
लास्ट
about
मैप करोगे या
some kind of
जाओगे रात
aggressive
को भी
push
आना है
with those
आ जाऊंगा
blades.
उसमें क्या
Use that judge as
बस
well
मेरे को
for
5
Rossi,
मिनट का
man.
ब्रेक
That's-
लगेगा अभी क्योंकि मेरे को रील बनाना है
Right? I mean, just don't have
उनके
the
बिंगी
creds,
के
just
साथ
hoping that they come into your arms. But this is the thing, DRX knows that not only the tendencies of T1 to try to get aggressive for space, to try to play for contact, but also the double duelist. I mean, no Sentinel, they have to push out
Hey,
to
करे.
get information. Saya player has been activating that tailwind time and time again, multiple rounds in a row with no value. And now stuck once again in ramp.
अल्ट मार दे माँ को अल्ट मार दे साइड में घुस के अल्ट मार दे
Garage. Carpe sitting there solid. Now the judge down in vents. Buzz, are you aware of it? There's the drop, and once again the judge fails Rossi. No justice will be served tonight. The Saya player fights for his lives, but it's too many members. Bane clears out ramp. 3v3 for DRX to try to take us to the deciding map of Bind. Spike will get
नसीब
planted.
पे
Ramp
ओपन में प्लान
control,
कर रहा था
main control in favor of DRX.
Spike planted.
Izu gets through, finds one, not able to turn around against Bane on that paranoia. Here's the from the shadows. Are you aware? Is he gonna finish
Yeah.
that TP? He does. And Carpe recognizes it right away. There's the mural
इसका नहीं है
there.
प्लान
Carpe, does he have an idea? They know where the cyber cage came from. He's trying to wait to try to bait Foxy9 for a peek. Still quite a bit of time on that spike. Carpe just waiting for the peek out. Looks like he's going to go for the half. And Foxy9, he's going to rush forward. He doesn't want the half to be done. He jumps. He's waiting to see. He hears that he's not sticking it. He hears the shot still coming through, and he's still jiggling, and he gets the kill through the wall. Foxy9 brings DRX across the finish line and takes us to yet another map 3 tonight here at VCT Pacific.
Yeah, I love the patience there, Foxy9, but overall, DRX so well drilled on some of these maps.
Next
we saw
map
Sunset
DRX.
earlier, now we're seeing a split as well.
DRX जीता फंडामेंटल स्ट्रांग है तुम लोग मेरा सुनते नहीं हो कभी
However,
समझ
we
में
have
आता
Binks
guys
coming up next.
सुना करो स्ट्रीमर का
It's
इतना
gonna be
नॉलेज
an
जब देता
absolute
है
banger. Let's go to the
परफेक्ट
breakdown
प्रेडिक्शंस
split
अभी
before we
तक
head
लव
over
यू
to map 3.
मैं बोला था लास्ट मैप मेरा कैसे पता
DRX bundle. I wish I could read that sign.
I couldn't see it. The camera was in the way, to be honest.
The one guy who speaks
मैं
Korean.
रील कर गया पट से
DRX in a very convincing win on split bring us to map 3.
This one, one word.
What's the word?
Mako.
True.
Mako.
He just Mako'd all over him. That was just an insane performance. Vintage, a perfect year, nicely aged.
Yeah.
Just, that was disgusting.
Notes of headshots and...
Yes. Yes, that was... I just swirl that around in a glass and sniff it all day. That was just gorgeous from him.
It really was. I mean, you could see how the entire map played out, especially in that first half. Similar to what we saw, on Breeze, but then DRX really managed to hold on to their lead. 14 first kills, like that's a big number, and it all happens, most of it, I think, in their defensive half, because Mako has that toxic screen that really blocks off a lot of A ramps, A main. T1 really wants to break through, but they just can't. And the way that Mako plays around the ropes, he was basically like Tarzan up on that thing, going up and down and just finding these shots. Stax was even holding all the way from back heaven. It was essentially a bit of a crossfire, and T1 only managed to figure it out towards the end when they started to use Izu's utility.
It was just absolutely gorgeously done, and it felt like, for the longest time that this is just going to be one of those maps that could just end up being a 13-0. Like DRX was so firmly in control.
3 of them had 0 kills.
Yeah, we were multiple rounds into this game, and collectively T1 had 5 kills. And in the end, that's how many rounds they could get. It was brutal. I remember seeing Saya play at one point. It was like 0, 6, and 0. Just wasn't finding any impact. Buzz, Stax, Mako for the longest time were just not getting picked off at all. But I mean, 21 and 8. This was absolutely astounding from Mako.
I wonder if he's going to be topping the ACS list, actually, for also at like 326.
Yeah, I mean,
by the end of this weekend.
It was just fantastic. That is exactly the kind of performance that you want to see out of him. But as I was mentioning, Buzz going over to the Raze, it just feels like he's way more comfortable on Raze these days, and shows that here in this performance here. It was just, 19-8 from him, 14-9 from Stax. Everybody was just doing their jobs and doing it even better than they were necessarily supposed to.
Really fun.
It was a masterclass of split.
Yeah, controller weekend perhaps, Mako, Mind Freak. But also, yeah, I think towards the end of it, not just Buzz, Foxy9 also showing a little bit of discipline. I mean, in the past, he might have ego peeked that one-on-one at the end, but he was so careful with it. So, yeah, masterclass at how you really want to control the map on split. T1 was just not allowed to entry whatsoever.
I imagine that in that moment, Stax was just screaming, Shigan, which is just time. Just play for time. Don't peek him, don't challenge. Just wait. He has to defuse it, and I mean, it was just absolutely done to perfection, just across the board. I mean, these highlights are just going to be a very one-sided affair. Even from the pistol round, it just was a really rough start for T1.
So many rounds. It's just DRX playing these defensive positions.
Oh yeah, and I was just going to say, it's just some of the best moments, basically, from DRX.
I would honestly, and this is just something for the future, I would be curious to see T1, how they would look if they start implementing the Yoru into this, just because Izu looks way more comfortable there compared to the Raze, at least for this map. I'm not sure if it's going to be a map-dependent thing for his comfort on the Raze, but having seen some teams play around with Yoru, mostly in triple duelist, with Paper X and whatnot, there's a lot more confusion and chaos you can add in, and he really thrives in that. I'd be curious to see if they look to try to adopt that moving forward, but either way, something needs to be workshopped for them. DRX, they are a strong split team, but after what we witnessed on Breeze, it feels like this should have been way closer, even with DRX's strength on split.
I mean, with the way that they're playing right now, it just feels as though we always have these strong starts from DRX, and it's really just because they have these setups, the positions, the way they control everything. T1 start to try to adapt, but it just didn't really work out on this map.
No, it didn't, and I mean, Achilles, you're absolutely right. Yes, DRX is great on split, but clearly something wasn't working for T1, so they're gonna need to go back to the lab. If it's maybe throwing a Euro in, who knows? But our own...
could be worse than what we just witnessed, so
I think
might as well try
clearly anything might be better at this point. But with that said, we got our own ranks. So op kills, I don't know if you guys are keeping track. It looks like DRX was going to be in the lead. We all picked T1 because obviously, they have the op team there. Saya player got 4 op kills and DRX got 4 op kills. Collectively, Buzz got 3 and Bane got 1. So that means it's a tie. And that means we all rank up as a team. Yippee, go team!
I don't think that's how, SR or anything necessarily works, but we'll take it. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? If I could get LP or or whatever rank system you're talking about for draws, then I'm in support of that. So I need the free win.
Also got it.
And you guys hear the sound effect of the up rank?
No.
Not a sound I'm very familiar with.
I can't do it. I am not a beatboxer.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
Just outing myself right now.
He said that's not a sound I'm very familiar with.
The up rank sound. So.
Oh my god.
Someone do it. I don't know.
You just get your rank and you stagnate. That's it.
Yeah.
It's not that you're losing them. It's just that you always hover in the same spot.
You need to get Darnie up here. Beatboxer, the APAC Rising beatboxer.
Kar de.
Oh, right. Well, it looks like we're going to be going to a full 3 mapper. Again, everyone in the audience is getting their money's worth on those tickets right now.
They are, and it felt like today was in particular destined for that. You've got the two of the biggest Korean teams going up against each other. Gen.G versus PaperX, this new forming rivalry, coming out of the start of this year. It felt like this was destined for 6 maps, so I'm really happy to see all of these go the distance because it's still very much up in the air. One of the things that we mentioned multiple times last season was that T1's fates often seemed like it was tied to their LCK team.
Yeah.
They got the win earlier today, so we'll see if they're going to be able to close it out here.
Wouldn't it be nuts? Wouldn't that be nuts? Actually, anything could happen. I said the same exact words about DFM. I'm like, wouldn't it be nuts if DFM won and then they won? It's crazy. But we are going to go to agent picks now for Bind. We're going to see another Bind decider with 2 very different teams for the earlier match we saw today with PaperX and Gen.G.
I'm curious what this is going to look like as... It looks like, T1 not going to be making any changes. Okay. For DRX, still not going to be leaning into any sort of Gecko. It's still something that has eluded them, even though, we saw Zest playing it, obviously, on Bleed. But they have not opted to
भाई क्या सीन है साया फ्लेयर रेज एक्सक्यूरेट हार्बर यार चेंबर चाहिए यार.
But this is a map that T1 in both of the matches last season.
And this is that double controller setup. Meanwhile, for T1, it's the exact composition they used against PaperX. I'm just curious to see how it's going to play out again this time, because previously PaperX just completely challenged them. They did manage to push it to overtime, so still you got that Harbor, you got the Gecko, and that just is a combo that's kind of like a match made in heaven.
I think T1, they do have a decent edge. It's about being able to bounce back after the loss there.
No, Zephyr. By Skella na PRX without go.
Picked up 10 rounds, but ultimately lost the map. The second time they played it in that semi-final matchup last year in the playoffs, they were able to crush DRX.
Well, today's the day for T1 to finally defeat DRX. We're going to go into the final map between these Korean powerhouses over to our casters William and Paperthin.
ये तो पिछले मैच का कॉम्प है, हाँ सेम कॉम्प है.
To be honest, if I was
इस बार
DRX and I
कौन सा
also
रीजन
lost
जीतेगा
a
मेरे को
semifinal
लग रहा
map
है
of
फिर से
Bind
ने.
to a dizzied Charon, I would also shy away from Gecko as it seems ineffective. That surely lives in the nightmares of Stacks as he realizes that, the utility was there, but they couldn't bring home the win with the one time that they were able to try the Gecko. So now, just going with the trustworthy KO. Of course, raises on both sides.
I like this from DRX. This gives you some options. What worked well for Foot against T1 a while ago. The KO can be really good against this comp because you can shut it down with the ult or even with the 0 point. Kind of buy yourself a little bit of extra time and space. Make it more uncomfortable. This defender side, Foxy 9. Oh, trying in. What is that?
Right before all the utility comes up, Buzz just swings out. Finds one on a timing. Now with Carpe down, I mean, such a crucial part, especially for the pistol, trying to utilize the fact that you can still have all 5 members fighting while the spike is planting. T1 not going to be able to take advantage of that, and now they've slowed down. Still a minute on the clock, but they will have to re-clear every piece of the map. They find the cam, they'll get the orb, and meanwhile, we see Izu trying to pressure B site once again. See if he can draw out a little bit more as all the smokes from Bane's Brimstone have been used up.
I feel like Xcurate taking a page out of his brother's book here, using that high tide to sneak himself into a position to look for some frags potentially, but they're going to re-aggress on the showers area.
Yeah, DRX, they want to clear it out. They know that time is running low, and there's a wide swing for Frosty. Draws out all the crosshairs. Saya will stabilize with another kill, but are they aware that Buzz is holding close? Saya, this side has not been cleared just yet. He tries jumping, doesn't find it, and he goes for the jiggle, and Buzz finds the kill. Now spike down in showers. Bane catching Xcurate from behind. It's just down to Izu, and he does not have enough time to go across for the spike. He realizes he's been spotted. He has to go for a pop flash, trying to eliminate everyone, but it's eventually going to pop in his face, of course. Since that change, if it runs out of the timer, it will pop. That fake doesn't last for the entire time.
Yeah, no, just a little unfortunate for Izu to be stuck in that position with such little time left there. T1 hoping that they could maybe trick DRX into thinking they've gone to the other side, but not able to sell that fake at all. And Bane, as
Chat, only 70 likes remaining for 10k likes. जो लोग नए हैं stream पर like कर दो.
But Buzz at the ready next to this box, found a great position, knowing that maybe Lamps could have a player. Put himself behind that box. Really smart heads up stuff. The disease is going to catch Buzz, and he's going to grab the orb and back away. But man, that's a little scary if you're Buzz.
Yeah, I mean, he uses full fate, right? The Brimstone smoke, the cover from Bane. I believe both of them may be getting tagged as well, but they will just trust in the smoke to disrupt the vision here from T1. So T1, back to another default. Just trying to condition them on the pressure here in showers, but no cam this time. They're just trusting in the long-range weaponry. The better weaponry here from Mako. Jiggling back and forth because short is covered with the cam, with the tripwire. A lot of utility to cover that entry point.
And Bane already sneaking over towards A as well. So the full forces, they're going to catch a glimpse, get a reveal. It's a TP out there, Rossi.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean,
Very
otherwise
smart.
you were dead for sure as you've been tagged right in the middle of nowhere. And that is going to allow the rest of T1 to try to still creep into Lamps, but still not the best position as they don't have full control of showers. They're going to try to get through. Wingman going to get taken out as it's going for the plant. So Carpe picks the spike back up. Dizzy there to buy time, but he gets taken out immediately. Fox 9 gets backed out by the snake bite. Cascade not exactly getting too much value as they're just trying to get a reaction. Zaya's pushed up close.
You can still just barely enough time, but no, they're going to go for the plant again.
But there's a Mosh just trying to push them out, but Mako still sprays down for 2. And the spike plant has been disrupted. Izu trying to stick for it one more time, and Bane will try to swing around. Spike does go down, but Izu, can he hold on to this area? As Saya player continues to pressure. He gets another kill with the Sheriff over by Showers. 2v2, and Izu has wrapped all the way around. Are they aware? They're not quite sure. Bane, he still gets the kill. Half done, but now Saya, they realize enough time has passed, and they know that it has to be a flank.
भाई अच्छा खेला T1 ने. मेरा T1 मेरा DRX. मेरी DRX. भाई T1 ने अच्छा खेला राउंड यार. बहुत अच्छा खेला
have to be dropped by DRX. So honestly, that's a pretty good round there for T1, using this smoke from Foxy 9, that cyber cage against him a bit to get this kill with Saya. Bane, nice job to push that fragment.
ये नेट लेफ्ट राइट हुआ लग रहा है मेरे को.
Another kill there. That's, you know, stacks his fragment as well. So nice little set play by them. And Mako steady as ever. But now you're starting to see that this might be pretty tricky for DRX. Not looking nearly as clean, certainly as you would like. And you know, the good patience there from T1 really paying off. Going for the check again. Got the orb, so Buzz, that's going to give him the showstopper.
Yeah, fires back right on the tracers. Carpe perhaps pushing
भाई लोग
his luck a
लीड
little
लेते
bit
तो
too much
लेते ही
on the
जाते
spam.
यार.
But the thing is
कितने
T1, I
ऐड
mean, I
क्यों आ
get
रही
where Carpe's
शर्म
coming
करो
from.
बंद करके
Keep
रखा.
giving the sword for free. It's not good. You're trying to pressure, trying to make sure DRX can't go for it.
Exactly.
But this time he pays for it with his life. So no Gecko once again. And now trying to creep through. Mako's ready for it with the Ghost as well. A huge upgrade for DRX.
Oh, that's brutal now. Now you've got a lot more options to
नहीं
play
जीत सकते
with.
बी पे.
Or the side of DRX. There you go, Mako.
तीन बंदे बी पे. रिजल्ट भी है.
Harbor utility.
Pop
Set
flash भी
yourself
है.
up for this hit. Flashes as well.
Yeah, the fragment just going to keep them at bay. They cannot drop into the site just yet. That high tide will be running out of time. Reposition around the cascade. So Snacks is ready for it. Buzz just trying to hold on to main. There's the showstopper. He finds him close, and it's going to be Snacks and Buzz, the duo. That cleans up the kills, all down to Saya player. One Vandal left. He won't get to carry it over, and it's a flawless on the bonus for DRX.
Oh boy. Now you're starting to get a bit worried for T1.
Heavy खेल रहे हैं भाई.
3 bonuses
Heavy.
lost for them so far today. And that, well, I mean, you can't be losing these battles like that. Losing Carpe off the rip, giving Buzz the showstopper, seeing the bullet tracers, and Buzz able to track down the head. Rossi losing that lurk is absolutely devastating. Great patience by Buzz, not to send that showstopper immediately in towards the octagon. Instead, he holds it just long enough to catch Xcurit, trying to push out of his high tide. And that's just stellar discipline from DRX, winning a couple key battles as well. Now you're back onto an eco from T1, a couple stingers and some sheriffs. Stingers have been pretty good for Rossi though today, I will say that.
Yeah, we'll see if he can make that magic happen again. He used a snake bite to push away Garden, but that slows him down as well. The high tide not exactly covering all of Elbow. T1 has to be aware of this if they want to launch an exact set play onto the site. They're going to swarm it with all of the utility. There's a guiding light, there's the Dizzy, but the volley lands right in front and they just cannot move forward. They've been slowed down.
Execute
They're all
अच्छा
getting
था.
burned at the feet, and Buzz enters for another
हाँ,
double
execute
kill.
अच्छा था.
Still, Carpe alive. Picks
Guns
up a
के साथ
Vandal.
होते तो मजा आता
Would
था,
never
लेकिन
get the
execute
plant.
अच्छा था.
Mosh online. The IGL of T1. There's never been a better time for Clutch to bring them back onto the stage to keep their morale up. Both members of DRX full health,
Blind
armor,
spit molly combo sexy
one
था.
snake bite and a cyber cage. Could it be enough utility?
We're going to try to cut it off with both smokes, force out the Mosh.
So now they know that he's out in main. Location identified. Snake bite to keep him at bay. Carpe just going to give him the half. He's trying to go for a swing, but they're still sticking it. He thinks it's just going to be a fake off of the snake bite and the cyber cage. Not going to find the shot. Still gets taken out at the end.
4-0. अभी
And
तो
a
ऑफ भी आ सकता है.
4-0 lead for DRX.
Do you have ऑफ? कोई मेरे से ऑफ कर सकता है भाई? Hello.
Blocked by his own team there.
He did.
Yeah, I thought so.
I believe so.
I think that's about the only thing I could think of that would have stopped him there. That's
Time out है क्या?
yeah, that might be another round 4 timeout for T1.
Heavy molly भाई.
I mean,
लेकिन push
great
अच्छा था.
timing there from Buzz to wait until they're fully committed to the site to fly around the elbow, come in and pick up 2 big kills. Diligence, patience pays off for DRX again. I think Foxy, you know, with the Cypher,
मैं कर सकता हूँ.
Unbree's not so
Excuse me.
good in some ways, but Split was phenomenal. And this map here already looking like he's
First drive में
right
बहुत
back
मजा आएगा लग रहा है मेरे को.
into a comfortable role as that Sentinel. Now
दोनों
that
टीम
Bane's
का
gone to the team, he's switching
play
over.
style बहुत अलग
Did a
है.
nice job. So far these timeouts have been okay-ish, I suppose.
I mean,
but
necessary,
not really.
right?
Yeah,
I mean, necessary. He started all 3 maps down 4-0. And, I mean, in the previous maps, they went all the way up to 6 and 7, respectively, for DRX.
Timeout में DRX
T1
won.
This time, the timeout has to find its value. They have to stop the bleeding now. Otherwise, sure, they won with a victory on Breeze,
That goes
but
there.
not another place they want to return to.
Trying to set those trap wires up right outside of that poison cloud. So after they have to walk through, I assume Mako put it up on top of that box to set up the one-way, but that's going to be a tricky one to get through if you want to try short A. Mako's so sturdy. Going to be the one to lock down at A angle against the Dizzy. Izu gets caught by the 0 point. Mako does win that battle.
Yeah, it clears out showers as well. Meanwhile, I mean, T1, they're trying to pressure out across the entire map. They pressure Hookah, they pressure A short, and then try to take over showers as they've drawn away the attention. But like you said, Mako, he trusts Foxy 9 Cypher setups, regains control of showers. And now the Gecko down once again. Carpe getting caught out on these solo missions. Several rounds in a
Which
row.
team,
That's brutal because
Loco?
the Gecko is such a big piece
Which
of getting these
teams,
executes.
Loco,
Obviously, the wingman to get the
looks
plant down
good
as well,
on
but
you?
the Dizzies in particular, the
ऐसे
Moshes
तो
to give you a
lowest
little bit of
लगता है
extra
मेरे को.
breathing room with space clearage. In fact, it's going to be actually the Bane smoke. It's going to be used to set up that one-way. Mako's just too good.
Yeah, just keeping a timer as well as he's jiggling back and forth. Shower's now held on. And T1, they're just going for a send. They will have to try to fake things out if they can draw out some of the utility. But look at the minimap buzz, blast back and
30
forward
seconds
for
left.
the flank. They want to keep T1 trapped. They don't want to give him an opportunity to try to take the TP. And T1's not going to get it.
love
The
from
Buzz has
Gujarat.
fire. They have to
Love
push the
your
site.
watch
They have
party.
to
Love
clear
you.
out all the members of DRX. But Bane finds one. Mako a second.
Clean
A third in the round. And
flawless.
Bane with another as well. Yet another
Flawless,
flawless here for DRX.
Crucial
coming at you from
rounds
every
में
angle there at
flawless
the
जीत
end.
रहे. कैसे जीतेगा यार
Kind
टीम?
of split aggression.
हाँ? विशाल भाई
Now will
11-0
just
ठीक है?
works against T1 here because they lose some big opening duels, and that gives DRX the space they need to just push every
Hello,
angle
I
of
was
the map.
busy with
I mean,
college.
from
How
all
are you?
four
I am
corners of
Gucci.
A, DRX is swarming at you. There is not much to be done for T1 in this situation. Everybody's so patient. Stacks doing a great job keeping everybody in the right places. I mean, it helps when you have Mako on your team. Guy is absolutely cracked out of his mind. Now he has a Viper's Pit.
Yeah, what an anchor, right? Looked a little shaky during kickoff compared to his usual self, but now right back in form. And it helps. I mean, look at the B site. This time they can trust Foxy9 to just hold on to it on his own, even set up for a retake with that cam. And the KO already arriving.
We'll watch a highlights
Help
later.
his
Got to go.
teammates.
Bye bye,
They'll have to
Sadi.
give up lamps, but not the most crucial of areas. But the flash is good. And it's
God.
going to be the transfer over with the Stinger. Saya good for two.
God.
But it's going to be reclaiming the backside. The Thrash, he lets it pass. He's pushing forward. Stacks, he finds one. Can he find the Gecko? He's good for a triple.
Shit,
A
bro.
quad, and he's on for
Bro,
the
what
ace.
the fuck,
IPL
bro?
of DRX.
What
Spike has
the
been planted.
fuck?
DRX has to remember the mission
Please
still ongoing.
explain.
Out in the open. Just a Stinger for Excurance Harbor. The 0 point will find him. Lamps secured. They know the objective. And Stacks checking for the box. Cyber Cage comes out. Stacks not wanting the ace. Wants to secure the round. And even will give over the defuse to Foxy9.
I was just about to say, we hadn't seen Thrash. We were 5
hashtag
rounds
friends.
in, and that's pretty rare for a Gecko to not be able to get a Thrash going by round 4.
Yeah,
And
come
he
at the
finally
right
gets it,
place for
and
capture.
Stacks the absolute disrespect. The pop flash
Hashtag
around the
us.
smoke, and then he just sidesteps the Thrash and never sees him. And yeah, he got flashed even too by that one to set up Saya. But that kill right there, whew, that is
Hashtag
nasty.
3 तिकड़ा काम बिगड़ा.
Stacks. Just
इससे
brilliant
ज़्यादा मेरा
play
brain
from
cells
him.
काम नहीं कर
One
सकता.
of those
Possible ही नहीं.
classic multi-kill Stacks rounds we're so used to seeing.
Absolutely.
Sentinels
And it's
का
just
match
gonna be
timing
another
रात को है ना?
early double timeout, the
Sentinels
earliest it's been.
is
They don't want to let it get past 6. That hasn't looked good for
रात
the
को मतलब
second
सुबह
map.
5 बजे.
This is crazy.
Sentinels versus Blast. उसके
yeah.
पहले G2
I mean,
जाने
this
से
is some
100% लिख
Paper
के ले लो
X
G2
style timeout
जीते.
calling, that's for sure. But can they
100%.
find the value off of it?
Hell,
Hashtag
I-
critical, excuse me.
I'd be left scratching my head too if I were T1. Maybe now's the time to dial up one of those B executes where you kind of dissect the site.
Hashtag trying
with
out
those
trend.
smokes with the toxic screen and the high tide. Kind of do some of that
POT,
leapfrogging
trying
with the
out
Gecko
trend.
utility for the solo play. It's time to use this excellent initiator utility you have to your advantage. The problem is DRX has so many ultimates. I mean, Null Command, the Orbital Strike, the Neural Theft, and the Viper's Pit. That makes it so tricky here. Yes, you have a Reckoning and some Seekers to clear some space, but are you even gonna, like, even if you get that, does it matter because of like the counter utility that DRX can have?
Well, and now DRX having a bit of a read off of the timeout, going for a fast
क्या
clear of
कर दो?
showers
B
this time
कर सकता
around.
है.
That way they can help reinforce the Cypher setups on B. The cam hidden right inside the entry point. The trips all across right before the spike plant zone. 0 point to pressure them away as well. I mean, DRX has full control of the map so far. Showers
कर
being given
सकते
up
हैं
just a bit as Buzz backs
T1
off. Doesn't want to get
अभी लोग
caught
बी
unaware.
जाएगा ना तो ब्रिमस्टोन
All
वहां
out
से
on
अल्ट
his
मार
lows.
सकता है
Love this
KO
change
अल्ट है
from
ब्लाइंड
DRX with
है
the
ट्रैप
Cypher
से
utility. Now over on to B,
क्या
expecting
करेंगे
that
वो
this is
लोग
going to be the point of pressure from T1, and this is really now going to be very, very tricky. And now Stax is waiting with his no command for this execute. This is going to be really difficult for T1 to make work. They're sliding the rest of the players over. I suppose Stax could just save it. Here comes the reckoning.
Yeah, looks like they just want to hold on for the retake. They'll have to let the site go. Some people have been tagged, and Foxy is waiting for the trips to activate. Both of them get cleared. Seekers will identify them, and T1, they're going to try to push through, but the Cyber Cage isn't good enough. Oh, he expects the wide swing, but he's just going to land the shot. And now the rest of the members of DRX, they have to hold on, but it's 3 members pushing elbow, but the blast back does wonders. T1 still answering back, 2-1 in numbers. It's going to be Excurita and Rossi, the new members, the global members here for the Korean squad of T1 up against Mako, the Rock of Korea, trying to tap the defuse. Pushes up, and Rossi just gonna peek right back in from the top of the screen. And it's going to be the kill actually going over to
you are
Excurita.
supporting Binks by हम करने वाले हैं DRX को.
The timeout comes through.
They are looking
DRX
clean.
gives
वो
the
लोग ने
round
अल्ट क्यों
over.
नहीं मारा पता नहीं retakes में.
Foxy just not expecting, well, he was expecting the wide swing, but that many players there, even if you gotten one, probably going to be a quick trade on the back of it. Buzz able to find 2, but by that point, the rest of the site was taken. So nobody really able to pop their ults in
जल्दी करना वो थक गया बेटे बेटे नो
DRX.
कम बैक प्लीज.
Foxy kind of covering his bases, going for a bit of a more spread play.
Where they getting
Mako
destroyed? DRX
still
is playing
back
good
to
cross.
holding
Their
down that A
utility is
site.
on
Buzz
point.
has another showstopper.
They're
Clear
taking
one away from
proper
it, but too
calculated
late
risks.
with that spray to catch anybody.
They're winning
Control has been
fights.
so good by DRX, so aggressive, really denying
230 live आएगा कि 530? 230
T1.
यार.
And after a little bit of extra information on the B side, it's going to be the pit up. You still got a tripwire, and it seems like another cyber cage on Showers.
Love from Chandigarh
So you
love
are
you.
protected from the flank on the A side. And now B side already filled up. Like you said, all ults online now, including the showstopper. DRX have their pick on how they want to defend this site.
Yeah, I'd really like to see a quick no command here from Stax. There's a ton of utility to try to barricade this push from T1. So they've stalled it out enough. Foxy starting to slide over a bit towards spawn.
It's going to be the orbital strike that pushes them through, and then the showstopper to try to pinch, but Stax still staying alive, gets a triple right up against Hookah. Just creeps out forward around all the chaos. The spike has been dropped. And now with only 30 seconds left, T1 choosing to go for the save.
I guess you don't need the
Love from Dollars calling me Bugs by love it
just
मेरे जान.
killing them anyway, so just go for it. I mean, just absolutely
आज premium है क्या
incredible
भाई?
the way that
Premium
they
नहीं है.
dump mollies to make sure that
Premier
T1
भी
can't
नहीं
get
है.
comfortable in this execute. So well thought out by DRX, and keeping Bane
10
over there as
seconds
well. Seemed to work a treat. No real threat there for DRX. Yeah, Buzz doesn't land the showstopper, but it causes T1 to take a moment of pause. It allows Stax to pick members
आपका
off from
favorite
behind
knife
too,
कौन सा है?
breaking crosshairs there probably as well. People are looking
Champions
for where
अच्छा है,
Tech
River
Buzz
अच्छा
went
है, बहुत सारे.
up in the air, but few ults invested that round. You use the Viper's Pit to force them over to B right into the waiting arms of the rest of the players of
अभी ये
DRX.
राउंड तो जीतने
Well
पड़ेगा.
thought out once
Comeback
again.
करना है तो
See
this
that
is the round
rounds
वरना
where they're
गया.
comfortable, where they have the time to
क्या
flip the
aim
ball.
भाई, क्या aim.
Quick here on bind.
क्या aim है?
Just absolute snappy. And like you said, the timing on these ults, just perfect to really secure that 7
तुम्हें जीतने
round,
पे क्या
a
मिलता
nice
है?
key mark.
जीतने तो तब मालूम पड़ेगा मेरे को
move
भी.
on for some extra ones.
First time process में ये वाला.
Yeah, banking towards another one, it seems, before the half ends.
What are they going to deal with this? I mean, use the Sky utility or something to try to keep Buzz a little uncomfortable, but I don't know if it's going to
Trap
come
ने
in
देखा
time.
उसने.
It seems T1 a little bit afraid of any extra aggression across the map, so they really want to play these wide
Jump
spread
pick पे देखा क्या
defense, but as
उसने?
you mentioned, it's something that we've been calling on this entire map. That B main control, it's never been in favor of T1. A single time so far.
And you've got the long range utility to contest that space, and they just aren't seemingly comfortable to do so. The game plan seems to be more of a
वो होने वाला है
Execute heavy
ये ulti
style.
मारने वाला है
And pretty well handled.
Yeah, well, there's the Dizzy and the Guiding Light, but Izu can't get far away enough from the trap wire in time. Saya not covering his back either. Rossi now finally there for the trade, but it's still a 4v3 in favor of DRX. Carpe trying to fade out a little bit of a reaction. They recognize where Foxy 9's location is.
क्यों भाई alt हो जाए
Backside filled up by Stacks and Bane.
Right here.
Even
30
Buzz
seconds left.
getting prepared to rotate over. Once they hear the spike plant, he's looking to approach. There's the Dizzy, but they're ready for it. It's going to be Foxy 9 Cyber Keys that keeps them held.
भाई
Allowing
Stacks
Stacks
भाई
to get
क्या
another double
aim
in
है
this
भाई
round, and Buzz will get the
भाई
finisher.
क्या aim है
8-1
Stacks का
in
यार
favor of DRX.
Yeah, every time
क्या aim है
some
भाई
of those open A
कितना
plans have
kills
been
है उसका
attempted, DRX is using their smokes to
यार
cover
बस फिर
themselves
भी
while
आगे
they spray the
सब
wingman
जगह तो
down
Stacks ही दिख रहा है
to make sure that it's even more difficult, and then they'll just set up these crossfires around the edges. This time T1
वीक बाय 81 का लेकिन उनके पास अल्ट है अच्छी
is
वाली
cleared too quickly. Once again, the Cypher utility worth its weight in gold for DRX, and they're trying to play off a quick top flash from the Dizzy, but it's taken care of, dealt with. The reaction's so strong for DRX. Seems like they are fully prepared for this T1 Gecko comp on Bind.
Yeah, I actually believe DRX might have been the team to take it down last year as well when T1 started to first introduce it and got some maps with it. But now obviously a bit of a different tempo, different roster on both sides. And DRX this time just trying to hold on to backside. It's going to be the null command that destroys the showstopper, so keeps Mako safe. What a way to hold on to backside. Carpe noted in Lamp. Saya player still headed, trying to bait for the raise. Carpe just trying to draw out the attention. Mako, is he aware of it? He is! You just cannot fake out this guy. He's been through so many different rounds. And now, a 5v4. Not the best weaponry for T1. Buzz, down to 6 HP. His job now just to draw aggro from Xcure. Keep him tied up as the members on T1 start to dwindle down one by one. Carpe putting down the Mosh early. Wanted to make sure that the utility is there. He gets one kill against Foxy 9. Now they try to swarm in against the snake fight, and they all get sprayed down by the Stinger. Finally, a second round for T1.
Yeah, it's a good setup. I like this Poison Cloud inside of that Viper's pit. It cuts off one of the angles, and the angle that DRX is forced to take there. So that's really smart planning for the side of T1. Good holds on the flanks as well. So that's a huge moral victory now. Shut out of this half. It's a nice setup for Rossi. I really, really like the way that he
female Valorant player
put all of his pieces in the right places to make that retake impossible for DRX. So now operator for Buzz able to buy RT1 off the win of that eco.
Oh, they're walking right into it. There's the Trailblazer, and he doesn't bite. He waits for the extra memories. He goes for a second. And Buzz shuts down the entire approach from Showers. He's still aiming for a third. Foxy 9 will pick up that kill as they get tagged by the Cypher Util. Mako peeks out amongst the chaos, making sure to cover his teammates' backs. And in a blink of an eye, it's only Rossi with 35 HP and 3. All 5 members of DRX
20,000 बार साइफर ने सेटअप चेंज किया 20,000 बार
just in case.
हाँ
Trying to get over the strip wire, he gets tagged. He's afraid of the swarm coming in. Bane just drawing the attention. This is all so Buzz to try to get what seems like another showstopper, but Mako says, this is gonna take too long. Cleans up the kill.
Well, a valiant attempt from Rossi, but too little, too late here for T1. Buzz so ready.
ऐसा लग रहा है there is no fight left.
It's all planned out in his head.
But
All
they
that
tried
utility.
everything,
stick
but
around for the first and then immediately blast back out
there is
before
no
they can
fight
even
left.
react. Make matters worse,
कुछ
it's
भी
Saya,
करो
one of the players
counter
who
है
can maybe
कुछ
try
भी
to
करो
quickly
counter है
challenge Buzz's op angle with some blast backs of his own, who's taken out.
इंडिया की टीम DRX जैसे कप
Shut
के
down,
लिए
Izu, no comfort. Nothing Rossi can do, to be honest. And
wishing he got
easy
the
game.
showstopper there. But hey, you've been getting these free orbs.
It's getting a lot of showstoppers.
Oh, T1 finally wanting to punish it, but it might just be a little too late. They get 0 pointed, trying to go for that pop flash.
नेट नहीं बचा ना
Now the showstopper. Does he see him? Not quite. Just has to wait. Just really wants to get this kill. He wants to see, oh, you're in the corner. Welcome over back to the B site. I mean, this is just Buzz having a read on Saya. This is a straight up duel between the two raises, and Buzz comes out ahead once more.
कौन सोचता है भाई
T1
कौन
just
सोचता
want A third round in this half.
हाँ
They're just outplayed at every step. I mean,
इतनी
on
बड़ी
split and
दिमाग
right over here to bind. These maps DRX super comfortable with some players having to shift their agents. I mean, Mako has been a
क्या
Viper
रीड है बे
so long.
गलत
He's been
बे
so darn good at it. He's just right in his wheelhouse. He's got a couple players coming at him, but they get the spot.
timing.
Are you kidding?
I mean, you just imagine because the screen's up for so long and you see nothing on B. Is this truly a push? How does he get the tag? But it's all enough to keep Mako alive. 30 HP, he'll now back up. Bane has arrived, and so has Foxy9. Goes for the spray. Carpe down to 3 HP. Carpe trying to plant with the wingman. Rossi's going to spray as the Dizzy tags. Rossi trying to open up the site, trying to bring home just one more round. And Carpe and Excure will
भाई एंड में क्या हो जाता है
now all
T1
down
को
to him.
हाँ?
Already took down the Saya player.
एंड में
But
क्या हो
there's
जाता है
4
T1
more
को
members.
क्या लगता है पिस्टल जीतेगा कमबैक होएगा
10-2 in the first half, but these snake bites have
Is
a
it
different
possible?
idea. Nope, peeked out just a little too early. And that's going to be Carpe taken down first. But the swing out, all right, Buzz gets 3, and Rossi will answer right back for a 9-3 score.
And this is one of the few rounds that T1 is able to get showers control and really put it to good use. Most of the time, DRX has been challenging it and really just making it an untenable position. But the control of it is seated this time, and Rossi puts it to great use. The Dizzy
मेरा real life
to
गया
set him
लगता है
up to knock 2 down. That gives T-Round a crucial
की
third
comment
round
आई है
win. So defender side on bind, sure. Generally a defender side in map these days. Is it going to be enough though? Is 3 rounds enough for T1? I don't know. I don't know.
2 was not enough for Gen G. We'll see if 3 is enough for T1. Oh, well, their boyfriend can't really watch 3D games because they get dizzy, and they still dragged him out here to watch
गया
this
मेरा real
banger.
गया
It's a good choice.
मेरी real life गई
If
है
you're gonna watch a match, although I don't know, the night with the likes of Saya player and Buzz flying around and Paper Rex earlier in the night, maybe really doubling down.
Yeah, definitely. And the Gecko in there, throwing literal dizzies at you.
यार कॉमेडी
Maybe not
रील्स
the
ही मैं
best
बनाऊंगा आज
first
से
impression of Valorant, but
हाँ
hopefully
देख
you
के
warm up
हंसने
to
को
it.
आता है क्या
I mean,
होता
at least you got a banger day.
देख के है
That's true.
बंदर
It's
भाई
been exciting,
excuse
that's
me
for sure.
That's what it's all about.
फास्ट होगा
And
सब कांड
the
लगाओ
chance come
फास्ट
through
होएगा
for
तो वो लोग फास्ट
both
जाएंगे
of our
भी
respective Korean teams from the crowd. Still a lot of fans sticking around late here in COEX.
रील तो है
10:30 p.m. and the T1 fans desperately hoping that it gets extended just a bit longer. DRX now on the attack. As the countdown comes through, it looks like it's going to be a hit onto the B side. Foxy9 just waiting to see to make sure that if they need to, they can TP and rotate over to A with that shower cam control.
17 kills in that half for Buzz. Just absolutely incredible what he's able to do, even with some good
DRX
operator
one
moments for him.
लग रहा है
But this
DRX has already
वालों
went
ने
through,
चल रहा है
right?
क्या
This
अच्छी
default
बात
that
है
she was
मतलब
gonna bring
बॉयलर
out,
कर
you
लेते
gotta
इतने
jiggle
अच्छे
back and
मैचेस
forth.
छोड़ के
High tide. Spirit waiting for it. He's good
Shot.
for one. He expects another, but it's going to be 3, and he's not able to clean up the rest of the kills. Stacks and Buzz. They won't push their luck any further, and they repeat with a quick TP in from side player Rossi. Now a quick 2v2. Foxy, is he going to go for the teleport
पाइप
play
उधर है लेकिन
alongside his teammate?
He's got to wait for Mako to slide up by the door if he's going to go there. But instead, Mako's going to try a different angle, see if they can crunch from sight. Spikes down, so T1 playing it a little bit close to the vest, but now they're starting to push out.
I mean, this is just a timing read on
timing.
both sides. DRX trying to check if they push through, and Mako will turn around in time. And that's TP. Saya with a frenzy. It's just in range. And a
भाई
triple
कमबैक
for the
होने
duelist as they
लग
get
रहा
4 on
मेरे
the
को
board for T1.
So funny that on every single map, DRX wins their first pistol,
Yep.
and then T1 wins the next one. Just really great stuff from both teams. You can see how deep they're going to dig.
पहला हाफ का
Certainly no
पहला
give
हाफ
up in T1 at all.
T1 पता नहीं
Frenzy
क्या
works a treat.
फिर बाद में
T1 tries
T1
to get the
मारते
hookah. They try to
फिर बाद में
regress those
पिस्टल भी
angles.
जीतते फिर बाद में और
Then that
मारते फिर और
phenomenal
मारते फिर
TP
और
timing
मारते स्टार्टिंग में क्या हो जाता
Shuts
है
any hope of that working down. So a little bit unexpected
क्या
there for
सीन है
DRX.
वैलो का सिंगापुर
They
पे
pay the
इशू
price.
वापस आ गया ऐसा मत
Marshall,
बोलो
some
यार 2 दिन
Bulldogs,
ठीक हो गया था
and a Spectre for Izu. So Saya always so crisp, so clean. What can DRX do on this attacker's side?
Very aggressive high-low setup right on each side of the toxic screen. Waits for the counter peek, and it's going to be Carpe and Side Player good for one. Side Player now continue on with 2. He still stays alive with 6 HP. Tries to check for showers as they get pushed, but it's going to be just Foxy9 left alive. Execure will clean it up. It's going to be a fairly easy round here on the Antec for T1.
And it's the perfect start that they need to this second half. They're able to keep 3 of their guns over. That's about what you're looking for. At worst on those anti-ecos, you're able to upgrade to a couple Vandals, Spectre as well. Now DRX with their full purchase. See if they can start working the map. Saya so blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that second shot just catches a glimpse, and Excurit coming back online as well.
Stones just sparks.
So we'll see, can they continue? Going to try to even out with a couple extra rifles on their side of T1. Default with a high dive, but this time it's a fake. It's a push out of a
heavy
short.
pusher है, left right हो सकता है
Mako, not sure if he quite reads it, but he gets a fishy feeling.
He's got the trap wire there, though, to cover his back, so should be A-okay now.
Meanwhile, Foxy still has showers control, so if things go south, they can still pinch right back onto the A side. I mean, this is one heck of a default here from DRX to counter out the potential pushes out of T1.
They could TP if that control is maintained, but now you've got players starting to slide back towards the A site. Still, though, going on a lurk is Saya. I think he's going to hold here, maybe until the execute comes through. See if he can catch him a little off guard in the timings.
Yeah, could also be something pressure DRX on the execute, and it looks like it's just going to come right through from DRX, and Buzz finds Rossi right above the high tide. He's trying to look for more, just being the scout for his teammates. The pop flash will keep them at bay, but Bane still gets one. Execute trying to stay desperately alive. Eventually goes down, and now just Saya Player and Carpe. Saya Player holding on to Hookah. Carpe, he's got Foxy9 behind him. Doesn't have as much time as he thinks he does. Needs to find this first kill. Trying to check for
utility, yeah. Lot to work with.
Timing left right.
Sound, but there, that's just enough time as he backs out for the Dizzy. Foxy9 picks up the kill, and Saya will say, it was our bonus round. Not enough creds for myself.
10-5.
Just trying to keep the Vandal, maybe one extra exit frag.
क्या लगता है final score? Chat predictions बोलो.
Seemingly aware, but now DRX.
आप और पिंकी चेंज हुए अंकित की सेम रह गई
to get to safety. Spike explosion will come through, and DRX able to come right back. Felt like it might be a little bit dicey, but that early position from Buzz on top of that shed is just never accounted for by T1. Nobody's even looking up there, and he has complete overview of the back end of that site, and he cleans out a player. That gives them a lot more comfort getting through. Nobody hiding in it. The smoke's closed to deal with him. So Buzz doing tremendous work on the entries. The follow-up from the rest of his team, so strong.
Jinx होगा, I'm not predicting.
Again at the beginning of the round, and here you go. Buzz just up, and just nobody even.
Yeah.
No idea.
I mean, perhaps just assuming that their high tide was covering it, right? Because this has become a very common position on these executes onto the B site. So that's something that T1 will have to keep tabs on. Buzz once again left hanging on that fist bump. See if he eventually gets it. He did confirm on his social media that he did indeed get his fist bump from Bane in that last match. A lot of fans were concerned.
Bane's so dialed in, man. He's just ready to play. You know, the fist bumps are secondary.
Yeah, I mean, he's been fiending for this opportunity to play at the top of the stages here in Korea. And now not squandering this opportunity. It's going to be an early orb for T1. Trying to push out, just going for dry contact, and they will get one. Trying for the pop flash, it's enough. Just time, though it's not.
भाई बोला ही दोनों लाइन तो पर ना गए थे.
Trying to greet for yet another kill. That's
अच्छा गावत हो गया
GG
भाई.
He's now in the flow state. Gets a triple kill. Trying to open up the site all on his own. Calls for Bane. Calls for Spike. Meanwhile, Mako still opening Bane's A site in case he gets stopped on the entry. Look at this. Bane still holding right by, but it doesn't matter. It's just kills across the map. At 11-5 for DRX.
Unbelievable read there by Buzz. Gets
backed
up by the blast pack from Saya, and still feels like I probably have enough time to do this. They're trying to cover him. This didn't work. Buzz able to find both, and then immediately just says, well, I'm going to try some blast packs of my own here. And Carpe trying to do what he can, but just not quite ready for that angle. Mako catches Rossi right as he's going for the TP. Unbelievable timing.
I mean, DRX is dialed in, and now Just trying to pressure against this orb. Nice and fast. You've still got that
बे
showstopper
अच्छा
already
blind है बे
online from
move ऐसे
Buzz.
भी करने की
Thanks to
जरूरत
that
नहीं है
last round. The high tide default
उधर pop होता है
being respected by DRX, but nothing off of it for T1. They're holding close on guard, and Carpe gets spotted. This is going to be enough here for Izu. The pop flash comes through Izu, but it's only a Guardian. He can't get the second kill. Carpe will equalize things. Now a 4-3 lead in members.
That's a great adjustment here by T1. Shutting down some of this early aggression, taking the showstopper out of the equation. Now you have a bunch of ults to work with if necessary.
Next
If
round
DRX
वापस
even
ulti
gets
है
to the plant, it's going to be potentially pretty tricky with Xcurit sitting behind the tube.
T1 के पास भी ulti है next round hold करने के लिए भी देखो ना
Thrash in there as
Harbor
well.
Gecko Race
DRX even gets anywhere close to this.
killing वाले
I'm
ulti
going
से
to tap the orb. Don't want to give over the info. Trying to keep it quiet.
pendant वाला बंदा है ना reel नहीं देते
They can get through unspotted. They're already in the entrance. Carpe senses something.
Pendant
Perhaps
वाला
jumping,
कल या
catching
परसों
clips on the way down. The Dizzy and then the Thrash to keep them tied up. One's been detained. Foxy9 hiding in and out of the cyber cage, but that's going to be enough. The orb now picked up by Mako, recognizing that the round is already lost. Just wants to get closer to the Viper's pit. Look at the creds. Well enough for DRX, so Mako just looking to see if he can get a kill.
T1
And he
बोलता
does,
है
and that's the
T1 सुनाई
Viper's
देता
pit
है
now
excuse me
online for Mako. That's the best he could hope for.
And any economic damage he can
अब
do there is
13-6
great.
होगा
Look at the creds for T1. They're in the
भाई
gutter.
ulti है
So,
Harbor ult
certainly,
है
You would
Raze
love to
ult
get any
है
of those extra kills. Not sure what Carpe is going to be able to buy there, but a great flash timing from Izu to set him and Carpe up for those kills to make this essential
Populous
execute
6 पे रहेंगे क्या
for
ना ये लोग
DRX. Get everybody over. Get those
इसके बाद क्या
crossfires
इसके
set
बाद
up.
रेस्ट भाई
Patience from
मैं
Carpe.
सोया नहीं हूँ 2
Wait
घंटा
things
सोया
out.
मैं
Good jiggle peeking there. Use
इसके
the
बाद
dizzy,
रेस्ट फिर
use
रात
the
को आएंगे
thrash
जल्दी
to make sure that there's no stabilization found at all. Now this round, big ultimates for DRX to play around with. Couldn't get the showstopper to go previously, and now look at DRX. They're playing much safer, but Foxy's had a lot of free reign in the showers area.
Yeah.
It's being contested this time.
Yeah, he really always was able to kind of push all the way into the site on a timing if he so chose. But this time, it looks like DRX
Comeback हो
actually
गया
want to eventually
हो
pivot to
सकती
A.
है
So
और करना
no
तो
need
यही
to
राउंड
rush
से
it.
चालू
They'll just
करना
go for a pinch on a timing. Put some pressure over to B. Rossi wants to check for it. The trade's going to be there. Saya thinks it's the main force, but it's not. And now it's just going to be the showstoppers traded for each other. Actually sent against Buzz. He stays alive with 16 HP. Paint shells to make sure that the site is
तूने
secure.
दिया ना ये
Now
लोग को 2
DRX,
TP
what is the post-plant position? They don't have showers, so it's just the pit around lamps. Reckoning to start to push them out. This should give Izu an opportunity to pinch in for A short as well. DRX
क्या करता है
bouncing
स्टैक्स अल्टी
back
मारेगा
and
क्या
forth within their own Viper's pit. Izu couldn't
भाई
find
ये
the kill
crucial
onto
था
Mako.
ये
And
मार
now
दो
it's
तो
all
पिट
coming
गिरती
from
थी
one
कुछ हो
side.
सकता
DRX well aware of this possibility. The spray's coming through, but it's just about keeping the Viper alive. Carpe stuck in lamps. He gets spotted in the last second as Buzz secures the kill.
इसके बाद कब है बहुत बड़ी रात को है
DRX, all of DRX coming through. They take down Saya player.
2:30 को है
And it's
रात
just
को
one member of Xcurit who could not
मैं
find
थोड़ा
an
जल्दी आ
opening
जाऊंगा
in.
1:30
Will
1
have to
तक
be a
आके
save,
थोड़ा
and that
1-2
will
गेम्स
give
खेल के
match
फिर
point over to
बहुत पार्टी
DRX.
ऐसा कुछ देखते हैं
Tremendous work here by
विली प्रेम
DRX.
प्ले प्रीमियर टुडे
Foxy gets traded. That
आज लोग नहीं है
kind of causes Saya to think that he can get away with a showstopper there to maybe catch DRX a little
क्या है ना अभी
flat-footed.
नहीं ना
Does
अभी
not come
स्टैक्स अल्टी में
through, and
घुसेंगे ये
that's a
लोग
huge overcommit on that powerful ultimate that gives DRX the space they need to get in and get this Viper's
ये
pit
crucial था
down
बे
over on the other side of A. And then DRX working it to perfection, in and around it, never giving that Reckoning
क्या
the
बोला
ability to do much.
क्या बोला
I didn't catch what Mako said there.
Yeah,
but,
not quite.
like the crowd liked it. They laughed.
It is just going to be DRX at match point now. And T1, 6 rounds to go if they want to drag this out into a late night of overtime. They've taken aggressive showers control, but Foxy9 well aware of this. Looking for the peaks. He's just trying to draw them out one by one. He will catch one. That's the raise down, but Showers
like
still
before.
in control by Rossi. This time the fast flank coming in from the rest of T1. All through A short, and look at DRX's position. They've chosen to push all the way into the backside. They know that Showers has been given up. They know the flanks have been coming in. The hard pushes out of B, and the post plant is good from TRX. Trailblazer finds nothing. Stacks just looking to buy time and lamps. The rest of his teammates setting up in Evan.
क्या रीड
Stacks,
है
if he can
भाई
get a kill here, and might as well secure the entire map and he gets it. T1, they still have so much to clear. They have to push out. Xcure will answer back, but it's just 2 members against 3. Util still in the hands of DRX. Somali lands, and Rossi goes down. And Xcure is the last one standing, but he will fall to the IGL of DRX. And DRX says once again, we return
DRX
to try
looking
to reclaim
clean,
our
bhai.
throne
DRX looking
here
clean.
on home
अरे बस बे
ground.
आराम से आराम से.
Buzz is letting them know it. I mean, just tremendous stuff on Split and Bind from DRX. Yeah, Breeze was a little shaky.
बस आराम
But
से
Buzz
पीछे
is letting them
पीछे.
know that this is still his stage. DRX once again.
बैठो बैठो कर रहे थे रे.
Immaculate reads, phenomenal stuff from the coaching staff preparing them for these
भाई
two
stacks
maps.
बाप के लाए
And
मैप
every
में.
twist and turn in that last round, a microcosm of this entire series where DRX just reads that T1 is going to get aggressive and they go to the other side and flip the map
Taken bottom
on
of the
its
world, taken
head
out.
to make themselves
Tag.
essentially the defenders in that post plant. Insanely good stuff.
Just a hard read as the rounds continued on from DRX. And Stacks getting to hear the loud cheers continue
Stacks
once
by
again
Stacks
in
cutie.
front of the home crowd. It's been a rough year as they finally fell
By
to
the San
Paper X
Bundle.
last
Wow,
year.
wow, wow,
Couldn't
madam,
make
wow.
it to Masters Madrid, but they now return
Stacks
rejuvenated.
cutie,
And
babe.
now we have the analyst standing by to break down DRX's rise as they continue the victory here in Stage 1.
DRX looking fresh this 2024.
चलो guys, चलो चटकता हूँ मैं और मिलते हैं रात को. Thank you so much for everybody who is tuned in. ठीक है, रात को मिलते हैं. थोड़ा होपफुली मैं जल्दी आ जाऊँ. अगर नहीं आया तो वॉच पार्टी तो हो गई, वो तो मैं अलार्म डालूंगा. 2 अलार्म डालूंगा. पहला थोड़ा जल्दी उठ के स्ट्रीम करने का और दूसरा वॉच पार्टी का. ठीक है, तो जाओ मेरी रील्स देखो, शेयर्स करना अपने भदीर फ्रेंड्स के साथ. ठीक है, साथ में हंसना यार. चलो, बहुत टाइम बाद रील डाला. ठीक है, अंडी मंडी डालो. स्टोरीज और इज फनी. हा, आई लव सो मच यार बंस भाई. ऐसा करके. ठीक है, चलो मिलते हैं गाइस. बाय 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 बाय. पिंकी किधर है? चिल कर रही है. बाय बाय गाइस. आदि उच्चड़ में पादी. टेक केयर. गुड नाइट. सी या. रात को मिलते हैं. बाय.